Good morning. Good morning. It's Monday. It's October 21st. It's time for day 2 of the state of Florida versus Sarah Boone. So this case is speeding right along. It's actually really nice to see a case moving so smoothly. In day 2, I'm starting to wonder if we're going to get to the end of the state's case today or tomorrow. This isn't a tremendously complex case until we get into the defense, self-defense. Other than that, it is a fairly straightforward set of facts. And I wonder if the state is going to end with their lead investigator, who will then play the cell phone video at the very end and leave the jury with that cell phone video being the last thing that the prosecution does in their case in chief. Meaning today we're going to get to the forensic pathologist, the coroner. We're going to probably get to the digital people who took photos and things off of Sarah Boone's phone. But I imagine we got through all the civilians in the 10 witnesses they did on Friday. So we might be done with this case, not just this week, but early on in this week. So buckle up. We are going to ride. The pathologist is on the stand. We've left ourselves a little room for the Zoom because they started court over a half an hour late. So with them starting a half an hour late, we are bumping back our stream. So all I want to do is zoom so we can zoom. So if you are ready to go to court, I am ready to go to court. It is time to,
bring the jury.
So we're going to roll the intro and we're going to get right into court because that's what we do here. We're law nerds. We like to go to court. And jury duty is so much more fun when you're like the jury of the internet and you get to sit in your comfy chairs with your snackies.
Hey there, I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not... Let's get into it.
All right, let's go to court, law nerds. Hopefully the sound is amazing. It was very difficult to find feeds with closed captioning today, but you should be able to turn on closed captioning on your end on this feed. So let us roll. But the sound was better, and that is a huge priority for me to make sure that y'all can hear. Court started today with the judge asking Sarah Boone if she was happy with her lawyers, if she was happy with their strategy. She doesn't get to dictate strategy, but the court is asking her at every opportunity. The state has called their first witness, who is their forensic pathologist, and we're gonna get rolling.
Yes.
Good morning, doctor. Could you please state and spell your name for the record for us?
Sara Zydowicz, Sarazydowicz.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Dr.
You may
Z.
inquire.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
We're going with Dr.
Can you
Z.
tell us, what do you do for a living?
I'm a forensic pathologist.
And who do you work for?
I work for Orange County. We cover Orange County and Osceola County.
Good morning, Dr. Z.
And how long have you been a forensic pathologist?
I've been at this office for about 12 years and then 1 year in Tampa, so
I
about 13
do appreciate
years.
how quickly the background training and experience goes.
What type of educational background do you have to be a forensic pathologist?
So I have a bachelor's degree in kinesiology from the University of Wisconsin in Madison. I went to medical school in Kansas City, Missouri. After that, I went to Cleveland, Ohio to do a 1-year rotating clinical internship. After that, I went back to the University of Wisconsin and did my residency in anatomic pathology and clinical pathology. I have 2 fellowships or subspecialty training. One is in cytopathology from Northwestern University in Chicago. And then I did my forensic pathology fellowship in Tampa.
Is continuing education something that you must maintain in order to hold the position?
Yes, I have to do continuing education for my board certifications, which is in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology. And I also have to do separate continuing medical education to maintain my medical license for the state of Florida.
I'm very interested to see if the state rests today. Shanta, that wouldn't surprise me. Thank you for the super chat. The state may well rest today.
So we're involved in what's called the medical legal investigation of deaths. And that just means that we investigate certain types types of deaths. And there's a Florida statute or a Florida law that states which types of deaths that will be involved in investigating. And in general, they're deaths that are not natural, so accidents, suicides, homicides, or deaths that are natural but maybe unexpected. Those are the types of cases that we're involved in. And again, that Florida statute lays out exactly which types of cases that we'll be involved in. And the reason we're involved in that is our goal is to determine cause of death and manner of death in those individuals that we're investigating.
Jessica asked if the court keeps asking about representation, so she can't appeal on that later. Yes.
So an autopsy is also called a postmortem or after death examination. And there are kind of two main parts to it. The first part is what's called an external examination, which is just as it sounds.
I've never seen a court
So that's
ask
making
as much as in
observations
this case,
about
though.
an individual. So hair color, eye color, height, any sort of unique markings like scars or tattoos. And at that time, we're also looking for any external signs of diseases or injuries. After that, we go to what's called the internal examination. So that means that we open the body cavities, we remove all of the organs and dissect all of the organs. And again, as we're doing that, we're looking for any signs of diseases or injuries that might help
Autopsy.
explain why that person
Fantastic.
died. And we can also add ancillary tests or other tests, so things like toxicology, microbiology. It's a little bit dependent on each case, but we have options for other testing as well.
Minnie asked in the chat, will they be showing the video and
Tell us,
interrogations?
what
Yes,
is the cause
with likely the
and manner
lead
of death?
investigator
Is
and
this
probably
something
today.
that you document?
So that's what I
So
anticipate.
cause of death is either a disease or an injury that ultimately results in an individual's death. Right? So it's very individual and unique to that individual. Manner of death is a way to categorize or
worry,
group
now
similar
time for
types of
breakfast.
deaths together. And
can't
for
hear
manner
me.
of death, there's only 5 choices. So
That's weird.
there would be natural, accident, suicide, homicide, or undetermined. So those are the manners of
I
death.
should be gained up
In
enough.
your career, approximately
All
how
right.
many
I'll be
autopsies
mindful of
have you
speaking at the
Around
break.
3,000.
She's done over 3,000 autopsies. The issues we have had is that our streaming software has been an issue. So the browser that we have to use, this is way inside baseball, the browser we have to use shifts the sound, and there's no way that we can control what the browser does given the input. So I am trying, but it's odd to me that I am difficult to hear. It must be when the court is playing, but this is where, which sucks.
And have you previously testified as an expert witness in court?
Yes.
How many times?
Between 75 to 80.
And in what areas have you testified as an expert witness?
Forensic pathology.
Turning our attention to this case, did you perform the autopsy?
Yes.
And what were your findings as to cause and manner?
I can also try to
So
turn
the
this
cause of
down
death,
a little bit.
which I put on the death certificate, is positional asphyxia with environmental suffocation. And the manner of death I classified as homicide.
Now, when you perform your autopsy,
Right, because the positional asphyxiation in this case isn't just happening on your own.
what information do you have
Thanks, Chad.
at the time that you begin that examination?
It's incredibly variable. I can have a lot of background information. Sometimes I have none. It just depends on the particular case.
In this case, what information were you provided ahead of time?
So the information I had was that the decedent was with his girlfriend, and at some point in time in the night, he got into a suitcase,
I
which was
trying
then
to change
zippered shut.
The audio settings. That was me.
At another point at time, I believe she went to bed, and then the next morning discovered that he was still in the suitcase. And I think that was in about an 11-hour time frame from the information that I had.
Right.
You mentioned asphyxia. Can you explain for us what asphyxia is?
Sure. So asphyxia is a very general term. It would be kind of like saying
And now there's an echo. Sorry about that, chat. Hold on. Let's see if I can fix that. It is an ongoing, the struggle is real.
I drive
Hopefully
a
that
car.
fixed it.
Right? That's
Fixed
very
it.
generic, and
Fixed
that
it.
there are many different types of cars out there, right? So asphyxia simply means lack of oxygen or inadequate oxygen for an individual. And there are different categories of asphyxia. So you can have
My coffee is not
suffocation, which just means that there's obstruction of the airways. So that could be smothering, that could be somebody choking on a piece of food, or maybe just being in an environment where there's not enough oxygen in the air to sustain that individual. There's a category called strangulation. That would be compression of the neck, either blood vessels or airways. There's another category called mechanical asphyxia. That can be when the body is in an unusual or abnormal position where the actual mechanics of breathing can't occur. So that can be the position of the body, or it can be, like, let's say if a heavy object fell on somebody and you simply can't breathe because of the weight of that object. That would be a mechanical asphyxia. And then there's drowning. That's a different type of asphyxia. And there are a couple of other categories as well that are much less common.
Is there a
You can tell she's done 3,000 autopsies and has testified in court almost as much. She's like, how much would you like to know? But did you notice how quickly they went through her background training and experience and no one objected? Right. No one objected. You know why? Because she's done 3,000 autopsies. You don't have to go through a million different things to get to the point that she's done 3,000 autopsies. Did you go to medical school? Yeah. Are you a coroner? Yeah. Do you have experience? Yeah. Check. What happened in this case? And right into it. So much smoother than in other cases.
most common type of asphyxia?
The most common would be ligature compression of the neck. So that would be like an event, a hanging. That would be the most common that we would see.
She said ligature.
You also mentioned
Never heard anyone say it that way.
environmental suffocation. Could you tell us a little bit more what that means in more layman's terms?
So that just means there's not enough oxygen in the environment that the person is in. You could think of somebody who's in an enclosed space where there's a fixed amount of oxygen. So as that oxygen is, as that person is breathing, they're using up all the oxygen. And once it's gone, there's no oxygen left. Or you could think of maybe people who are, climbing Mount Everest. There's not as much oxygen up there, and that's why they have oxygen tanks. So it just means that the amount of oxygen available in the air around that person.
We're just going to pause to take a note because this is the first time we've gotten a shot of the judge in the courtroom today. The judge told us on Friday, and I was so thankful that he did, that he is a trial advocacy professor and has students from the law school where he teaches with him in court, which is just an unparalleled learning experience for those in law school. This would be such a fun, you don't get field trips always in college. Maybe study abroad counts. Does study abroad count as a field trip? Let me know. But this is like law school field trip, 10x. This would be the coolest thing ever with, I'm sure, a very respected and engaging professor. I imagine this judge, Judge K, would be a fantastic professor because he is very much good with handling courtroom shenanigans. I imagine he's great with law students. So they get to sit up there with him and watch the case. Also, if you have watched other cases with me, you will notice one of my biggest complaints, gripes, ADHD, will never let it go to the end of the earth complaints about lawyers is when they ask the longest questions in the world. This prosecutor, 5 words, and then. This not only is the way I am completely biased in this because it's the way I like to do questions, because I think it's easier to understand simple questions that just build a case like a puzzle, but it also shows a level of comfort and a level of preparedness. So you are prepared and you know exactly what you need from this witness, and this witness is easy. So it's really just kind of refreshing to see after some of the shit shows that we have watched where I've been ready to claw my own ears out.
Is not enough to sustain them.
So not enough oxygen given the position.
In this case,
is what she's talking about.
what can you tell us about how
That was me.
long Jorge Torres was in that suitcase?
There's not a really good way for me to give you a time frame as to how long he was in that suitcase. Again, because there was both the component of positional asphyxia, being in an unusual position for a period of time, And then also the environmental suffocation component, because, within that suitcase, certainly there's going to be oxygen, but it's not going to be the same as if you were sitting in a room like this. And because there are those multiple components happening at the same time, there's not a really good way to estimate or say with scientific certainty, oh, he was in for X amount of time. There's really not a good way to do that.
That's a very clear answer.
How about, is there any good way to approximate or determine the time that Jorge Torres died?
There's not a good way to do that either, again, because there are so many different components at play at the time of his death. Sitting in a normal room like this, the percentage of oxygen that's available is about 20 to 21%. If that were to drop to 10 to 15%, the person can be impaired with judgment, they can be impaired with activity. Once that percentage drops between 8 to 10%, most people will lose consciousness. And at a percentage of 8% oxygen or less, that's when we would expect the death to occur. And so again, there's not a really good way to measure the amount of oxygen that would have been available to him in that suitcase, in addition to the fact that he was in an unusual position.
What position?
Pink Ladybug in the chat said wasn't aware suitcases are airtight. I don't think that is what the coroner is going to be saying. The situation is that air doesn't easily flow, so it's restricted airflow, not airtight, but restricted airflow, which means the CO2 level is going to go up from somebody exhaling, and there isn't fresh air coming in, so it is that reduction in availability of air because it is reduced for sure, but it's between the position and the fact that there wasn't adequate air coming in and out. That is a combination to the problem. That's what she's explaining.
Were you able to?
Hopefully that helps.
He was in that suitcase.
I wasn't able to see what position he was in. By the time that our medical legal death investigators were at the scene, he was already removed from the suitcase. Based on some of the findings, I favor that he was most likely in like a fetal type position. So knees flexed, arms flexed, and the head most likely flexed forward. But again, that's from my findings. I didn't see what position he was in.
What side of his body would he be resting on in this fetal position?
That's that most likely his left side. However, I do say the caveat that some of the findings are dependent on time, meaning that, if that suitcase had been moved or flipped over, that could be different than what I'm seeing at the time of my examination.
Tell us, what is skin slippage?
So after death, the body goes through a series of progressive changes, and
his question was, what is skin slippage? Or at least that's what I heard. And I am trying not to go chat. It's early. It's early. And I am trying to not be a junior high school student while the coroner is on the stand, but I think that's what he said.
One of those changes is skin slippage. And
yep, that's what he
said.
What
that does is it tells me that person is a little bit further away from the actual time of death. So it's not something that's going to occur immediately after death for most people. It's something that would occur a little bit later on in that process of changes that happens after death.
And tell us, what is
chat? I know.
So rigor mortis is also called the post-mortem stiffening of muscles. And again, that's one of the changes that occurs after death. Most of the times that will occur before we see skin slippage. But these changes are very variable from individual to individual, and it also depends a lot the environment the person is in. So for example, those changes that we're going to see happen more quickly in a warm environment. Somebody who maybe is engaged in a physical or violent struggle, those changes are going to occur more rapidly. And then it also depends on the person themselves, their relative size, their relative health. Those things can all impact the changes that we see after death.
How does skin slippage and rigor mortis inform your findings about how long Jorge Torres was likely in that suitcase?
So again, the time frame that I had was about 11 hours, just from the last time that he was known to be in the suitcase versus the time that he was found. So I'm basing it off of that. So about an 11-hour time period. When I did my examination, the rigor mortis was already dissipating or leaving. Also, there was some skin slippage. And so if he had not been in the suitcase, if he had been out of the suitcase, I would not expect that advanced amount of change. It's compatible with him being in that suitcase for a longer period of time. It would have been warmer. And also if he had been, struggling to get himself out, engaging in that physical activity, those are things that are going to accelerate or speed up that process. So my findings at the time of the examination are compatible with that 11-hour time period or, somewhere around there.
Additionally, did you note any injuries to the body of George Torres?
Yes.
These injuries that you noted to the body of George Torres, did you document them on what's called a body chart?
Yes, the diagram on a body chart, and we also take pictures as I'm going through my examination.
I'm sure they're bringing up the chart, which we've seen in a number of different cases. The chart is just an outline chart where MEs mark different things that they notice on the body. He's showing it to the defense before he brings it up. So a couple of you in the chat are asking 11 hours. What are we talking about with 11 hours? The coroner is saying that she believes George Torres, the victim, was in the suitcase for about 11 hours. That is what I am taking away from her testimony.
Mark for identification is shown to defense as states are.
You may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as states are. You recognize this document?
Yes.
And can you tell us, what is this document?
That's a copy of my body diagram.
So,
Oh, it's a copy of my body diagram.
and does this fairly and accurately represent the diagram that you created in this case for George Torres?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states are into evidence. No objection.
What was pre-marked as states R will be received into evidence without objection as states 12.
Your Honor, request permission to publish.
Yes, sir.
So now it can be shown to the jury. And these are the drawn diagrams, so these will likely be shown as well. The photos, not so much. Emily asked, can it play music while we hold for court? Not unless I start the stream, and that makes the replay crew less than happy, because replay crew love you. But if we play music waiting for stream, then there's a huge swath to fast forward through while we're waiting for court to start.
Describe for us and point out.
So this is the body chart. She's going to point out the injuries on it.
So there were some blunt impact injuries to his head. I don't think it's on this one, but there were some blunt impact injuries to his head right up here around the eye and on the mouth area.
And then, did you notate any injuries to his hand?
Yes, so there were some ecchymoses, or you can think of that as like a large kind of bruise on both hands.
What other blunt impact injuries did you identify?
So there's a series of ecchymoses on the left side of the back, right about here.
And any others?
There were some on the forearms as well.
And you use this body chart, you say, in addition to photographing the injuries that you document, correct?
Yes.
As part of your examination, and I believe it's on the body chart itself, do you document the height and weight of the person as well?
Yes.
And what was the height of Mr. Torres? in this
So,
case?
yeah, so technically for us, it's length. Height is the measurement that's taken while someone is standing. So his length was 62 inches, and his weight was 103 pounds.
So height and weight.
In regards to these blunt impact injuries, how is it that you come to the conclusion that these injuries were the result of blunt impacts?
So these are typical wounding patterns for blunt force trauma. And when I say blunt force trauma, that can mean something striking a part of the body, or on the other hand, it can be the body striking an object. And that causes injury to the skin, and to the soft tissue, and sometimes the deeper tissues, depending on how severe or how strong that blunt force trauma is.
Are these
Yep.
injuries consistent with a person being struck with a baseball bat?
They could be, yes.
And
Are
that's
they consistent with a person?
a coroner's not going to be able to tell. Ma'am, I'm sorry about that. Pause. Hold on. There. I think that's mildly better. So he can only ask if it's consistent or inconsistent. We've seen this in all the cases that we have covered that are homicides. Where is it consistent with this? They can't tell you what happened. They weren't there, but they can say this looks like what happened. This doesn't look like what happened. So they're going to be asking about the baseball bat. We'll see what cross-examination brings. We haven't seen a ton of cross-examination from this defense team yet. So I'm interested to see what the cross-examination brings here.
Being pushed down a flight of stairs.
They could be, yes.
Right.
Can you say whether or not these injuries occurred while George Torres was in the suitcase?
No.
Right.
Why is it that you cannot say that?
So all of these injuries seem to have occurred around the same time, meaning that they're relatively acute or new. They're not things that are healing or something that happened last week. So they all occurred around the same time. But you can't really look at a bruise or a contusion and say, oh, that happened 2 hours ago. There's not a good way to do that.
Are these injuries
But close in
consistent
time.
with them occurring while he was inside the suitcase?
Yes, they could be.
As part of your examination, do you also check the toxicology of George Torres?
Yes.
And is that something that's pretty standard in any autopsy?
Yes.
And what were the toxicology results for George Torres?
So there was a blood alcohol level of 0.139 milligrams per deciliter, and there was also caffeine and nicotine detected as well.
That level of alcohol, is that over the legal limit in the state of Florida to drive?
Sure. So for driving under the influence, that's a 0.08, so that is higher than that.
What does that alcohol level at the time of your autopsy tell you about George Torres's level of impairment 11 hours earlier?
So I don't necessarily know that it was 11 hours earlier, but it was at the time of death, at or near the time of his death. That's what the blood alcohol level was. So at that level, everyone reacts a little bit differently to alcohol, and some of it has to do with whether or not somebody is accustomed to drinking alcohol or if they've never had alcohol. So you can develop tolerance.
Tolerance
but
is real.
at that level, there's going to be impairment of judgment. There can be impairment of motor skills. There can be slurring of words, something that's called disinhibition or lack of inhibition. And again, it's really variable from person to person, but those are the common things that you would see at that level.
Would that level of alcohol impair the ability to problem solve?
It can, yes.
Right. To get out of the suitcase.
You also stated earlier that you document your autopsy findings also photographically, correct?
Yes.
That we should not see and probably won't. I'm going to answer some super chats while they are. The prosecutor is going to go show those photos and what they're marked as to the defense before admitting them into evidence. and the autopsy photos will show the bruising and what have you to the jury, so they have a sense of what those bruises are. J. Michael, thank you for the gifted memberships. Very much appreciate it. I'm going to try to get to some of the Q&A. Trophy Wife asked, I wonder if she hit him before she helped him into the suitcase. I don't think we're ever going to know. I will say that we will hear him speaking to her in brief clips, and he isn't talking about that. So I'm going to go with, he did think it was funny, or they were messing around until they weren't. And then he was like, this isn't funny. Like, his voice is very much like, this isn't funny.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification at stage Q. Did you take a look at this composite of photographs to yourself and then look up once you're finished?
Ginger Avenger 09 said, fun fact, alcohol will inhibit the ability for oxygen to bind to hemoglobin as well. Science. I appreciate all the science law nerds in here. Law nerds, science nerds. I mean, we are all nerds, and we are nerdy, multi-nerdy. Jamie McWay said, I just wanted to humble brag that I got a 4.0 in my corporate law class for my MBA. Congratulations. And I think being a law nerd is a reason. Look, the legal words aren't so scary when you're like, I know what these words mean. And I find, for me, I need context for learning. And so having these cases that we go over, we need context.
Yes.
For everyone in the chat that says she looks like Jan from The Office, yes.
That you took in your autopsy
Agreed.
of Jorge Torres in this case.
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately represent how he appeared and how his injuries appeared to you at the time you performed your autopsy?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as stage Q into evidence.
No objection. What was pre-marked as states Q will be received into evidence without objection as states 13.
Your Honor, request permission to publish.
You may do so.
They're going to publish that to the jury. And you've already seen the cameraman go, nope, let's go take a look at what Sarah Boone's up to. So they're going to go take a look at what Sarah Boone's up to. I appreciate that.
I'm showing you.
Look, the jury doesn't even want to see it. So it's hard. Autopsy photos are hard for jurors. You can tell.
Tell us, what is this a photo of?
So this is an identification photo that's basically just showing from about the level of the collarbones up.
And this is Jorge Torres?
Yes.
Did you note any signs of injury in this photo?
So there's some ecchymoses around the left eye. This picture, it's a little bit hard to see, but I think there's another one coming up. There's also an area of ecchymoses up here on the left side of the forehead with also some swelling associated with that. The lips have some
So it's had the injuries had enough time to
small
swell.
lacerations. And then on the left shoulder here, you can
Different
see
than
a
other
little
cases
bit
we've seen
of,
where the victim
some
did not have time for
ecchymoses
swelling
here.
to even
Again,
take place.
ecchymoses are kind of like big.
And you can see that in different cases where there is injury but no swelling because it happened either at the time of death or so close to the time of death. So you get a little bit based on the body's reaction to a thing. You get a little bit of like this happened a bit before someone passed away. So that's helpful for the coroner to note. That's why she's noting swelling.
Turning to photo 2 from State's composite. What are we looking at in this photograph?
So
We're
this
gonna
is
go
his
through
right
all the
arm near
photos.
the elbow. And right here you can see this kind of darker area. So this looks similar to an abrasion, but it's actually, it's what's called drying artifact. And again, this is one of the reasons that I think that
Right,
he was
if
in
that
that
is the
suitcase for a
arm,
little bit
that is why we're
longer.
gonna see the bruise
Most
on the
likely that
arm.
was a pressure point where part of that suitcase was resting on his elbow in that area. And then after death, that tissue dries out, and that's the discoloration that you're seeing there.
So I guess they're going to show some of the autopsy photos and not all of them. Interesting.
Turning to States 3 from the composite.
That I don't think we need to see.
So here you can see a little bit better. I don't know if you can get a feeling for this, but this area is what we call edema or swelling. So this whole area is edema. It's a little bit discolored, so ecchymosis. And then again, really at the corner of the eye here, you can see that darker discoloration. And so those are injuries from blunt force trauma.
So the injuries to the face are injuries from blunt force trauma.
States 4 from the composite.
So this is the left shoulder and arm. So again, you can see this kind of red to purple area. So this is all ecchymosis, and then a couple of linear abrasions or scratches.
Emily said it's going to be interesting to see how the defense addresses the videos that were found on the defendant's phone mocking him. They have their work cut out for them. They do, and we might be seeing that sooner than any of us anticipated because this case has moved along
States 5 from the
fairly
composite.
smoothly.
This is the same area, just a little bit closer up, so you can see this whole area of ecchymosis. It's a little bit variegated, differential in color, but again, that's all blunt force trauma.
And what part of the body is this we're looking at?
This is the left shoulder.
States 6 from the composite.
That's the same area, but in this picture we have a scale or the ruler.
That's for a
And
laceration.
why do we use scales and rulers?
That's just to give an idea of how big the area is or how large the injury is.
States 7 from the composite.
So this is the left forearm and hand, and you can see the area right here that's a little bit red to purple, and then also right here on the left hand, right here and here. Those are all areas of ecchymosis, again, blunt force trauma.
They're going to go through all of the coroner's photos in showing the jury what the different areas of blunt force trauma
States
are.
8 from the composite.
Again, the left arm. Just from a little bit of a different angle, so you can see, and a little bit of the elbow too here, but you can see all these areas. Ecchymosis.
States 9 from the composite.
And now looking at the left hand, a little bit closer up, so you can kind of see a little bit better these areas of ecchymosis.
And law nerds, yes, I am going to eat breakfast while the coroner's on the stand. And yes, I have eaten lunch while going through autopsy photos. I was a district attorney for a very long time. Does that bother me? No.
States
Is
10
that weird?
from the
Yes.
And again, the left hand just
Job.
closer up.
But cheers if you haven't eaten yet, because I have not.
States 11 from the composite.
So now we're looking at the back, and you can see that there are these linear abrasions in the mid-back.
Are those scratch marks for?
They could be scratch marks. They could also be
Like a rug
blunt
burn?
impact, more of just a straight-on blunt impact, especially being in that suitcase if there are objects in there.
Ah,
What
against the
is
object in the suitcase.
discoloration that we see around his shoulders and then and some other spots on his back as well?
Sure. So you're talking about this area?
Yes.
So that's called livor mortis or lividity, and that's one of the changes that we see again after death. And basically what that is it's postmortem after death, settling of blood in the blood vessels. And so it's dependent on gravity and it's dependent on the person's position. So what I mean by that is we're seeing it on his back because after the time of death, at some point in time, he was more positioned on his back. And the areas that are lighter, that's because for a couple of reasons. It could be the position of the body, meaning that it's not in the gravity dependent position, or there could be something pressing on it. So either one of those.
States 12 from the composite.
So those are those linear abrasions just shown a little bit closer up.
I appreciate how just concise and linear this
And
testimony
the same,
is.
but with a scale.
It's just so nice. It's just a neutral, factual, linear. This is this. That is that.
So now you're seeing the left side of his back and also the back of his left arm. And you can see these areas here of ecchymoses, and these are a lot darker than some of the others that we've seen. One of the things that I did is I looked underneath the skin in these areas because they're so much darker and so much more dense. So I wanted to see if there was injury of the deeper tissues. So these areas are associated with hemorrhage or bleeding into the skeletal muscle, so the deeper tissues. And so that's just indicating more force applied to that area.
And when you did your
She checked the muscle for
internal
bruising.
exam, did you examine this area and did that inform your findings?
Yes.
Stage 15 from the composite?
And that's showing those areas a little bit closer up. So you can see that they're much more dense. There's at least 3 distinct areas here. There could be more than 3 impacts, but there's at least 3 separate ones that can be seen.
Karen said, I love that we hear her more than the lawyer.
Composite?
That's how direct examination should be.
This is just
Ask the
showing the
question
upper
and let the
back and
witness
the
talk.
back of the neck. We've got a linear abrasion right here on the back of the neck, and these were the ones shown in the earlier pictures.
And
For those asking about the
from the composite.
defendant's deal in the chat, we'll talk about it after she describes
This
this
is
photo.
just showing the same area of the back and the back of the arm, but just at a different angle.
The defendant was offered a manslaughter for 15 years. She rejected that offer before trial. If convicted of the second-degree murder, she faces 22 and a half years to life.
Injuries did you identify?
What other
I can't give
injuries?
you an exact number. Again, you can have multiple impacts in a very close area, so it can be hard to discern each one. They can overlay each other, or they can be so close to each other. But at least 5 to 6, most likely more than that.
And when you were going through your body chart as well, and I guess we also saw some of it photographically, is you also mentioned impact to the left side of the head.
Yes.
And I believe that was subgaleal?
Subgaleal, so kind of similar to what
The
I was
subtle
describing on the
pronunciation.
back. I looked at the underside of the scalp. And so in those areas on the left side of his forehead where there was the edema, when we reflect or we fold the scalp over, there was
They do that.
hemorrhage or bleeding that went through the entire scalp and was deposited on the skull. There was no associated skull fracture, and there was no bleeding inside of the skull, but it was all in the scalp and deposited on the outer surface of the skull.
So under the skin, but not under the skull.
Correct.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Look how,
Any
look how
cross-examination?
concise.
Yes.
I'll also say I was not prepared when I witnessed my first autopsy. When they talk about
Good night.
folding the skin down, I was not prepared. Nobody. Biology class in high school did not prepare me. So if you ever go watch an autopsy, just ask them in advance to maybe talk you through what they're going to be doing so you're not caught unawares. I was caught unawares. It gets more normal the more you do it, but unawares. For those of you saying that testimony was quick, right. She went through the injuries to the victim, the cause of death, and the manner of death. That's it.
And I'm one of the lawyers that represents Sara Boone here today.
Okay,
I've got 2 questions.
sure. Hello, Mr. Owens.
Can we first talk about the toxicology?
Yes.
the alcohol. You said you've done approximately 3,000 autopsies. And of those autopsies, how many years would that have been? What was that period of time?
12 years.
Okay. So when you first got down here from Tampa, I think you were up in the Northeast, came down here to Tampa.
She was like,
that's when you
fuck
started.
snow.
Yes.
And you
all
would agree
speculation.
you've interpreted toxicology results in all or most of those cases.
Most, yes.
And you did order the blood alcohol test of the decedent in this case. And you said he was a .38.
No, 0.13.
.138. And you also ordered the vitreous level
Yes.
of alcohol as well. And the result was a .213.
Yes.
And you would agree that's about, it's about 3 times the legal limit.
Close, yes.
When people
Now, you
drink
would agree
regularly, you'd
that,
be shocked at how high their
At those
BACs can
levels,
get.
there are some pharmacologic effects from ethanol in the body.
Yes.
And I know you mentioned some, but you agree that that level of alcohol in the body would impair somebody's judgment
For most people, yes.
and their decision-making abilities.
Yes.
And it would release inhibitions,
Yes.
and they would be more apt to take risks that they otherwise would not.
Yes.
And of course, it would impair motor skills and potentially loss of balance.
Yes.
It would also impair coordination,
Yes.
Alcohol does things.
hand-eye coordination, as well as fine motor skills.
Yes.
It also impairs memory, alcohol does.
Yes.
So there are lots of effects that ethanol has on the body.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, you're aware in this
Why they
case
should
that
legalize
Jorge
weed.
Torres, the decedent, stepped into the suitcase under his own power
That's
in a
just
game
me.
of hide and seek.
That's how it's reported to me. Yes.
Do you have any evidence to dispute that?
No.
She wasn't there, dude.
Can you tell us when Mr. Torres drank the last drink he had prior to getting in the suitcase?
That I can't tell you because,
don't know when he
if somebody
noticed.
has been drinking either periodically throughout a time period or continually throughout a time period, that's difficult to say.
So he could have stopped drinking an hour before he got into the suitcase, or 5 minutes before he got into the suitcase, or
I need to know
4 hours
why
before he
this
got into the suitcase.
matters.
Yes.
We just don't know. at this
Correct.
point.
Why does it matter they were drinking? We know that.
Do you have any idea at the time of the autopsy whether or not he was in the elimination phase?
So
Metabolism.
he was in the metabolic phase, yes.
The elimination phase is what I refer to it as, but,
Yes.
okay. All right, now I want to talk about time of death determination. It's fair to say that you did not go to the scene that day that Mr. Torres was found.
No, a medical legal death investigator from our office went to the scene.
So there was an investigator with your agency named Ashley Hammermeister
Yes.
that went to the scene,
Yes.
and she would have prepared a report.
Yes.
And you would have reviewed that report.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you agree that fire and rescue assessed Mr. Torres at 1:07 p.m. on that date, February 24th of 2020?
Yes.
I will say they did not ask about signs of CPR, which was interesting. Maybe the defense will, but the prosecution did not ask about any signs of CPR. So maybe we'll see. Maybe we
Does
won't.
that sound about right based on your case file?
Yes.
And so this investigator that we mentioned, she did not arrive on scene till 6:27 p.m., so nearly 6 hours after the body was discovered, she arrived.
Yes.
And the body was laying supine, stretched out
Yes.
in front of the suitcase.
Yes.
Now, you examined and assessed the body of Mr. Torres at the time of the autopsy.
Yes.
Yes.
Is this a direct
And
examination?
you said that the body was ambient temperature.
Yes.
Is that the normal air temperature we're in today?
Whichever environment you're in, yes.
So the body was not stored in a cooler for 24 hours.
No, the body was stored in the cooler, but in the mornings when we get there, the bodies are brought out of the cooler.
Okay. How long had the body been out of the cooler before it was examined by you? Do you know?
Emily, no singing.
Most likely an hour to an hour and a half.
singing.
Now, you said that the lividity was in the back, correct?
There's lividity in the back and also on the left side of the body as well.
And you agree the body is
And also
stored
on the
at
left
morgue
side.
on its back?
Correct.
Now,
Storing him on his. Okay.
Are you aware of the last time that
I'm gonna let
Ms.
him
Boone,
go.
my client, actually saw her boyfriend alive or observed him in the video, in the suitcase by video from her phone?
I think in the report it was around 12:30 or 1 in the morning, somewhere around
Have
there.
you looked at either one of those videos from her phone?
I briefly saw one that the detective showed me.
Do you know if that was the 2-minute video or the 22nd video?
I believe it was the shorter one.
Okay.
Going, I don't know.
So would it be fair if I said the time last seen was around 11:30? Would you dispute that or?
No.
Okay. So really, from the time, I guess it was 11:30 that evening with the videos, and then,
What's interesting is how clear the timing is on this, because the witnesses on today's Monday, Emily, the witnesses on Friday both said that they heard the noise in the house around between 11:30. And the defense is putting out there the time last seen by the defendant, which is a time they're getting from Sarah Boone, around 11:30, which would also need to line up with kind of Sarah Boone's phone activity. It would be fairly easy to tell when her cell phone activity stops for the night and what have you. So he's putting that around 11:30. Sarah Boone saying she didn't come back downstairs the next morning till after 12 p.m. And so when the coroner is saying, I think he was probably in the suitcase around 11 hours, that tracks with what the defense is putting out there as kind of Sarah Boone leaving him in the suitcase at 11:30 p.m. and then going up and going to bed.
you understood that the body was found around 12 hours later the next day or so. Would you agree that the death occurred sometime within those 2 periods of time?
Yes,
We don't know exactly when that is.
Yeah.
But it would be a guess if we tried to speculate about that.
yes.
Yes.
Now, considering the 3,000 autopsies, how many cases have you ruled the cause of death as positional or postural asphyxia?
A handful of times. It's not very common.
So about 5 times or less?
Yes.
And we're going to talk about environmental suffocation in a little bit, but let's talk about this positional asphyxia component. What was your ruling in those 5 cases that you ruled that it was positional asphyxia? What was your ruling in terms of your diagnosis?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to relevance.
He's wondering, he's trying to get at, were they all ruled a homicide or could this be accidental? There are circumstances where this could be accidental, one would think. If somebody went, I don't know, tight, small space, caves or what have you, there are situations where that could be accidental. I don't think it really matters to this case's ruling on manner of death.
Vincent DeMaio. Doctor, you're familiar with Dr. DeMaio, Vincent DeMaio's textbook?
He
of
lost that
forensic
objection.
Pathology.
Yes.
Moving on.
Would you agree that that's authoritative?
I'm sorry?
Would you agree that's authoritative or well-accepted book?
Yes.
The way he said authoritative was weird. I was
Environmental
like, what?
suffocation is a lack of oxygen. You would agree?
Yes.
Now,
Owens, what is your point? What is the point with the coroner?
how many of those cases of the 3,000 that you've done where you found environmental suffocation?
Probably 2 to 3.
So very few?
Yes.
In a positional asphyxia case, that's kind of an example, like you get stuck in a hole and as you breathe, you sink deeper into the hole, or it tightens.
It can be anything that impairs the actual physical aspect of breathing. So that could be if the neck is flexed very much forward, so that way cutting off the air supply up towards the top of the head. That could be something compressing around the torso, so not being able to take a full breath. So those are examples of
Or another example may be falling out of a tree stand and getting suspended upside down,
Yes.
What?
or the majority of the blood gets in the top half of the body.
Yes.
Would you agree in those type of situations that the deaths occur
Bro.
fairly quickly, usually within an hour?
They can.
Juror.
It depends again on the situation.
Now, you said Mr. Torres was 5'2" and 103 pounds.
Yes.
Do you know how big the suitcase was that Mr. Torres was in?
I don't have the exact measurements with me.
We
If
can
I
show
told
you.
the measurements, you wouldn't know one way or the other what they were?
No, I think they were described to me, and I saw the pictures from the scene, and I was able to review crime scene photos to see what the actual suitcase was like.
Okay. Do you know the crown to rump length of Mr. Torres?
No.
Did he just say
Did you do
crown
any
to rump length?
Demonstrative study on the suitcase to determine what kind of spacing he would have inside that enclosure?
No.
Oh.
And you don't know the position?
It seems like he is trying to get at how would you know that it's positional asphyxiation if you don't know how he was positioned in the suitcase, I think is where he's going with this. So we'll see.
That Mr. Torres or his orientation at the time that he was in the suitcase was?
Again, I favor a fetal position, but again, I didn't observe him in the suitcase.
Nobody's look, here's the
You don't
thing
know
with
exactly.
this. Nobody's contesting that he was in the suitcase. So some of this questioning is a little lost for me because no one's contesting he was in the suitcase. Sarah Boone calls law enforcement and tells everybody he was in the suitcase, and there's video of him in the suitcase.
What the positional component was that caused, or what led you to believe caused his death?
Correct. I mean, based on his stature and what the suitcase was, you know, he would have had to have flexed at the hips and knees to be able to fit into the suitcase.
So based on what you said, you would agree you didn't know how much Mr. Torres would have been able to move and stretch his various extremities inside the suitcase, do you?
They
No.
saw the suitcase, or the jury saw the suitcase.
You would
Move
agree
and
that his
stretch.
repositioning inside the suitcase would have been easier if he didn't have so much alcohol in his bloodstream?
I don't know that I would agree with that.
She's not
Excuse
going
me?
to agree.
I don't know that I would agree with that.
Well, you said his fine motor skills would be impaired by the alcohol.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you meant his ability to just move.
To reposition himself inside this, that would be limited.
Oh, no, ma'am. You read that situation correctly, ma'am. He was trying to insinuate that, and you weren't having any of it because you've done 3,000 autopsies and aren't falling for questions that imply the answer that you're not willing to give. The defense attorney in Owens is not quite at the mic, but or doesn't seem to be quite at the mic. But what Owens is saying is that could he have moved, like could him being under the influence have impaired his ability to move and stretch within the suitcase? And she's saying him being drunk doesn't limit or change like the space-time continuum. Like it's not a TARDIS. It doesn't change the shape or the size of the suitcase. And he's saying, no, his fine motor skill. So now he's trying to shift tracks to him being intoxicated might have changed the way he was able or not to open the zipper. I think that's where he's going.
To some degree by the alcohol he consumed.
It could be. I mean, that's not really a fine motor skill. But
Okay. Or the use of his hands to unzip the suitcase would
Sure.
be affected by the alcohol that he had consumed.
sure, that could be.
Okay.
She's like, but again, that's not a fine motor skill.
Now, the environmental suffocation deals with the lack of oxygen.
Yes.
Correct? And due to that insufficient oxygen that we
Ooh,
breathe,
the light behind me has new effects.
in the air.
Sorry, I just got distracted.
so
No time.
you essentially run out of the oxygen in the space.
Yes.
So I guess years ago, how this sometimes would occur was a child would somehow get into an old refrigerator and it would be enclosed, so it was airtight. And eventually you would run out of oxygen.
Yes.
You would agree with that?
Yes.
And I think you said the normal makeup of air has about 20% oxygen.
Yes.
So we had either a decrease in the oxygen levels or a low concentration of oxygen. In the
Yes, yes. And also, keep in mind that while he's in there, every time he's exhaling, he's pushing out carbon dioxide. Okay,
Right.
so again, whatever oxygen is there is most likely diminished because it is an enclosed space. It doesn't have to be no oxygen, but it's decreased from what we would have in a normal room. But every time that he's exhaling, there's more carbon dioxide that's in that space as well.
Right.
So that displaces any oxygen that might be there too.
It's
So what
dynamic.
volume of air do we inhale and exhale in a normal breath at rest?
Well, it depends. I mean, you can take a deep breath, you can take a shallow breath. It depends. And then there's also the rate at which people breathe. So that's variable.
So if it was average, would you say 500 milliliters on average?
Depends on the person.
Well, would you agree that at rest,
She's not gonna
you
agree
take
to
a
anything.
normal number of breaths per minute of 12 to 14?
That would be considered the normal range, yes.
So 6 to 7 liters per minute
Yes.
at rest? Do you know the volume of room air contained in that suitcase?
No,
Do you know how porous the fabric of that suitcase was?
no,
Did you run any tests on the suitcase?
no.
Were you aware that the suitcase,
Her face is giving, what? What? I'm the coroner. What tests would I run on the suitcase?
the lock on it or the zipper on it was broken? The pull handles were broken?
Yes, I did know that.
You agree if there is a portion of the zipper that's open, that air can travel in and out of that space?
Yes.
Do you know what the anticipated exchange of gases would be through that fabric?
No.
Do you know if
This isn't going to
the
change.
suitcase was out in the rain and it rained? Do you know whether or not rain or the liquid would pierce the interior?
I don't know.
Sir, it's not going to change her finding.
From what I gather, no studies were done on the suitcase.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so we don't know that zipper being busted, what exchange of air could go in and out.
Correct.
It's just a faulty premise.
I think you said there are physiological effects once the value or percentage of oxygen is decreased from the normal.
Yes.
At 8 to 10%, you become unconscious,
Yes. Yes.
and then a value of less than 8%, death occurs.
For most people. Yes. For most people.
And the normal oxygen saturation in adults and children is 95 to 100%. Less than 10%, someone would lose consciousness and die within less than 30 minutes.
So that's hard to give a time frame on that. Studies that have been done show that the oxygen content.
I don't know what changed it to being an echo. Hold on. I don't know. Hold on. Sorry, y'all.
Is anywhere from 4 to 6. Unconsciousness can occur in less than a minute, death within minutes. But those have been empirical studies.
So, and I know that's kind of, maybe you tell me, is that kind of why you gave the two different diagnoses, the environmental and the positional, is because the environmental may have had an effect or the positional may have had an effect, you're not sure, so you listed them both?
It's not that I'm not sure. I think that both mechanisms were at play at the same time, factors occurring at the same time.
But you don't know the percentages, 50% for one or 70% for one, 30 for the other, you don't know.
No.
But you would agree.
I'm seeing a lot of you talking about the audio. Let me refresh the feed real quick. It is not something on the back end. It is something as the feed is going out to YouTube through our software. So this is not a YouTube problem. This is not a feed problem. This is a StreamYard problem. This is an ongoing issue. So I apologize. Give me one moment to refresh the feed and see if that helps. I hope that that helps, but we will see. Give me 1 second and see. if I share it. I'm worried that if I do it this way, there won't be audio, but let's see if we can do it this way and it sounds okay. If there's not audio, please tell me immediately, because I'm hoping it will fix any echo.
In concert, if these two causes, the positional as well as the
I
environmental,
don't
if they
know.
were acting in concert, that would render a relatively short amount of survival time.
I can't say.
You just don't know.
No.
Is that better? Okay. Thanks, chat. You guys are great audio engineers. I appreciate you.
We talked about these blunt force injuries, correct?
Yes.
Okay. It would be fair to the jury to say that there were no broken bones.
There were no broken bones.
It would be fair to say that the blunt force injuries on his body that the jury has seen here today did not contribute to the cause of his death.
Not likely.
And I think you didn't put that anywhere on your report. That it
No.
did not.
I included it in my report.
Owens is saying, I don't think the blunt force injuries, you didn't put anywhere in your report that they didn't contribute to the cause of death. Sir, if it contributed to the cause of death, it would be in the cause. It would be in the cause of death.
I did not include it on the death certificate.
As the reason or cause contributing cause of the death.
Correct.
Judge, can I put up a couple of those exhibits?
The defense is going to put up some of those exhibits.
I didn't hear about that until.
All right, you guys, let me refresh it one more time. I am apologies. I am so sorry. It's incredibly frustrating to me as well that it's incredibly frustrating to me as well. So I hear you. I'm also frustrated. Let's see if this will resolve it.
Later.
When is later? When did you first learn about it?
All right, let me back her up just a little bit in the testimony as the defense is grabbing the information.
Judge, can I put up a couple of those exhibits?
So my audio is bad too. Well, that is incredibly frustrating. So there's not much I can do but refresh on my end. So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to refresh on my end and see if that helps. Chat, I am sorry for the less than smooth experience this morning. So court is not on break. I am taking a quick break. So you're getting the court is on break video, but I will be right back. Hopefully the music won't be crackly, but let me know if it is. All right, y'all. Let's see what we can do. We're at the mercy of streaming software. We are looking for new streaming software. Very few things do what we do. But it has been a consistent point of frustration, and it is not something that we are ignoring, but it is not something we can also do. So let's try this a little bit. Let's try this again. And thank you all for your patience.
Exhaling, he's pushing out carbon dioxide.
So we've backed up a little bit to talk about where the quality is with the air quality inside the suitcase. So we backed up to that.
Okay, so again, whatever oxygen is there is most likely diminished because it is an enclosed space. It doesn't have to be no oxygen, but it's decreased from what we would have in a normal room. But every time that he's exhaling, there's more carbon dioxide that's in that space as well. So that displaces any oxygen that might be there too.
So what volume of air do we inhale and exhale in the normal breath?
Well, it depends. I mean, you can take a deep breath, you can take a shallow breath. It depends. And there's also the rate at which people breathe. So that's variable.
So if it was average, would you say 500 milliliters on average?
Depends on the person.
Well, would you go per minute of 12 to 14?
That would be considered the normal range, yes.
So 6 to 7 liters per minute?
Yes.
Do you know the volume of room air contained in that suitcase?
No.
Do you know how porous the fabric of that suitcase was?
No.
Did you run any tests on the suitcase?
No.
Were you aware that the suitcase, the lock on it or the zipper on it was broken? The pull handles were broken?
Yes.
All right. Let's refresh the stream one more time. Let's refresh this feed one more time. We're talking about the zippers. I increased the volume and then everything went wonky. So we are just getting back into the defense cross-examination of the pathologist and making sure that the audio is good, because it's terrible to listen when the audio is terrible. So apologies.
We talked about earlier, and there's a question about you believing he was in the elimination phase, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that Jorge Torres, the decedent, was in the elimination phase since the blood ethanol was below the vitreous value?
Yes.
Given the vitreous value was a 213, is it justified in saying the decedent's blood ethanol level was at least a 0.213 prior to starting the elimination phase?
Yes.
And now you know that the normal elimination rate is, I believe, a 0.015% per hour?
Yes.
Is that standard?
It's an estimate.
And so we have a difference of a 0.138 to the 213. So roughly 5 hours of elimination. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
So in other words, you would agree there's a short interval where the vitreous and the blood are identical.
Yes.
And then the blood drops beneath the vitreous value as ethanol is metabolized in the blood.
Yes.
So is it fair to say, given the significant difference in the blood and the vitreous ethanol values, that the true vitreous and blood ethanol level had to be much higher than what is reported in your report at the time that he passed?
At the time that he passed?
Yes.
No, this is reflective of the time that he passed.
Say again?
This is reflective, the 0.139, that's reflective of the time that he passed. There's not, metabolism after death of the alcohol.
All right, well, let me, what I'm saying is, he could have been, prior to that time of passing, he could have, his blood alcohol level would have been much higher.
It was at least at the same level as the
At least the two.
Yes.
At least the
Owens
200.
is trying to say at the time of death, the BAC would have been way higher. And she's saying, no, at the time of death, it was this. It wasn't substantially more than this. That's what they're trying to get at.
Yes.
It could have been much higher.
It could have been, yes.
Judge, if I could approach.
Right.
This is defense composite exhibit for identification, J.
Has the state seen it?
Yes.
Has the state seen it? He's like, yes. And then he walks back, which means no.
We stipulate J into evidence.
Was pre-marked as defense J, will be received into evidence without objection as defense 1. You may.
So these are photographs from the autopsy. He walked away from the microphone. He said these are 5 photographs from the autopsy. The prosecutor did not put in every photo from the coroner's report from the autopsy. It was a selected handful of photos. The defense has some other photos they want to admit. That's what they're doing now.
So that's the left hand. So you're looking at
It was my phone that rang, and it rang through my computer. Apologies.
outer surface of the hand. The
It was Judge
knuckles,
Abby.
and 3 of the fingers. Yes. So that's the same, just a little bit further away. Without a... So now you're looking at the thumb and the index finger?
Shows some bruising on the hand.
Yes. So what you're seeing here is, from the scene, our investigators put brown bags over the decedent's hands, and that's, we collect evidence at the time of the autopsy. So at the scene, brown bags are put on the hands to preserve any evidence. And so that's why you're seeing this, because this is a picture that we take. We cut the bag open and we take a picture to show exactly what the hands look like.
You agree there's bruising here? On
Yes,
the
there.
hand, and also up around the knuckle area?
Yes.
The area of the fingers, and also on the section here?
Yes.
And then here's the last picture, number 5, which again is the left hand,
Yes.
showing the bruising on the top of the hand as well as
Ah, that was me. He's walked far away from the mic. He's talking about the bruising to the hands of the victim. The reason this is important for him is because it's part of what he's arguing. He's saying that the injury to the victim's hands, I imagine he's going to be arguing later, shows that the victim was trying to get out of the bag, and that was the problem.
Any redirect examination?
Yes, John.
You may proceed.
And now we're getting into the state's redirect.
You were asked several questions on cross-examination about the alcohol level in this case. And I believe there was a term, metabolic phase or elimination phase. Could you just explain for us what that is?
Sure. So in the toxicology testing, there's 2 different levels that I ordered for levels of alcohol. One is they look in the blood to see the level of alcohol. The other is in what's called vitreous fluid or eye fluid. And we look at both areas because that can give us an idea of whether somebody is metabolizing through the alcohol or whether it's still rising. It just gives us an idea sometimes of how close to death they were when, the ingestion of alcohol happened. But basically,
It's like they're scientists and they're trying to get more information. So they have multiple points to test something against. So when they're looking at multiple points, they can say, oh, with these different multiple points, we can get more of a full picture. Weird. So weird. I'm being sarcastic. It's very helpful when they do that.
The level in the eye fluid trails behind what we see in the blood. There will be a small point in time, as we discussed earlier, that they will be almost the same. But you can just think of it as the blood alcohol goes up, and then a brief period of time later, the alcohol in the eye fluid will start to show. So again, it's just to give us an idea of whether somebody is metabolizing or whether they're still, the level is still rising, or if they're still, intaking alcohol.
So the result in this case was indicative that Jorge Torres's level was coming down.
Yes.
And I think some of the math was a little bit difficult to follow on the fly. But with that rate of dissipation, would it be fair to say that he would have been in that suitcase for approximately 5 hours, because he couldn't be drinking whilst in the suitcase, that we're seeing this rate decrease between these two levels?
Well, you have to be careful how you interpret it, because, the numbers that I have from toxicology testing, that's from one point in time, right? We're collecting those specimens at the time of the
Right.
autopsy. So that's only one point in time. It's possible, but I can't say for certain. All I can tell you is that at some point in time, his blood alcohol was at least the higher level that we saw in the vitreous fluid. So if, the calculation of the 5 hours, that's an estimate, because again, everyone's a little bit different. But I think it's reasonable to say 5 hours. Yes, that's within reason to say that.
And yes, I'm sorry for everyone traumatized about eye fluid. Apologies to everyone in their eyes.
Don't continue to metabolize alcohol after death.
Correct.
You were asked about studies or tests being performed on the suitcase in this case.
Correct.
You didn't do that? Why?
Would the presence of objects in that suitcase also affect the length of time a person may have survived in that suitcase?
I guess if there were a lot of other objects in there, that maybe could, occlude the mouth or nose, or maybe if that means that if there's more stuff in the suitcase, there's less room for the person. So I guess.
The opening of that zipper, would it not?
Yes.
So if the zipper was further open, potentially more oxygen could be coming into that area. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, there could be more oxygen coming in, but that's always the question is, there was.
Am I just getting out?
Would it be enough? Because you can still have oxygen there, but it may not be enough.
There would be no way to know exactly how far that zipper was potentially forced open.
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and that is the end of witness 11, the coroner in this case.
Can the parties approach for a moment?
And the court's asked the parties to approach. I'm going to take that opportunity as the parties are approaching while they're switching witnesses to make some changes on my end and go from there. So chat, again, apologies. We have limited control. We had been smooth sailing for a little bit, and then something changed with who knows what, and everything kind of went to hell again. So I apologize for the technology that I cannot control. At some point, Emily's just going to be like, we need to just change it all. So give me one moment as I reset. Unfortunately, we don't have a ton of options while we are midstream, but we will. We have been consistently looking for options that do everything we need to do. And at some point, I'm like, we might just need to find our own. But I also understand listening to terrible audio is terrible. So I get it. I can't do it either when I'm watching things. So I am very mindful of that. All right, give me one moment as I switch over and make sure that we are at the proper time. We are only a little bit behind real time with that break the court's taking. So I want to make sure that we are coming back from break and that it gives everything time to like normalize itself. So hopefully we will be getting into the next witness. Let's pull the feed up and see how it goes. I know I'm off too. Give me one sec to refresh on my end, but even when we're playing the StreamYard music, it's not glitching. It is a connection between StreamYard and YouTube, not on our end, because on the back end of the stream, everything's gravy. So it is not something within much of our control, but we can music real quick and I can refresh on this end. So give me one, let me just try this and that helps. Let's add the feedback in and go from there. So here we go. Nope, we need to do that differently. Give me one sec. And we're shifting. We're just doing our best at this point. All right, let's get back to court after they approached real quick after the end of State's Witness 11 and go from there.
All right, the court will make that interlineation as well. Sure.
After they approached, something happened, and I want to know what, so I backed up a little bit to see what happened.
Members of the jury, I have a matter I've got to take up with counsel outside of your presence.
The jury's...
It won't take too long. We'll bring you back in as quickly as possible. Again, same instruction I've given you previously. Please don't conduct any independent or investigation or research.
So jury out.
Persons, places, things, or charge involved, and do not have any conversations among yourselves or anyone else about those things. We'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Thank you.
I will say some of the audio crackling I'm hearing is coming from the in-court gain on the audio. So. You guys know I had been very happy with StreamYard. They sold, since the sale, things have been different. Let's see what they're going to take up outside the presence of the jury, shall we?
Judge, James Owens here. I'm here with Sarah Boone. The first exhibit is State's Exhibit F for identification. It is the title Stipulation Victim Identification, and it is signed by...
It just yeeted. It just yeeted the court. Streaming is dynamic. Some court days are harder than others. I appreciate you guys, and I love you. Thank you. You're the most patient audience on the internet. This is why being a live streamer is not always easy, and why a lot of people are like, I don't want to fuck with that. I get it.
Mr. Torres, Sarah Boone, and myself, October 2nd, 2024.
And the others?
I'm going to back Owens up because I can barely hear what he is saying, and I am trying so hard.
State's Exhibit F for identification. It is the title Stipulation Victim Identification.
Oh, it is a stipulation regarding victim identification. So this is State's Exhibit F, and it is a stipulation between Sarah Boone and the prosecution about the victim identification. Signed by the attorneys and Sarah Boone on October 2nd.
And the other stipulation?
The other is a stipulation of FDLE report, again signed by Dave Cacciatore Jr., Sarah Boone, and James Owens. It is it's listed as identification for Identification states exhibit N.
He said the other stipulation is regarding the FDLE report. That's going to be your driver's license. Oftentimes they will identify victims in a variety of ways in court because you have to say that the person at the autopsy is the person that we're talking about so there's a number of ways they will connect and identify that. But instead of drawing it out in front of the jury, they are stipulating that the person in this driver's license under this legal name is the person that we are discussing by the name of Jorge Torres. It's the person that Sarah Boone was dating. So there's not much more going on, but they are stipulating that there is identification of the victim and it matches his driver's license or Florida Department of Law Enforcement, but that probably is the driver's license either way.
Generated June 3rd of 2020.
And court records.
Can you approach with both of those documents, please?
And so he's going to show the stipulations to the court, and then the court will tell the jury in some fashion, it's been stipulated this, and that. Yes, you saw how annoyed.
Anything else to add over and above what Mr. Owens identified? No. All right. Ms. Boone, good morning. You were previously sworn earlier today. I hold in my hand two stipulations.
You saw how annoyed I was with the lack of identification of Sarah Boone in this case. The prosecution caught up at some point that they hadn't been doing that 9 witnesses in on Friday. Is it going to matter that much in this case? Probably not. Why? Because the neighbors were talking about Sarah Boone living next door and they gave the physical address. Sarah Boone has confirmed to law enforcement when they arrived that they were living at the physical address. So there's a lot of ways that gets connected back in a case. So it's not going to be the end all be all because we have multiple witnesses that have identified her. It's just a point of practice and note. I imagine all of the students that were sitting there that are on trial ad were like, where's the defendant ID? Where's the defendant ID? So I will point it out because good trial practices, and we always look for good trial practices.
First stipulation, pre-marked as States Exhibit F, reads stipulation of victim identification. Reads as follows. The Assistant State Attorney, Dave Cacciatore Jr., the defendant, Sarah Boone, as well as his lawyer, we have a Scrivener's error there, James Sullivan?
A Scrivener's error. Counsel, you have a typo. These were prepared by the defense, by the way.
Sullivan, okay. Sullivan Owens stipulate that the identity of the deceased in this case is Jorge Torres. Signed the 2nd day of October, 2024. Ma'am, have you had the opportunity to go over this stipulation with your attorney?
Yes.
Do you understand what this stipulation means?
Yes.
Are you freely and willingly entering into this stipulation?
I am.
Did anyone force you, threaten you, or coerce you to enter into this stipulation?
No.
All right, the court accepts this stipulation. How do we want to handle the little issue with regard to his lawyer as opposed to her lawyer?
I'm fine with the court making an edit to scratch out his and
Acceptable to you as well?
It is.
All right, thank you. The court will make that handwritten interlineation, removing his and adding her. State, do you seek, we'll move this into evidence in front of the jury, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you, sir. Moving now to what was pre-marked as State's N. Ma'am, this is a stipulation of FDLE report. It reads, the Assistant State Attorney, Dave Cacciatore Jr., and defendant Sarah Boone, as well as his lawyer, James Sullivan Owens, stipulate to the admissibility into evidence at trial of the FDLE lab report.
I saw Octo pop into the chat to let you all know that he is on the back end of the world losing his mind with StreamYard, but I want to take a brief second to ask all of you in the chat to just go ahead and spam happy birthday to Octo. My friend Warren's birthday is today. He has been instrumental in doing this. There is no this without Octo because he was like, we're live streaming now, babes. Let's go. And I was like, okay, we're doing that. So if you guys don't mind, indulging me for a brief moment with a huge happy birthday to my friend Warren. I appreciate it because he's fantastic. And later we'll link his book. So if you want to give him happy birthday gifts, you can go buy his book, Secrets of the Octopus. And with that, we're going to go back to court. But I know that Warren is now spending his birthday being like, what we can't have is fucking terrible audio. I will take all 8 of my arms to yell about the audio. I will just. So thank you, Warren. And thank you, Lawnards, for all of the Octo birthday wishes. Let's continue on in court as they're reading the stipulations.
Court, authored by Carolina Benito on June 3, 2020. It bears Mr. Cacciatori's signature, your signature, and the signature of your attorney, Mr. Owens. Have you had the opportunity to review the stipulation with your report that will be attached to it?
The court does an excellent job of keeping her in the loop.
Stipulation freely and voluntarily? Yes. Did anyone force you, threaten you, or coerce you to enter into this stipulation? No. All right, the court accepts this stipulation. Any issue with striking through his and adding her state?
No, Your Honor.
No, sir. All right, the court will make that interlineation as well. Anything else we need to address? State, I will return these to you for the purpose. So nothing else? Nothing else. Okay, thank you. Defense, anything else? All right, thank you very much. Anything else we need to address before we bring back in our panel?
No, sir. No, Your Honor.
All right, let's go ahead and stand and
All
bring
right,
back in our panel.
they're going to bring the jury back in. I want to tell you all thank you for a lot of places to watch trials that don't have the dynamics that we do, dealing with both the court stream and with my audio and with streaming, and you still make it the #1 place by live concurrent viewers to watch trials. Thank you for being patient. Thank you for being incredible honors. Thank you for having conversations in this community. I appreciate all of you. Let's zoom. All I want to do is zoom. All I want to do is zoom. All I want to do is zoom. Okay, we're going to keep going. That's not enough zoomy. Emily, court zoomies. Yes, court zoomies. So know that we are working on situations. Look, y'all remember when our text line provider went rogue and I was like, we're going to fix it. It took a while to build an app, but we built our fucking app. We're like, we will fix it. So I do a lot of things out of just like, fuck it, we'll do it ourselves. So we're going to end up doing fuck it, we'll do it ourselves.
Ma'am, good morning. Could you please take a seat and state and spell your name?
Ma'am, I love your dress.
My name is Meredith McCaskill, and it's spelled MEredithMcCaskill.
Thank you.
Ma'am,
Jay, you may inquire.
you're so clear.
I am employed at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, the Orlando Regional Operations Center.
And is that also called FDLE?
Yes, it is.
And what do you do for FDLE?
I am a senior crime laboratory analyst in the biology DNA section.
And what is your educational background? And we'll get into training and experience as well, but what's your educational background that allows you to do that job?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Biological Sciences from Clemson University and a Master of Science in Biomedical Forensic Science.
Why does everything come back to South Carolina? Why does everything come back to South Carolina? Why does everything come back to South Carolina?
From the Boston University School of Medicine.
And Boston?
When did you first start working for FDLE?
I started.
Ma'am, you have 1 degree of separation to like every other case I've covered on this channel. You can't write it from Clemson and from Boston. Ma'am, thank you.
Started at FDLE in April of 2011.
Did you have any prior
Delightful.
experience as a forensic
Just delightful.
examiner of blood or biological or DNA evidence?
No, I did not.
So for the last 13 years, your experience has been with the FDLE.
Yes, that's correct.
And do you have any sort of in-house training and then continuing education that goes on as an employee at FDLE?
Yes, so when you become a crime laboratory analyst, you have to successfully complete a training program. This training program takes about 1.5 to 2 years. It covers all of our policies and procedures and manuals, reading textbooks and scientific articles, and performing a lot of in-house testing and training under the supervision of a qualified analyst. There's also written and oral examinations, and you have to successfully complete every part of that in order to work cases as a crime laboratory analyst. And then every year we have continuing education. So that's education that we need to do in order to stay current with new trends and technologies in the field.
Does the lab itself enjoy any accreditations, and what process, if so, does it go through to get them?
Yes, FDLE is accredited by an organization called ANAB. It's the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board. So we've been accredited for, I believe, over 30 years. It's a process where every 4 years they send people to come and inspect our lab, make sure that we're doing everything that we're supposed to be doing according to our policies and procedures, and then we're also following national standards that have been set down. That's every 4 years. It's very in-depth, and then we have additional kind of like spot checks every year just to make sure that we are maintaining everything that we are supposed to be doing.
Have you ever given testimony in court about your opinion about serology
Probably lots.
Analysis?
We're talking about DNA?
Analysis?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
Approximately 35 to 40 times.
Have you ever not been allowed to give opinion testimony in those areas?
No, I have not.
Can you tell us about the place?
Look how succinct.
In FDLE, tell us about your workspace and what personal protection equipment you may wear when you're doing DNA.
Talking about PPE?
Yes, so in my workspace, I have what I call a clean side, which is where I keep all of my paperwork.
Ma'am, do you put the red solo cups on the clean side or not on the clean side when you're testing like blood evidence? I'm just curious.
And then I have my other side, which is used for actual screening of evidence items. So this is a surface where I can clean it with a detergent. I clean all of the instruments that I'm using, so scissors, markers to take notes, anything like that is cleaned with a detergent, both before I start and after I finish. And it's cleaned and maintained in between every item of evidence. So only one item of evidence is open at a time, and this is to minimize any potential contamination. So DNA from one item getting into DNA from a second item.
I haven't even had a chance
I
to feed
also
my
wear what is
Snorlax
called
yet.
personal protective equipment. This includes a lab coat, face mask, gloves, and potentially a hairnet, depending on what type of evidence that I'm working with. And then
Fair.
the gloves are disposable, so they are changed before and after each item of evidence. It's also changed if I have to touch my computer to take notes, I change my gloves. If I have to touch another surface, I change my gloves. So it's a lot of procedures that we use in order to prevent my DNA from getting onto the item of evidence.
It's like you don't want to cross-contaminate shit. Like, you're a professional.
When DNA analysis is done, are
Go
instruments
Florida.
used to assist you in that process?
Yes, we have an instrument platform that we use that allows us to run the DNA in batches in a efficient manner. So there's multiple instruments that are used across the varying processes.
And do these instruments generate paperwork that humans such as yourself can then go read and interpret?
Yes,
Questions
it
are
does.
so concise to just let her
In this
answer.
particular case, you are not the analyst who examined the items. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you review the information that is generated?
I'm curious if they took like Sarah's DNA off of stuff.
used by the analyst who did this work in coming to your own conclusions?
I was the technical reviewer on this file, so I reviewed all of the documentation and the paperwork and also the original analyst report.
All right. Now, one of the items that is said to have been analyzed was a DNA card. Are you familiar with what that is?
Yes, I am.
And can you tell the jury what that is?
Usually it's referred to as a DNA card or a bloodstain card, and that's just a card where somebody can spot blood, usually human blood, on it and dry it down. Then the analyst can take a cutting of that stained area in order to generate a DNA profile.
And is that typically the manner in which a decedent or a dead person's DNA sample is provided to the lab for analysis?
Yes, that's a very common thing that we see in decedents.
And can you explain to the jury how it is an analyst such as yourself would take that blood stain on a portion of the DNA card and develop a DNA profile?
Yes, so it usually is blood stained on the card, so you can identify that stain visually, take a cutting of that stained area, and then place that cutting into a sterile tube, which is then sent through the DNA process. So that's adding chemicals and heat in order to break the cells open and release the DNA into the solution, and then running it through the rest of the procedures where we determine about how much DNA is in the sample, make millions of copies of our specific areas of interest, and then generate a DNA profile that can be used for comparison to any questioned items in the case.
Do you use some sort of commercial kit to develop DNA profiles on known items such as this?
Yes, we do.
Approximately how many locations back in 2020 would have been tested on this DNA card?
In 2020, it was 21 locations.
All right. And in going through this process, is there a process that amplifies the amount of DNA?
Yes, there is.
Can you describe that?
Yes, so we need to amplify or make millions of copies of the specific areas of interest that we're looking for. We don't want to make copies of the entire DNA molecule. We're just wanting to isolate those specific 21 areas and make copies of those specific areas in order to generate the DNA profile that we use in forensic DNA analysis.
Once they get past how they do it, the rest of it's going to be very short.
Yes, I do. Short tandem repeat, we also call them STRs. That's just what we're looking for in the forensic DNA analysis.
The chatter
There
now
are
DNA experts.
short areas of repeating DNA pieces. So, for example, at somebody's DNA profile at a specific location, you can have a set of 16 repeats and a set of 17 repeats. And that's just this one little piece of DNA, and it repeats 16 times. And then you have a piece that repeats 17 times. And it's the number of repeats that is different from person to person.
And you said you might be a 16 at one spot and 17. Let's just be clear on what we're talking about. On one particular location, or all of them, do you get DNA from mom and dad? Can you explain that?
Yes, so you
Where
get
does
DNA
DNA
from
come
your
from?
parents. So it's inherited. You get half of your DNA from your mom and half from your dad. So when I'm talking about the short tandem repeats and the example of a 16 and a 17, that could mean that you got a set of 16 repeats from one parent and a set of 17 repeats from the other parent. So it's just the copies that you get from your parents.
And you might happen to have 16 from...
There's times that my child says things about their neurospiciness or their, whatever. And I'm like, I am so sorry. And they're like, is this you? I'm like, this is probably me. My apologies for the genetics. We're just doing the best that we can. Right.
Yes, that's also a possibility.
All right, and so
The DNA apologies.
end up copying about, you said 21 areas in 2020?
Yes, so there's 21.
All right, I'm going to pause because Justice Jargon in the chat asked a question I wanted to answer. And then we'll probably put her at 1.25 because she's so clear and concise. And we know. Is DNA really required here? No, not really. It depends what they DNA'd. But if they did it and then didn't show it at trial, it can make... it can allow the defense room to make the prosecution look bad. It's like, you didn't even see this. You didn't even see that. So it really cuts off those arguments. And if they did DNA and they tested it and then they don't bring it in, that's the problem. So is it really necessary? No, but they took Sarah's DNA. They might have swabbed some things on the suitcase. So we're just going to go through it. And I'm going to put her at 1.25. And if it glitches the audio, I'll put it back down. But it's refreshing to see just short questions, short answers.
One, and then we look at several areas that are on the gender marker. So it was 3 areas on the gender markers.
And each of these locations...
At 1.25.
Sort of number like 16, 17, 4, 4, so on and so forth.
Yes, that's correct.
Were you able...
They're talking about where they test from.
The instrumentation data in this case, was the DNA profile that was said to have come from Mr. Torres, was there able to be a full DNA profile at those 21 locations developed?
Yes, a complete profile was obtained for that sample.
They might have tested the blood in the suitcase.
Sometimes people call it each. Which way is the right way?
I usually use the word buckle, but buccal is not incorrect either.
All right, what is that?
Don't make me yell for Dr. B.
It's just a swab that we can use as a reference sample from a person. So all of our swabs just kind of look like a long Q-tip with only one end. And then you just take that
Don't tell
cotton
my
tip
kid I
in
just did
and
that.
rub it on the interior of your mouth to get a good DNA sample. You have a lot of cells on the inside of your mouth and a lot of saliva. So that's a good source to use for a known sample from a person.
And these long Q-tips, I believe, as you described, are they put into a box that is designed in a way so that the Q-tip doesn't touch the edges of the box?
Yes, I've seen it in boxes like that, but I have also seen it where they've been put back into the original paper packet container. So either method is fine.
And did the FDLE in this particular case, in the data that you reviewed, was there buccal swabs represented as being from the defendant, Sara Boone?
Yes, there was.
And in the process that you've briefly described for the jury already, can you just tell us?
Calling
if it's
Dr.
in any
B.
way,
Emergency, emergency.
cotton swab to develop a DNA
How does the dentist pronounce it?
No, it's the same process. With the buccal swabs, I'm just taking a small cutting of the cotton area of the swab, placing it in a tube, and then running it through the exact same DNA process.
And was a full profile at the 21 locations able to be developed for the buccal swabs represented as being from Ms. Boone?
Yes, a complete profile was obtained for that sample.
They have enough
There were
DNA, of
also
course,
what
because
we
they're
call
swabs.
unknown samples that were examined in this case.
Yes, there were.
And can you describe the difference between a known and an unknown sample for the jury?
Yes, a known sample is a sample from a specific person. So that's like the example of a buccal swab. I know that sample came from that individual, and I can use that as a way to determine that particular person's DNA profile. An unknown sample is just a sample where we don't know whose DNA or if there is any DNA on that sample at all. So those are question items that can be, once a DNA profile is obtained from that item, can be compared to the known profiles obtained from individuals.
And in this case, was there an unknown item labeled as DNA swabs representative coming from Mr. Torres's fingernails?
I believe it was fingernail clippings from Mr. Torres, yes.
All right. And
Not uncommon.
typically, I know you didn't do the work on this particular case, but in reviewing the notes and in your experience, do these DNA samples from fingernail clippings come in as swabs, like a buccal swab?
So sometimes they can come in as swabs, but other times they come in as just fingernail clippings, so taking the clippers and just cutting off the ends of the fingernails. And then I've also seen it where they've been scraped using pointed sticks.
And so if there is a swab
It depends.
represented as being from the fingernails, then that would go through the process of as you previously described for the buccal swabs.
Yes, that's correct.
And if it comes in as fingernails or scrapings, do you all have to make your own swabs?
Yes, that's correct.
And how would you go about doing that?
We have prepackaged swabs in our lab. We can then use some sterile deionized water and drip that onto the end of the cotton tip to make it a little bit moist so that it can pick up any DNA that is left on the item. And then we just swab the surface of the item, allow the swab to dry, and then cut it and place it into a tube for the DNA process. So we're just making our own swabs at that point.
And was there a profile obtained from what was represented as being a DNA sample from Mr. Torres' fingernail clippings?
Yes, there was.
And did it match
That's why.
the two known profiles that we've just discussed here this morning?
Yes, it did.
Which one?
Mr. Torres.
Were there any results indicating foreign DNA on this item?
No, there were no DNA results foreign to Mr. Torres obtained from either set of fingernail clippings.
Likewise, was there something examined in this case represented to be swabs or DNA samples from Ms. Boone, the defendant's fingernails?
Yes, those were swabs that were sent, represented as being from her fingernails.
And so just like the buccal swabs, they come in as a Q-tip, and then you would test that in a similar manner?
Yes, that's correct.
Was a profile able to be developed from what was represented as being swabs from Ms. Boone's fingernails?
Yes, there
So
was.
they are testing both Sara Boone's fingernails or under her fingernails and the victim's fingernails and under the fingernails to see if they have any unknown DNA. And under the victim's fingernails, it was just his own DNA. First, Dr. B has walked in. So paging Dr. B, emergency. We're going to ask you a question real quick. But second, Octo shared the link for his book. I know there are signed copies at Secrets of the Octopus. If you'd like to support Octo for his birthday today, you can do that at secretsoftheoctopus.com. Dr. B.
Yes.
I know you're busy today
Oh, so busy.
buying a car. Can I ask you, in your professional opinion, when you swab the inside of the cheek, what do you call that area of the cheek? How do you pronounce it? This is deeply controversial.
It's the buccal cheek, buckle of the cheek.
That's what she says too.
Yeah, buckle. Some people say buccal,
Who says buccal?
buccal, but those are the same people who say centimeter, not centimeter.
If somebody said centimeter to me, I would be tempted to actually laugh at their face.
Yeah, usually we'd always think that was more the douchebags said it that way.
The centimeter.
Yes.
They probably live in Witherspoon.
Yes.
Yes,
With-
yes.
yes.
And they only eat
So-
Grey Poupon.
Buckle. Always called it buckle. It's always been said as buckle. as
All
far as
right.
I knew.
Don't worry. When we get to our stream for the members in November, we'll talk more about mewing because I also was just like on chat. So we'll talk more about mewing later.
Like cow mewing?
No, mewing, mew. You know what I'm talking about. Get out of here. Thank you for coming down, Dr. B. Keep me apprised. Trust me, never, ever, ever has anyone been as anxious. We have been in the process. We'll talk about it on members only this week. We've been in the process of car buying for a while, but my teen has his license and is like, when are we doing this? So I have my car. So we'll talk about it down the road. But yes. Hi, George. All right, let's get back to trial. Dr. B has said buckle is the way that he does that. And now generations of, dental students will be saying it the way Dr. B does because we learn from our teachers and I pronounce things the way my legal professors did. So
And did that profile match either of the two known profiles?
back to Sarah Boone's fingernail
Yes, it did.
clippings.
And whose was that?
Miss Boone's.
So Sarah Boone's fingernails had Sarah Boone's DNA.
Items that we've talked about, the fingernails.
George's had George's DNA.
Mr. Torres and Ms. Boone. Is it expected that their profile would be developed from DNA swabs from their fingernails?
Yes, it is. All of those samples were represented as being from those particular individuals.
queen, it's
So their
so
DNA is
bad.
expected to be on those items.
Was there any DNA foreign to Ms. Boone on those samples that were representative as coming from her fingernails?
No, there were no DNA results foreign to Miss Boone obtained from either set of fingernail swabs.
Now, with this amplification process that you described, is it PCR?
Yes, it is.
Everybody's fingernail evidence had their own DNA and that was it.
Sample is taken from an unknown area, such as fingernails.
The PCR process is pretty sensitive, and over the years, as the science has evolved and testing has changed, the process has become even more sensitive over the years.
And hypothetically, if two people are living together and are intimate partners, quite frankly, would you expect?
I also like
intimate
car
partners'
buying.
DNA to
I think it's
show
fun
up
too.
on Swabbings from their fingernails?
Yes, it's possible that their DNA would show up if they're in close contact with each other.
But in this particular case, after reviewing all of the instrumentation data, there was no DNA foreign to either of their fingernail clippers, both clippings or swabs from their
George, get away from the back of the computer.
Yes, that's correct.
No other questions?
Any cross-examination?
DNA analysis. Here's a summary of the DNA because I've made the flow of this testimony very choppy today. I apologize. Here's what it came down to. They took swabs from both parties. They DNA profiled them and tested them. And then they took fingernail clippings from the defendant and the victim. Defendant had defendant's DNA. Victim had victim's DNA. And that is all. That is the entirety of that testimony. DNA is a thing. Done. That summary hopefully worked. I'm glad that audio is being better.
Good morning.
Once you develop a profile,
Yeah,
are
just
you
jumping
able
right
to
in.
Take that profile and compare it to other possible DNA on objects or items.
Well, if it's a DNA profile that is obtained from a questioned item, we can compare that to profiles from known individuals.
And in this case, an example of that.
I don't think they swabbed any items.
From an unknown source, you could take that and compare it to a known profile. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I would just like to remind you that cross-examination is still at 1.25 speed.
And if you get a match with that comparison, what can you take from that?
Just that is the DNA profiles are the same.
So if it's an object, let's say like a bat, and there's a DNA profile that's obtained from the bat, and it matches a known profile, could you make the conclusion
That's a lot of
that
ifs.
that person touched or handled that bat from the known profile?
No, I can't. There's nothing in the testing that we do at FDLE that will allow me to determine how any DNA ended up on an object or how long it's been on that object.
Right.
Now,
How did it get there?
in this case, what was sent for DNA comparison?
In this case, there was a bloodstain card or a DNA card represented as being from Mr. Torres, buccal swabs represented as being from Miss Boone, fingernail clippings from both hands represented as being from Mr. Torres, and then fingernail swabs from both hands represented as being from Miss Boone.
Those are the only items that were sent to your lab for comparison.
I actually
Those were
really
the
like
only
that
items
question.
sent to the DNA lab, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
I like that question a lot.
Redirect examination.
No redirection can be excused as far as the state is concerned.
Defense?
Yes.
All right, ma'am, you're excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. That's the end of witness 12.
State, you may call your next witness.
Very clear. So the question I liked from the cross-examination was, what items did you receive for DNA testing? And it was the buccal swab from defendant Boone, the blood card from victim Torres, the fingernail clippings from victim Torres, and the fingernail swabs from defendant Boone. Those are the 4 things they received to test. That is what they tested. That is it. They did not swab, suitcase, bat, anything like that. That is a very technical looking suit. No, not as technical looking as I thought when it came in. All right, witness number 13.
Ma'am, good morning. If you could take a seat, state your name and spell it for the record, please.
I'm going to slow this down as the detective is getting onto the stand, and then we will speed back up as necessary, but we're going back to normal speed.
First name is Junella, Junella. Last name is Uadan, Uad as in Delta, AN.
May it please the court?
You may proceed, sir.
Where do you work, ma'am?
I'm currently employed with the Orange County Sheriff's Office here in Orlando, Florida.
And what does Sheriff Mina currently having you do?
I'm currently, my current position is a digital forensic examiner.
And how long have you held that position?
I just hit 6 years.
So I imagine we're going to get today to the lead investigator in the videos. The state really may well rest today because they are cruising through this case. So, and in a very logical and linear procession, they are now done with all of the scientific part. And now we are moving into digital forensics. I imagine we will get to the lead investigator next because that's really all that's left. So I imagine with this witness, we're going to get to all the extractions of Sarah Boone's phone, and that might take a little bit to go through. And then we'll get the lead investigator. And I don't imagine the state has much more.
And can you tell us about, we're going to break it down, education, training, and experience. Let's just talk about your education. What's your educational background prior to becoming a law enforcement officer? In particular, what is relevant to being a digital forensic examiner?
I actually started in crime scene investigations with the Sheriff's Office. So I have a bachelor's in forensic science through the University of Central Florida. Upon transferring over to our digital forensics unit, I became a certified computer forensic examiner through the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists.
That's IACIS?
ISIS, yes.
Can we call it ISIS?
Yes.
How do you say
Nope.
IASIS.
IASIS.
IACE.
I just want to shorten it today.
Yes.
If you can't hear the lawyer very well, I don't have any sound boosting because I'm worried it's going to make the feed crackle because we've been having some issues. I will try in a little bit. But what the attorney said is, can you just call that ISIS? And she goes, no, IASIS. IASIS. So you could see her face go, not that, wrong acronym, sir.
All right, so IASIS.
She's funny.
Tell us about that program that you went through with IASIS.
Her face was just like,
to become a digital forensics examiner.
Yes, the beginning portion of it is in classroom training. It's normally only hosted in 2 different locations around the world, one being here in Orlando, the other one normally being somewhere over in Europe. They actually just expanded a 3rd location over in Australia.
cool.
So again, the first 2 weeks are in classroom training, normally with over 300 other students. And then the next 5 to 6 months are all a peer review type training where they give you problem sets on how to, it goes from basic education on computer forensics to how to recover data. Could be pictures, could be videos. You're not sure until you pass one step to move on to the next one to figure out what you're essentially what kind of questions.
She's
you're
making me
going to
miss
get.
my asymmetrical bob haircut because I dig it.
All right. We'll take a break from the education training experience for 1 second. On February 23rd, 2020, were you called out to a scene?
Yes.
Does that happen from time to time as a digital forensic examiner as opposed to your previous duties like a CSI, which would always go to the scene?
Yes, as a digital forensic examiner, we are required to come out on scenes if requested.
May I approach the witness with plea for identification?
You may.
All right, he's approaching her with what's been identified as E.
Showing you E for identification.
I wonder if
Recognize states E
that's
for
her
identification.
report
Yes.
or a CD.
And how is it that you recognize that?
It's
I recognize
evidence
the
envelope.
front label or the portion filled out on the envelope with my handwriting, as well as evidence tape sealed, also initialed with my initials.
And the information on it includes like your case number and some of the other information you just answered.
Yes, case number, date of collection, and the item description.
And what is said to be contained inside of that envelope?
An Apple iPhone Model XS with a pink case.
All right, and if I am not incorrect, I believe there's 2 sets of evidence tape on that item.
Yes.
Can you tell us about each set?
The first set, which is the red tape here.
2 sets of evidence tape. 2 sets of evidence tape. 2 sets of evidence tape. Right. It's just everything has just been done so by the book. It's the way it should be.
Initially, when I collect or sometimes when we receive items from crime scene investigators, the packaging necessarily doesn't have to be sealed, just because the phone might have to be kept charge on prior to us receiving the phone. So in this case, I did collect the item from the residence. I brought it back to our office. And then once I was done with my exam, it later gets sealed, again, with my initials and dates. And if there's a, later on, an evidence review or somebody needs to review the item again, if we need to do an additional examination, the package might be reopened and then resealed again, hence the blue tape here at the bottom.
All right, other than the blue tape, is that item and the packaging substantially in the same condition when you were done examining what is said to be contained inside?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
All right, they're going to go through what is in
This package, and
the package.
without showing it to the jury at this point, see if you recognize what's inside of the envelope.
Yes, there's a phone with a pink case inside.
I also very much appreciate that this witness cut the evidence open from the side and didn't cut through the tape, because it's not going to need to be taped up again. It's a phone. And then she didn't pull it out with her fingers. She looked in and said, that's what it is.
Do you recognize that as the item that you collected from the scene that you went to on February 23rd, 2020, and then later examined?
Yes.
All right. So, this scene, February 23rd, 2020, where is this scene?
I believe it's 4740, or can I refer to my report for the address or to the numerical?
If it would refresh your memory.
Yes.
Go ahead, and then when you're done refreshing your memory, let us know if your memory was refreshed.
Yes.
Your memory refreshed.
Yes.
What is your answer?
4748 Franz, not sure if I'm saying that correct, court, apartment number 3.
Now, I know you work for the Sheriff's Office in Orange County, but I still need to ask, is this in Orange County, Florida?
Yes.
All right. Now, you collect
Establishing the jurisdiction.
Move E for identification and evidence at this time.
Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as E will be received into evidence without objection. The state 16.
Did you do anything with that item while you were on scene?
Yes.
What is it that you did with that item while you were on scene?
I was requested to come out. I
There
was
is a mic
informed
on
from the
podium, but
detectives that the
not always
user of the
where they
device gave consent for us to download her phone. So I responded out, and once I located the phone, I immediately started to extract the data from the phone.
All right.
A number of you have asked, why would she give consent to download the phone? She was not required to. Sarah Boone did not have to give consent to download the phone. Down the road, they would have gotten a search warrant for it and they would have done it anyway, but she didn't have to give consent. And I wonder how that would have gone based on only her statements without the video. I'd have to think about that for a little bit, actually, taking the video out of it and thinking about whether or not there's enough probable cause without that video. But she gave them consent to search her phone. That's when they found the video. That's when things changed for her. But she says in her police interview that she didn't know the video was on the phone when she's confronted with it. I think we'll get to that interview later today. So she had forgotten that the videos were there when she gave police consent. So this is where they're going to get into the full extraction of the phone, how they did that, and the rest of it.
So now let's talk about what tools you use to do that. I assume there's some software involved with this process.
Yes.
Can you tell us about your familiarity and the training that you had in regards to using that software?
Can you tell us what the software is first?
2020.
Yes. One of the main tools that we use for data extraction is called
Celebrate?
I did obtain, again, transitioning to our digital forensics unit, I obtained 2 certificates with Cellbrite, which is an operator certificate, knowing how to operate the hardware and the extraction software, as well as a certificate in their physical analyzer software, which is more used for the analysis part. So once we download the phone, we get a digital file, which to us is a lot of data, which humans, we can't read. So their software basically makes it more readable for us humans, which we can then generate a report in different formats for review. So in this case, we used Cellbrite. They actually started to develop software for cell phone companies. So if you remember back in the day when you went to go upgrade your phone and you had to go into a brick and mortar store, they actually had the software to help transfer your old data from your old phone and transfer it to your new phone, like your contacts, your pictures, your videos, a lot of the data that you didn't want to lose when upgrading your phone. But they are now a predominantly digital forensics company, and they provide the software that we use to extract data off of digital devices.
And is there any hardware involved to use this software?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Yes, in this case, and especially at that time, we had 2 options. There was a portable tablet. In this case, you can still use a computer, and they have sister software that mirrors the exact same software that's on the portable tablet. So in this case, I had my call-out laptop with the extraction software installed on it, and just like you would to connect your phone to, let's say, your computer to export photos or take photos off of your phone if you want to save them, we're doing essentially the exact same thing in the field where we're connecting it to our computer, and we're letting the software pull all that data or the contents off of that phone.
When you were told that you had Miss Boone's password to her phone device, do you do anything to try and make sure that the data cannot be manipulated or destroyed from the outside world?
Yes, it's standard protocol. Like once we receive a phone, hopefully somebody did it before it's handed to us. But again, if we're responding out to the scene or we're the only ones that are interacting with the phone, we for sure try to, if we are given a passcode, we try to confirm the passcode. And then the phone is immediately put into airplane mode, which will disconnect it from any outside network. And we also try to ensure, because not always,
incoming.
once you place your phone into airplane mode, it doesn't always turn off your Bluetooth and or Wi-Fi connections. So we may go in and make sure that those settings are also disabled.
They don't want any inbound.
Extract the data.
They don't want it to change at all.
Through this extraction process, I understand that there are many different levels of information that you can get depending on a lot of things that you'll tell us about. Can you tell us the level of extraction you were able to do on site with this cellular phone device?
Yes, for this specific phone, we were trying to minimally get the user data, again, the stuff that you guys can see when you're looking through your phone, your calls, your messages, your pictures, your videos. And in this case, that's the level of support that the on-scene software that we're able to use is able to download from the phone, especially with having a password or passcode.
All right, so I think we're all familiar with Windows. I think Mac has its own special iOS operating system.
It's so special. Yes, it does.
the operating system that was on this particular cellular phone device?
Yes, Apple has its own operating system, iOS if you have an iPhone, and of course, even if you have Android or Apple, you're constantly getting notifications saying it's time to update your phone to the newest software. So in this case, it's an iPhone, so it's running an
iOS
version of iOS.
Can you also extract data that has been quote unquote deleted from the operating system? And can you just tell us all about that?
Yes, it is sometimes a possibility. It's not always guaranteed, but we sometimes have more advanced tools that can potentially pull that data from the device, and then later, once we get that download, we can put it into that software, and normally will give us indications on whether or not data has been deleted.
And so if a particular photograph or a Word document or some sort of file has been deleted from the operating system, may it still remain on the phone device or computer device?
Yes.
It may still be locatable with your software tools.
That is the hope. Again, not always guaranteed.
Sometimes.
But, again, that's why we're trained to go in there and look for that the data behind the scenes to see if we can recover those artifacts. Yes.
I mean, if she didn't delete the video, what did she delete, if anything?
This phone device back in the office?
Yes.
And tell us if it is different in any way, how your software or hardware was different in doing it at the office.
Yes, in
Versus in the
this
field.
case, we use, again, a more advanced tool, which is able to capture, the technical term is a full file system. So we're capturing that whole filing cabinet, you would say, of the data stored on the phone with, again, the probability to not only collect possibly deleted data, but also your systems information, application data, like your social media, messaging apps, everything aside from your normal user data, like your calls and messages and pictures and videos.
And what level of capture, and if you answered it in that, I'm sorry, what level of capture were you able to do?
Again, in this case, I was able to do the full file system back at the office. On scene, the technical term is an advanced logical or logical extraction, again, which encompasses your generic user data on your phone.
And the level of extraction you did at the office, does that encompass data that is outside of the operating system or in unallocated space?
It can include that data, yes.
Now, what kind of information can be generated by this computer software tool that you used to make it presentable for a human such as yourself or the members of the jury to review?
Yeah, in the software, it will place the data in data categories. So it's organized. We can, if we just want to search between messages, we can go in the messages category. If we want to look at logs, like maybe data that your phone is recording, like locations, app activity, that's also presented in its own data category. And it also has the ability to put all that data in chronological order in what they refer to as a timeline. So we can also see all that ongoing data in the timeline section. And if we need to, we can either narrow down to a small scope of time, or if it's requested, we can give all the data, all in that timeline to whoever wants to review it.
And for instance, if there's an entry on the timeline that says, April 1st, 2016, photograph ABC was taken. Are there separate folders that are generated by this software tool that has all the images, such as that still photograph, generated?
Yes, when we export it or generate like in a PDF version of that report, all that data is categorized in a PDF, but it also exports a copy of that same data, such as images and videos, in separate subfolders. So if I just wanted to go look at the pictures from the phone directly, I could just go into that subfolder and just look at all thousands of images that might be exported from the phone.
But then you wouldn't be texting people about them. You would just do your job.
IMEI that is generated by this software tool, and can you tell us what these things are?
Yes, the IMEI is One identifier that your cell phone has to help authenticate it to your cell phone network, it also is like a serial number unique to your phone. And in this case, our software is able to read and report all those device identifiers from your phone, including an IMEI.
But what was the phone named?
Actual photographs of the cellular phone device, like the exhibit we just put into evidence, to document it before or after you do the extraction.
Yes, just like in crime scene, a cell phone digital evidence is essentially another form of evidence. So we always try to document the current state, condition, whether it's locked, unlocked, and if we, again, in this case, we were provided a passcode, so I normally like to photographically document the phone's identifiers or accounts that may be logged into the phone.
Who would have thought this was going to be the most normal trial we cover this year?
At two different
Not it.
exhibits, to see if they represented a portion of that timeline you described that can be put into the PDF report form, as well as some of the images and videos from this extraction that you performed on the device that's in evidence.
Yes.
May I approach?
You may.
Always ask before you approach.
What I'm showing you first is O for identification. Did you have an opportunity to review that this morning to make sure that the portion of the PDF
If he keeps saying, oh, like that, I'm going to lose my mind
separate folder there were part of the
with everyone else who's seen Office Space.
Yes.
And was that accurate?
Yes.
P for identification, is that another carve out of the PDF timeline as well as videos and photographs from that device?
Yes.
All right, this time the state will move O for identification into evidence.
Sir, if you keep saying it like that,
With regard to states O.
No objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Marked as states O will be received into evidence without objection as state 17.
Permission to publish?
You may.
it's true. Once Sarah Boone got attorneys and was not self-represented, it kind of changes things. It just becomes a very normal, factually straightforward trial. All right, I'm interested to see which digital exhibit he's pulling up, if these are the videos from the phone first.
Opening up the file labeled extraction.
It's going to show the jury what the whole extraction looks like. All right, cool. Just go through and validate all of it. Cora in the chat said the way this case was investigated and is being tried versus the way the Karen Reed case was is shocking. Yeah, this is the norm. This is the expectation. This is very normal to me, except for the
So
6-person jury, which is strange to me, but that's because I practiced in a different jurisdiction where 12 was for everything.
31079. Can we just go column through column and explain what we're looking at?
Yes, the first column normally is just an assigned number, just like a line item number for
knocking things
the
over.
report. Because again, this is an excerpt. There could be thousands and thousands of line items when you're looking at the entire timeline. So the far left-hand column is just a line item number, followed by again, the data category for whatever data you're looking at. In this case, there's a couple listed as application usage and then location data.
Let's talk about the column that has dates and times, and can you explain to us what UTC -5 means?
Yes. Another column, again, we're looking this at a timeline, so we want to know dates and times. So we'll include the date and time of the data that was recorded onto the phone. And this report was adjusted for our local Eastern Standard Time here in Orlando, Florida, so UTC -5.
going up to the top line there, 31075, that indicates that there's a start time for the application com.apple.camera, and then going back to our original one, 31079, that's the end
Start time, end time of the camera.
Yes, so
Helpful.
Apple is very good about recording
Everything you do.
activity on the directly from your device. When you open up a certain application, such as the camera, Apple is making note that you, in this case, it's indicating a start time. So you opened up your camera at 10:21:36 p.m. And then you stopped using it, maybe closed it out or stopped recording at 10:21:38 p.m.
And in this portion of the PDF timeline, there does not appear.
This is going to be really helpful to know which video is first in time, the shorter video or the longer video, based on the cell phone start time, stop times, not just going into the metadata of the video itself, but going into the phone operating systems, which is nice to see and is being explained really clearly.
Appear to have been any videos or photographs captured while the camera was open. Is that accurate?
Based on that excerpt, I don't see a recorded media file.
All right. In the surrounding entries, can we just talk about what I would unfairly probably call spam of locations? What is going on there?
So no recorded media file on that
Again,
one.
if there's usage, application usage, or you're just in a really good location, or your device is just set to record locations wherever you are, your phone is also recording that data as well. And in some cases, like, again, your phone, if you have it set for your camera to record your location when you take a picture, again, like when you reopen that picture, it'll show you, hey, you were located at 2500 West Colonial Drive. That's that data that's being recorded in the background while you're using that application that it might have that permission to record that data.
Can we just go column by column through the first entry here, 16498? What does instant messages mean?
That's referencing text messages.
Second column, outgoing. Does that indicate there's an outgoing communication?
Yes, it'll reflect outgoing or incoming depending on the recipient or sender.
The next column, there's a 1. What does that mean?
That just might be like one entry, one message. I don't see the header for the columns. That one I'm not unsure of.
Chad, I will be right back. Dr. B needs to ask me a question.
Let's talk about the from, paren owner, and then the participants. What does this all mean?
So the from section, again, if we're looking at the first row of data, it's indicative that it's a text message because the sender, it's listing the phone number being used to send that message. And then for iPhone devices specifically, if you're communicating with another Apple device, it may also list the phone number as well as your backup, which is your Apple ID. So if it can't transmit that message through your phone number, it might default to your iCloud account. And in this case, it's listing both.
All right, and if, for instance, the outgoing recipient or the incoming sender of the text message is in the contacts, would it show up with the person's name, such as Wancho?
Yes, our software will display your contact name as how you save it.
And if there's no contact name, it would just show the phone number?
Phone number or, again, Apple, your iCloud account.
Videos, 16499, capture time, what does that indicate?
So that is when the video, in this case, it looks like a video is captured on the device.
Let's specifically talk about
B2, that's exactly what just happened.
again, we've discussed that's an instant message and it's incoming rather than outgoing. So that means it came to this phone device.
Yes.
And over to the right of the date and time, which would have been 6:07 p.m. 30 seconds on Christmas 2019, it indicates that it's from a contact named Mo. Is that accurate?
My daughter told me about what you don't want you around my
Going down to
nieces and nephews. So these are all the text messages
522, an outgoing instant message at
that we heard about in
11:31
opening.
p.m. 57 seconds on Christmas 2019. What is the content of that communication?
The content of the message is hide and seek, I shall.
Yep, nothing is redacted. I just hope that numbers have been changed. This was in 2020, so there is definitely the potential that numbers have been changed since then, but this side of the internet's not going to be a problem.
Turning down to 17167, it's an instant message that indicates it's outgoing from this device on January 13th, 2020, 5:01 p.m. 41 seconds, and it's from what is paren owner. Does that mean it's from the device?
Yes.
What's the content of that text message?
I'll get rid of him.
So what was the line item number?
And bless you and all of you too, I'll get
And bless
rid
you
of him.
And all of you too, I'll get rid of him.
Then the next three are also outgoing messages. What do they indicate as far as content?
Starting with 17168,
They didn't
Then
charge
I'll
this
be
as first
better.
degree.
followed by 17169, UG, and 17170, Torres.
They did not charge this as premeditated.
Turning now to entry 31103, which is on page 49 of the...
They charged it as second degree.
Again, it looks like what we talked about before, the com.camera application gets opened up to be used at 11:12 p.m. 40 seconds. Is that what this data reflects?
Yes.
And then at entry 31107, a video that ends up being captured as IMG_1062.mov begins at 11:12 p.m. 45 seconds on February 23rd, 2020. Is that accurate?
Yes.
That is me typing if you can hear it.
Then
I'll mute myself next time.
Does not
I forgot.
seem to be any intervening closing of the
Mid-typing.
camera application before we get to 31113.
In that portion, I don't see that information.
And then at 11.
So all those are the location.
03 seconds.
If they're going to tie the location to Sarah's home, they're going to have to establish the longitude, latitude somehow.
February 23rd, 2020, in entry 31113. A second movie is generated by this device labeled IMG_1063.mov.
Yes.
Maybe it's cluster B. I'm going to keep that. It's a good question. I'm going to talk about it when we get to Q&A.
I'm going to continue publishing on this exhibit.
Colleen, I haven't seen all the evidence come in yet. So I don't know. We'll see if I agree. I think given what I know, I think first degree would be a reach, but I reserve the right to change my mind as more information comes in. But given what I know, I think first degree would have been a reach. So, all right. Maybe it's cluster B said, Emily, they have to prove depraved heart, right? I think that's why they're including the text. Generally, for me, you will see that in the course of the conduct with the depraved heart, and it goes to her mocking him. But yeah, they might argue it that way, and they might argue it that this wasn't an accident, that she was upset with him beforehand, and get rid of him. I'm going to pause this real quick. Get rid of him, maybe relating to breaking up with him or something, but showing that everything wasn't just great. We're going to go ahead and timestamp this for anyone who didn't want to watch this video because it is difficult to watch. It is incredibly sad. So we will timestamp it but they are going to get into the video that was extracted from the phone. This is the first time the jury is seeing this, so it will be the first time we are seeing it on stream, but we will absolutely go ahead and timestamp that for any of you in the replay crew that don't want to watch it, or for those of you that don't want to watch it now. Just a fair warning, but this is what's in evidence. This is what this trial is about, and it is incredibly sad.
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me. Fuck you. Fuck you. Stupid. That's my name. Don't wear it out. I can't fucking breathe, babe. Seriously. Yeah, that's when you do when you choke me. Sarah. 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 Sarah, I can't breathe, baby. That's on you. Sarah, I can't breathe. It's on you. Sarah. Real or ransom? Might want to give it for it extra. Because I got this. Sarah. Real or ransom? Sarah. I can't breathe, babe. Oh. That's what I feel like when you ching on me. Sarah. Fuck you. Yeah. You should probably shut the fuck up.
For the record, that was IMG
Chilling.
41062.mov, now publishing 1063, same respective file name.
That is the first time the jury's seeing that. And she has to sit there in court and see it too. At the beginning of that shorter video, he briefly said Sara. And I hope that they go back through and tie in what time those are from. But the jury heard the DA read in the transcript of this during opening, but hearing it from his desperation and his voice to hearing Sarah's, shh and laughing is much different than the DA reading the transcript.
No other questions of this witness?
Oh, we're not going to get into what time it's from. Okay. Never mind. Cross-examination. I would have tied it together. Maybe they're just going to do it in closing, but I would have tied it together. But also, I probably would have tied in the time the videos are from and the length of the videos before I showed them. I absolutely agree with leaving the videos as one of the last things, but I don't know. Other than her video with the lead investigator, there's not much more left of the prosecution's case. And we're on day 2.
I believe you stated on direct that you were called to the scene and you were asked to do your analysis out there. Is that correct?
At least a download.
Download. What type of phone was this?
An Apple iPhone XS.
And how were you able to get into the phone, for lack of a better word?
I was provided with the phone's passcode.
Okay. With an Apple phone, without being given that passcode, are you able to get in an Apple phone?
Maybe not necessarily unlock the phone, even though that is an option through some of our advanced tools that is supported. But it can have the ability to download the phone even in a locked state and pull 85% of that data.
Is it a much easier process when you have
Is he going to look at how cooperative she was?
the code?
It's quicker, yes.
And how were you provided that code?
I believe either through Detective Koepsell or Connolly at the time, or I may have asked Miss Boone just to reconfirm the passcode.
And did she give you the passcode?
Yes, somebody did, yes.
Now, on the first exhibit that went up, or when you're talking about the communications or the identifying factors of the phone,
Oh, counsel's so hard to hear.
one of the things that were identified is dates and times. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. Also, you said it would tell you.
It's funny to me that counsel hard to hear is talking and the other counsel is sitting there contemplating if now is the time for the Red Bull in his hands. I mean, Sam's.
If the source was incoming.
No, we're gonna wait.
or outgoing. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And then you said it would identify, it could identify either by phone number or name. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. On the examples that you gave us, who was the identifying name as to the outgoing on this phone?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Who's
Yep.
the identifying name for the outgoing texts or calls on this phone?
I think in some of the line items that were shown above, it was just listed as a phone number.
Was there ever a name listed?
A physical name, possibly in other line items. But
What's the name of the
and
phone?
again, in those excerpts, it's just by phone number.
Okay. Did you ever see the name Brian Boone?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you see the name Brian Boone?
I believe in one of the iCloud or accounts that was logged into the phone, there was an associated email address.
On any,
Brian Boone's iCloud was logged into the phone. That's interesting. 9 in the chat asked, will she testify? Yes, it's just a matter of which day. Could be tomorrow. But it's interesting that Brian Boone was logged into iCloud.
no, taking that, was it any other place where you would see in a different name as to the outgoing, other than Brian Boone?
Again, there might have been other names listed in other portions of it. But again, in those excerpts, it was just either by phone number or, again, with the Apple iPhone listing, the iCloud account.
Do you have a copy of the exhibit up there?
No, not on me.
Sir, you need to have a copy of the exhibit. Or ask the prosecution. So while they look for a copy of the exhibit, I'm going to answer a couple questions instead of zooming. Let's see. Thank you, Colleen, for the gifted memberships. Katie asked the difference between murder to and manslaughter. I'll pull those from the Florida statute I'll cover that before we break for lunch and make sure that we talk about the difference. Manslaughter will be an option as a lesser included for this jury. I don't think after the video, well, I'll ask you guys what you think. We'll go through the code afterwards.
And no, this monitor is not working.
I'm not the only one having tech issues today. Kate said, I live close enough to sit in on this trial, but then I wouldn't have EDB to listen to. Kate, I understand that. You can always replay crew, but I get it. It's always interesting to spend a day in court. I would always encourage you to. We leave these videos up. We're always here. Okay, now I'm going to zoom because they're approaching to try to deal with the tech issues. Court tech issues are the worst. I'm generally pretty good with tech issues too. I used to get called to court all the time to help other people's tech issues. Which, again, if you are a technologically somewhat literate lawyer, you will find yourself involved in all kinds of things because people just need your help. It was nice to be able to be helpful in that way. But of course, today it wasn't all working, but now it seems to be. It seems to have smoothed things out. But these cross-examinations haven't had much impact. But there's not much impact I expect. The case truly is what it is. It's when we get to Sarah's testimony that this case may change. I'm going to keep zooming. I don't know how long we're going to be doing this. Trying to get all the tech in the courtroom to work.
Yes.
The attorney with the great ponytail braid seemingly is trying to help. Just tap her in, gentlemen. Just, she's sitting there trying to like, she's got answers. Just let her help. You can see it from her body language. All right, let's keep zooming. They're only going to give this so long. I had a judge that would be like, you have 3 minutes to figure it out. And if you don't, you've got to move on. They're not going to do this in this case because it's moving along so quickly. But and this is also the part of trial where I expect the attorneys to work well together. If the defense is like, this isn't working, to see the prosecution say, here's the thing. They're going to be breaking for lunch soon. So they might, if this doesn't work, they might just break for lunch to get it working.
Yes.
There's a, ma'am, were you able to see that?
Yes.
There's a entry on 12/25/2019. Is that correct?
Are you referencing like the instant message row?
She's like, what are you talking about?
All right. Does it, as far as participants, what does that show you? What does it tell you?
So it's listing the owner in reference to we'll say the first phone number, 8684. It's referencing that phone number as well as the Gmail account or iCloud account associated with the phone, and then it's
So it looks like
listing
there's
a physical name.
multiple
Brian,
accounts.
Brian Boone.
Okay, so it's showing Brian Boone as being the owner of the phone. Is that correct?
For that phone number and or one of the participants in that message conversation.
Did you recall seeing any other?
If the answer to this ends up being, because they will probably recall Brian Boone if they need to, if the answer to this ends up being that her phone number is on Brian Boone's phone plan, I'm just going to lose my mind. Because it might just be as simple as they're all on the same family phone plan. So.
Any other name associated with that phone number?
Counsel, I appreciate you doing your job, but her voice is on the video. So.
Other than Brian Boone?
I'm not sure I'm understanding the question.
All right, when you did the
He doesn't either.
analyst of this, and you would look for the participants and get that information, match it up with the phone number. Then in certain cases, they will show you the owner name because you said
Those records can also come in through the cell phone company.
Apple is very detailed in some of their
Yes.
applications. So did you ever see another name associated with this account other than Brian Boone?
There was another iCloud account logged in on the physical phone.
Okay.
There was no name attached.
There was no name attached. Bless you. Now, when you're identifying these sources as being either outgoing or incoming.
Also, what I think is going to become relevant here is that Sarah Boone said to police, "That's my phone. This is the passcode." So when they're asking about the owner of the phone, it's going to be hers, but whose hand is on the phone to send text messages is probably going to be a question. Did multiple people have the passcode to the phone? Sure, fine. Does that negate her voice on that video? No. No, it doesn't.
Sources, and is that basically telling you what device is being used?
No, it does. It's not indicative of a specific device other than we know outgoing. Obviously the source is the phone that we extracted that data from. In incoming messages, it does not let us know if the message was made through a Samsung Galaxy or another iPhone.
Okay. What identifying information do you get at that time?
In regards to like receiving a message, in this case, or what's displayed there, it's going to give us the content of the message. It's going to give us the date and time that the message was sent or received. And again, like in your phone, it does depict either through a small notification arrows indicating ingoing or outgoing. So it's just displaying that version in text up there.
Okay. And then from there, it's basically telling you the number that it came from. Is that correct?
Yes, like in reference to that top row, it's saying that that message came from that phone number. Again, the top line item, last 4 digits is 8684. And then it's also listing the message participants.
It's not telling you the person who sent the message, is it?
Correct. Just that it's originating from a phone number.
So if 2 people or more people had access.
I appreciate that the defense may try to raise doubt as to who sent which messages, and that might be a reason that the prosecution shared them but isn't going in on them, to allow the jury to say, yeah, we don't know who sent the messages, but here's what is said on the video. But the defense has limited threads that they can pick at, so I'm not surprised this is one they're picking at, because you don't know whose hand the phone is in when it's being sent.
Access to a phone.
Fair.
You wouldn't, from this information, you wouldn't be able to tell who actually sent the message on any given time. Is that correct?
No, I'm not a fly on the wall, and I can't see who's physically typing out messages.
Thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
Yep.
Any redirect examination?
Other than just your subjective interpretation given the context of conversations?
Yes.
And if photographs or videos are taken during these conversations, that could be indicative of who is behind the phone device as well?
Based on sound and visuals, it does help.
Thank you.
Can this witness be released?
As far as the state is concerned?
And that's it with the tech witness.
All right, ma'am, you're released. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
State, any other witnesses or evidence?
So succinct.
Not for the morning presentation.
Okay, all right.
Lunch.
Members of our jury, it is 12:21. At this point in time, we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break. I'm going to ask you to report back here at 2 o'clock at 12A, the Orange County Courthouse. I'm going to give you a similar instruction, same instruction I read to
You
you
got a pretty
last week.
decent lunch.
Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, we'll be in recess. We'll see you back here at 2 o'clock this afternoon. I thank you for your time.
All right, they are going to lunch. I'm going to give a quick summary, answer a few questions, and then we are going to lunch, but I didn't have time to pull that statute that I was going to pull. So I'm going to do that now while they are walking out, because the judge is going to ask if there's anything else.
State, anything we do address before we adjourn for the lunch hour?
No, sir. Your Honor, just briefly, as far as the scheduling of events this afternoon,
Ooh,
the next witness we would be intending on calling would be Detective Koepsell.
so they're getting to their IO. They are getting towards the end of their case on day 2. That's fast.
I apologize. Just the publication of the interviews in this case would be approximately 3 hours.
To play those.
Not to mention any direct testimony and cross-examination testimony. So that's likely to take us
Yeah, do that for the rest of the day.
on the 5 o'clock hour. I don't know if we can work late to accomplish it all.
I'm inclined to work late. It's just if they're on board with that.
Okay.
He wants to
We
get
need
this
go
witness
after
done.
5 o'clock due to that presentation. We can. How long do you anticipate going? If you had to ballpark it.
Depends on cross. You might have to split it up till tomorrow.
I think it would 4 to 5 hours, depending on the length of the cross.
What about in your,
Why can't it be tomorrow morning? I mean, I love how quick we're zooming, don't get me wrong, but the jury might also be like, fuck it, let's ride. I would rather be done. We're here anyway. I love when they talk about scheduling.
side of the ledger?
I think my direct exam questions will probably be 30 to 40 minutes.
And then a 3-hour video.
Okay. How long do you anticipate your cross-examination being, Counselor? Mr. Henderson?
Judge,
Mr. Anderson.
too long, 30, 35 minutes.
Okay.
If that, but here's the only concern that I have.
Yes, sir.
We have one juror who has said and told us doing voir dire, as long as we're getting out of here at 5,
Childcare.
my scheduling is okay. After that, that causes a problem. That's the only concern I have.
Okay.
If we could, like,
Counsel, I applaud you for remembering your jurors and remembering their concern, because for some jurors, it's like, okay, if you're telling me we're done at 5, I need to be done at 5. Love that for the jurors and appreciate his consideration of the jurors.
if that's the plan, so she might be able to make some arrangements. Probably need to do that.
Judge, in the other component, we've got some people flying in, and we've got experts that we're trying to coordinate, so the sooner we know the logistics of when they're gonna rest their case. We talked late last week that we felt like they were gonna end their case at the end of business today, but it sounds like it may get pushed to tomorrow.
I think step one is conferring with our jury if they're amenable to working past 5. I do recall the one juror with child care concerns. If we go slightly over, and we'll have to address that when we get closer to it, and maybe a situation where cross-examination may have to be left for tomorrow, but that's
The state may
something that
rest
we'll need to discuss when we get
early
closer
tomorrow.
to it. Anything else, State? Anything else?
They
to
also
come?
started almost
All
an
right, proceed
hour
all
late
to-
today.
Wait, yes, sir.
The state had been using CDs, I believe. We've got flash drives to admit into evidence instead of CDs. We didn't bring the capability to transfer those to CDs.
Response?
And
Is that a declaration or?
response, why the fuck is this my problem? Wait, I can't say that. Buffering. What do you want me to do about it? Also buffering. A lot of attorneys, myself being one of them, if there is a computer being used for evidence, it is often the state's computer. Defense will have to bring their own computer and plug it in if they want to use thumb drives. A lot of lawyers are like, you're not putting your thumb drive in my computer that is cleaned for trial. This isn't a me problem. This is a you problem. So if you don't have a computer that's clean that you can use for evidence, again, not my problem, but I'm not letting somebody just all willy-nilly thumb drive into the computer that's been cleaned for evidence, because you never, ever know. So, we're going to see, but it looks like, I'll do a summary in a minute.
It sounds like that's what Mr. Owens' intent is for the purposes of submitting evidence.
One reason I would suggest not introducing USBs is because they're rewritable and they can be manipulated and destroyed by the jury, or not that anybody would do it intentionally, clerks of the court. Any sort of issues can happen when something is not locked and put onto a physical.
Right. USBs are a problem.
Mr. Owens?
We'll see what we can do here locally. There's a FedEx. I don't know if they would be able to do that. The FedEx is a block away. We'll check with them at lunch.
I would check with them. I agree with the state's concerns as to manipulation or editing of anything that may be contained in a USB drive. Not to say that that's going to happen, but it certainly preserves
also,
the evidence.
If you send it back with the jury, there's room for, as the state said, accident with thumb drives. These CDs or discs are just more stable, especially because when the appellate record goes to the Court of Appeals, the discs will go with it, not the thumb drive. So
Moving forward, rather than it being in a editable form, be it in a USB drive. All right, very good. Okay, thank you all very much. We'll see you at 2 o'clock. Court's off the record.
all right, lunch until 2. I will be back at 1 o'clock. I'm going to come back at 1 o'clock on the dot. Hopefully court will be back on time, but I'll be back at 1 o'clock Central Time. About an hour from now, we'll also let you know. Let's do a quick summary. I'm going to answer a few questions. I've pulled up the statute that we can talk about, and we will let Sarah Boone walk out of court here as I finish pulling that up. So when we were talking, well, no, let me do that after the summary, and just in case anybody wants that. So court is now at lunch. I am going to answer some questions and go to lunch. If you do not have the Lawnerd app, now is the time to stay in the loop. And when Sarah Boone takes the stand, we will let you know if anything wild happens in court. This has just been cruising along like a perfectly ordinary case. The facts are what they are. The evidence is what it is. Everybody did what they did. Her testimony is going to be what it is. But the Lawnerd app will keep you in the loop on this case and others. Today on Quick Bits, and we will put a link to Quick Bits up in a minute. But today on Quick Bits, we talked about whether or not Charlie Adelson might get a new trial in Florida and his motions for a new trial, along with other quick updates. That is on my shorter form channel. It's also, if you listen to podcasts, on your favorite podcasting app under The Emily Show. The Quick Bits drops every Monday. But will Charlie Adelson get a new trial? The defense has filed a really interesting motion. For those not following that case, that's the murder of Dan Markell. Charlie Adelson was tried and convicted. The gunman and the middleman were tried and convicted. His mother, Donna Adelson, was supposed to go to trial. And the day of trial, her entire defense team got yeeted for a conflict. And now there is some new information coming up about a conflict that might have existed when Charlie Adelson went to trial. So if you've not seen today's Quick Bits, it is much. So when we go to lunch, we will put up a note for Quick Bits. And if you're in the Lawnerd app, you would have gotten a link to watch the Quick Bits at your leisure today. So there's lots of Emily for you. All right. Let's see. Teresa asked, EDB, a super chat for members. Super chats can be purchased, and members get free super chats that you'll see when they have different milestones, like this one from Janice P that says, sounds like Mass PD needs someone like her, and it'll show that she's a member for 6 months, and those are included when you are a member. So no, you don't have to be a member to send chats. It just depends on your YouTube account, but you can see the member chats in the chat like a super chat. So I think rebuttal will be interesting. I think so too. But it looks like the state's going to be done. Let's do a quick summary and then go to your questions real quick and then get some lunchy lunch. Yeah? Yeah? All right. We are at the lunch break on day 2 of Florida versus Sarah Boone. She is accused of killing her boyfriend, Jorge Torres, by leaving him zipped in a suitcase when going to bed and or passing out. The state is almost done with their case. It seems that they have one witness left, their lead investigator. At the morning, I had suspected that they were going to end with their lead investigator, and it seems that that's exactly what they're going to be doing. They're going to be playing the entirety of the 3-hour interview with Sarah Boone, and that will be the close of the state's evidence either later today or early tomorrow, meaning Sarah Boone should be on the stand tomorrow at some point. So this trial went from a 3-week qualified trial to a very normal, like 4 or 5 day trial. So it's just moved along. The state has put in almost all of their evidence. They played the videos Sarah took of her phone with George begging that he could not breathe in the suitcase. It's chilling to hear it in Sarah's own words. You can hear the panic level rising in the victim, Jorge Torres, and you can hear Sarah just being like, that's my name, don't wear it out. You should shut the fuck up then. It is incredibly cold. And when we were looking at a second degree murder, that is not a premeditated murder. It is, and this is per the statute, when committed by oh, nope, that's the wrong part of the statute. Hold on. 782-042. Let's see. That's 0412. Let me get to 042. The unlawful killing of a human being when perpetrated by an act nope, I read that terribly. Hold on. Let me put this up on the screen so y'all can see it too. That would actually probably help. And then I can highlight it. Hold on. Here we go. Emily, just do it this way. Yes, yes. Codes are so hard for me to read. Sometimes the dyslexia is on like literally full display. And today is going to be one of those days because it is tiny type and it is all on a white background, which is just tough to read. But let's see if we can make this embiggen this a little bit so you guys can see it better. No. Well, that'll work. All right. We are going directly to the code in Florida. That is our first degree murder statute. Let's get to our second degree murder statute. Those are all the variations of first degree murder. Nope. Nope. This is why it is so hard to read. We need 782-04 sub 2. So where is our sub 2? There it is, right here. It is so freaking hard to see. All right. This is our sub 2. The unlawful killing of a human being when perpetrated by an act imminently dangerous to another and evincing a depraved mind regardless of human life, although without any premeditated design to affect the death of any, that's going to say particular individual, is murder in the second degree and constitutes a felony in the first degree, punishable by imprisonment for a term of years not exceeding life, or as provided in the other sentencing code statutes. So it is an act imminently dangerous, leaving him in the suitcase, a depraved mind regardless of human life. Sara, I can't breathe. Sara, baby, I can't breathe. And her mocking him is her knowing that it's dangerous and not giving a shit that it's dangerous and leaving him there. Though without premeditation, it's not like she thought she was going to zip him in and that would happen. She zipped him in and then was like, we'll see what happens. It would be hard for them to prove a first degree murder. I don't think this second degree is going to be difficult for them to prove. I see a lot of you in the chat saying, I think that this could have been proven as first degree. I think first degree might have been a stretch for a jury. I think second degree is a appropriate fit. Also, it is 22 and a half years to life. So going for the elevated charge isn't going to change much. This is never going to be a case where they're going to seek anything other than life in prison. They're not going to seek more than that. So it makes sense to me. I think it is a restrained and appropriate filing. So with that, you have them seeking the second degree murder. We've seen the video. We've seen that it's Sara's phone. We've seen the coroner who ruled the manner of death a homicide and the cause of death the positional asphyxiation with environmental suffocation for that suitcase being zipped. None of the cross exams have really hit much. The experts have done their jobs and done them in a very linear, logical, and appropriate way. So there's not really much for them to attack. We've seen the defense throwing out things like, well, you don't know if the suitcase had air coming in and out, if the zipper was broken, and you don't know if it was waterproof or airtight or anything like that. But the coroner, I thought, did a good job of saying, yes, but a human that's breathing is also expelling CO2. And if there's not readily available oxygen, then you can have that environmental suffocation where there is just a reduced amount of oxygen because of the confined space. I think the state's witnesses have been really just neutral and factual and easy to follow. The case has been presented very clearly. Where the case is going to become a fight is when the defense wants to introduce their self-defense claim. We know from early motions in this case, we know from pretrial motions in this case, I can't say they were early, they were last week. We know from pretrial motions in this case that the case law requires an overt act that happens. You can't just, oh, we binged. Look at that. Thanks, everybody. requires an overt act. Sara can't just say, I'm afraid of him because he exists. He has to do something that places her in fear. And the defense has been trying to articulate George's fingers coming out of the suitcase, showing that he is imminently going to get out of the suitcase, and therefore that is their overt act. And if that is it, that might not legally count, and they might not be allowed to run their self-defense. So when the defense gets into Sara's testimony, at some point, we're going to see an objection and a break, and we're going to see legal argument over that self-defense claim again. So we will see what happens, but I think Sara will be on the stand tomorrow, and I think that you're not going to want to miss a thing, because this trial, again, is just so straightforward. It's actually nice to see and remember that courts can just function and operate the way that they are intended to. So let's get to your questions. But when we do, I mean, we're at what? 795. 795. Oh, we're almost at 800,000. Well, you know, I've been needing to refresh the hair. The purple is down here on the ends. We've been needing a hair refresh. Maybe we just save it to 800,000. So maybe that's the hair refresh number, because the purple right now is just at the bits, though I don't mind the ombre purple at all. I'm kind of living for it. So let us celebrate that and get to your questions real quick. Oh, it binged. Move your head. All right. So to get to your burning questions for court, Dylan the Uprocker Schultz asked, what are the rules for drinking in court? Do some judges allow soda and energy drinks? It is up to the judge, and it is up to the attorneys. We saw this go badly in New Mexico, where the judge was threatening the attorneys to take away their coffee. So we've definitely seen the judge be like, no coffee for you. But it really depends on the judge, the court, and the lawyers. And it also depends what the jury is allowed. Water is generally always allowed, but whether or not they're allowed to have things other than water really depends on the judge. I had one judge who was just like, do not bring anything in my court because y'all have spilled on these carpets. You cannot be treated like adults. You knock things over. It is a busy courtroom, and what we don't need is coffee spilling onto the files, computers, or whatever. It is water. That is it. Depends on the judge. Wonderlustful said, happy birthday, Octo. It's also my daughter's 5th birthday. Thank you all in the chat for saying happy birthday to my wonderful friend Warren, the brains behind Octo Nation, the world's largest octopus fan club. And thank you all that went and checked out Secrets of the Octopus, his book. He is selling signed copies at secretsoftheoctopus.com. Samantha, hey, Emily, do they offer continuing ed courses with specialists so that lawyers have an opportunity to ask what questions they wish lawyers would ask in situations like this one? It really depends on a lot of things. In the DA's office in LA, we did in-house trainings, and we had, because it's one of the largest prosecutorial agencies that exist, we had access to all kinds of experts that would come in and give specialized trainings and would do that in-house. There are also times where experts will go give training specifically to judges or lawyers. There are lots of opportunities. It just depends on where you're located, what your job is, what your agency will pay for, and if you're a private attorney, what groups you're a part of, and what access you have. But yes, there is tons of continuing ed, and you can pick what kind of continuing ed you want. And for all of you that use this as self-study continuing ed, I applaud you because good life choices. Jennifer said, why did they not ask the FDLE tech if you choke someone, would there usually be DNA under the fingernails? Because the FDLE tech probably can't testify to that, and there is no evidence in this case of a manual strangulation. Casey Cat said, happy birthday, Warren. We see you and appreciate all that you do for us in EDB. Hope your day is amazing and your book is a bestseller. Thank you, Casey Cat. And yes, Warren and Chris on Team Baker have largely spent the last year with the app, but they have also been spending a lot of time lately with custom merch. So we have things coming. Alley Cat said, I think my super chat got lost Friday. I'm sorry. Sometimes I get to all of them, sometimes not. But thank you so much for doing this, Case. You're welcome. No one else compares with commentary. Too much snark. I try to keep the snark to appropriate levels of snark. Delight when we're delighted, and solemnity when it is required. I love that you just teach and talk facts. That is the goal here. The facts, not the fuckery. And if we're going to talk about fuckery, I'll always tell you that it's fuckery and that we're going to indulge, especially if we're talking about reality TV, because most of it's fuckery and I love it. Music to My Soul said, good morning, Emily. As a profoundly deaf law nerd, I want to thank you so much for prioritizing captioning when tech allows. The inclusion is real. Thank you. If we can't find streams with closed captioning, we will always make sure that our streams can have captioning on your end because not only for hearing, but also for processing. There's a lot in the auditory processing world where we just need captions. I do better with closed captions as well. So I want to make sure that all of our neurospicy friends can watch the way that works best for them, either listening along, so I try to describe things, or reading along with closed caption. But I make sure if we don't have closed caption on screen, that you can have it on your screen. And I try to be mindful of that. Even when I talk over, I try to be mindful in that way. Jeanette said, thanks for being here, trying to survive this snowstorm here in Alaska. 5 inches already and still falling for the next 2 days. That's a lot of snow. Stay safe, stay warm, and stay safe and stay warm. This court has better microphones than the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame ceremony. Return of the Snack. I'm going to cry. I know that I wanted to be there so badly. Like, I was so sad I couldn't go to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame ceremony to see one of my favorite bands of all time that has been like a constant throughout my life be inducted. But I did get to go see my kid perform for band and had one of his best performances. The whole band did one of their best performances of the season. And sometimes that mom life it's just a limited period of time. So while the Dave Matthews Band was being cheered along from here, my kid was being cheered along in person. But trust, I was torn. I was like, I want to be in Ohio. I want to go see Dave inducted. But at least I got to watch it from afar. So that was it. Shane, good to see you in the chat. Said 13 months. Let's keep it rolling. Shout out to our fave, Amber, on her birthday. Wait, today's Amber's birthday too? I didn't know that. And if I did know that, I completely forgot that. Meanwhile, love your coverage. Thank you, Shane. Appreciate it. And happy birthday to Amber, who shares a birthday with Octo. Carrie said, Emily, do you think it's possible the state will finish their case in the next day or two? Yes. Does the state get a chance to rebut the defense case? Yes. So if the defense gets to bring in their experts, then the state may have rebuttal experts. So Katie, hopefully that helped with the manslaughter versus murder too. Manslaughter is a step down from that without the depraved heart. And so the murder too is that depravity, not just the danger. So manslaughter brings it down from that a little bit. All right. It is giving less than a half an hour for lunch. So I am going to go get some lunch. Susan, thank you for the gift of memberships. To all of our new members, we will have a members only live Wednesday evening. We will figure out all the timing with that. It's probably going to be after 7 p.m. Central to accommodate family stuff. So it'll be in the evening here. We alternate those between afternoon and evening on Wednesdays for time zones, but during trial, it's going to have to be in the evening. So with all of that, law nerds, I'm going to go take a lunch. I hope you enjoy our hold music. And I will see you back here at 1 p.m. Central on the dot. Let's roll. All right, let me get me out of here. All right, guys, see you soon. Hey Law Nerd, court is still on break, but don't forget to download the Law Nerd app so you know exactly when we're back from break, and you can get a notification from us when witnesses take the stand that you've been waiting for, when something unexpected happens in court, and during verdict watch. The Law Nerd app has all of your live court notifications to keep you in the loop. LawNerdApp.com, free for iOS and Android. And while we're on break, don't forget to hydrate, get up and stretch, and take care of yourself. Trial days are long days.
Trying to stay in the loop with this trial? Don't worry, I've got you covered. Daily trial summaries are dropping on the Quick Bits YouTube channel and on your favorite podcast player on the Emily Show audio feed.
Court is still on break, but don't forget to download the Law Nerd app so you know exactly when we're back from break. The Law Nerd app has all of your live court notifications to keep you in the loop. Take care of yourself. Trial days are long days. Hey Law Nerd, court is still on break, but don't forget to download the Law Nerd app so you know exactly when we're back from break, and you can get a notification from us when witnesses take the stand that you've been waiting for, when something unexpected happens in court, and during verdict watch. The Law Nerd app has all of your live court notifications to keep you in the loop. LawNerdApp.com, free for iOS and Android. And while we're on break, don't forget to hydrate, get up and stretch, and take care of yourself. Trial days are long days. Trying to stay in the loop with this trial? Don't worry, I've got you covered. Daily trial summaries are dropping on the Quick Bits YouTube channel and on your favorite podcast player on the Emily Show audio feed. Court is still on break, but don't forget to download the Law Nerd app so you know exactly when we're back from break. The Law Nerd app has all of your live court notifications to keep you in the loop. Take care of yourself. Trial days are long days. Hey Law Nerd, court is still on break, but don't forget to download the Law Nerd app so you know exactly when we're back from break, and you can get a notification from us when witnesses take the stand that you've been waiting for, when something unexpected happens in court, and during verdict watch. The Law Nerd app has all of your live court notifications to keep you in the loop. LawNerdApp.com, free for iOS and Android. And while we're on break, don't forget to hydrate, get up and stretch, and take care of yourself. Trial days are long days. Hello, 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 amazing law nerds. Oh, that ended oddly. I'll do that again. Strange. That was a user error, 100%. Shocking. Shocking. So we are going to be back in court. Sarah Boone just walked into court a moment ago. We're going to be back from lunch. Remember, after lunch, grab your snacks, grab your water. We are going to be doing 3 hours of interview. I am going to try, if I interrupt during that, to be a bit more soft-spoken so that if you need to gain up your headphones, you can do that. And I switched all of the things. I was still logging into stuff over lunch. So yes, I'm going to be sitting here eating. Did I eat lunch during lunch? No, I switched all of the tech things. Hopefully it will be working the way we anticipate for now. So let's go back to court. And we gave ourselves a minimal amount of Zoom room, but we might have to take a break because they're going to be watching 3 hours of video. And at some point I'm going to need to stretch my legs. So, you know, we'll all just wiggle. Nicole said, who's the 3 hours with? Is it the interrogation? Yes, the interrogation of Sarah Boone with the officers. They're going to play the whole video. They're just going to play the whole thing. So let us head back to court. Let me put all of our little law nerd stuff up so we are ready to roll. Hopefully everything works the way I anticipate it to. It'd be nice. It's the goal. So they are not on the record yet, which is why we have no sound yet, but there we go with the sound. Hopefully. State, are you ready to proceed? Can we approach a second? So they're back up at the bench. I'm going to zoom. All of my devices just went off. Why? I don't know. All I want to do, zoom a zoom. All I want to do, zoom a zoom. All I want to. Oh, we're gonna be at a live court. It's like the antithesis of Zoom room. We're gonna. Damn it. Well, we're live. Nothing we can do. It's great. I'll just chat with y'all. Because they have all approached and there is nothing we can do. No, there's no sound right now because the court muted itself. Hey, Dr. No. All of the tech things started doing things. I didn't. I said, you know what? I said, all I want to do is zoom, a zoom, 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 and a boom, boom. So I'm not surprised that the devices were like, oh, you want your husband. No, there's no court audio right now, guys. There isn't. They're at sidebar.
Upstairs, all the gadgets were like, your wife needs.
All the gadgets heard me say, all I want to do is zoom, a zoom, 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 and a boom, boom. And it started to be wild.
That's what came through the speaker upstairs. So I was like, hot damn.
My apparently my devices are trying to get some. All right, Dr. B. Thank you. You guys are saying there was no court sound earlier either. That is a problem. All right, give me 1 second and let's see. No, Emily, that's the wrong button. Let's see if we can shift that around real quick and make sure that that is not an issue so that we do not have that problem. So,
my apologies. I couldn't hear what you said.
The tech today is wild. Cancel. The tech today is wild. All right. Let me figure out what is going on with the sound and why you don't have sound and try it one more time. One more time. All right. Let's go back to when we had court sound. They're at sidebar now, which is making it difficult. Emily, easy for you to say. Let's go back to when court put everybody on the record and see if we have sound then. So that you should hear them calling the case. No sound. Okay. Well, that is a problem. Let me try one more. Let me try one more way because again, we tried to fix the sound issue. And let's see if this will do it without it becoming a problem. Let's see.
State of Florida versus Sarah Boone.
You guys should
Let me get appearances for the
hopefully
state.
hear it now as they're giving their appearances.
James Owens for Sarah Boone.
Tony Henderson from Sarah Boone.
Hopefully.
Mr. Beck is not with us. Okay. Ms. Boone is still seated at counsel's table, wearing the same clothing that she had on this morning.
Hopefully.
She is in custody, however, out of any restraints. So we will be standing when our jury enters and exits. It's 2:04. State, are you ready to proceed?
All right. Thank you,
Yes.
chat. All right. Now they've approached. Now we're going to go back to real time. They're still up at sidebar. So thank you to the court for an extended sidebar to let us just reconfigure everything for the fourth time. Miguelina, I'll put in the chat when court comes back what the settings are now entirely different than what they were earlier. The earlier settings had worked well, and then I changed things, go to different settings. So hopefully everything works smoothly. Give me 1 second. I'm going to change one more thing and try it one more time because I think it will be better if it works the way I want it to work. So chat, we're going to do one more trial. We're going to do one more trial and error where they are still at sidebar because I very much want to make sure that we don't have echo. She's winking at people. Who are we winking at? Oh, not really winking. Squinching. All right, let's go back to when we had sound and make sure we still have sound since now we are all part of the production team here, which is fantastic.
Clothing that she had on this morning. She is in custody, however, out of any restraints. So we will be standing when our jury enters and exits. It's 2:04.
Hopefully.
State, are you ready to proceed?
Maybe.
Yes.
I hope it sounds good. This should be the best option for the audio. So hopefully that sounded good because that should have been the best. No? Miguelina, yes, no? I can't tell. All right. You guys are saying sound is good. All right. We are live waiting for court to come back. Thank you. All right. It's just gonna be what it is for today. Don't worry, chat. We are working on other solutions. Today has been an adventure. All right. Let's do some questions. I'm going to make me just a little bit bigger and answer some super chats and questions. Well, they are at the world's most extended sidebar. We are in real time, so there's no Zoom room. We're just chilling. Did y'all have a good lunch? Somebody said in the chat, Emma Lou said she looks awfully happy to be on trial for murder. I don't know if it's the being on trial for murder or the fact that she felt that she wasn't being heard by attorneys in the past, and now she has a fleet of attorneys at her control and command, and it seems that the fleet of attorneys doing what she's asking and the court asking her, are you happy with your attorneys? Are you doing this? Are you doing that? That seems to be working well for her, and she seems to enjoy that relationship, and she had always asked for people who listened to her, and it seems that she's happy with that. So let's see. I swear I'm still cool. Me. I asked if we could Zoom during the football game last night, and my 12-year-old laughed out loud because he's cool like me, and my hubby looked confused. Coffee at a coffee shop in Louisville, Kentucky. Good morning. I'm still not done with the morning coffee yet because, well, I've been not drinking it fast enough and talking too much, but it's one of the reasons I like iced coffee because when it gets cold, it's supposed to be cold. Now it's just like when it gets warm, but it is. Crazy Asian 303 said, thank you for being with us this trial. You are welcome. This was very much a law nerd determination on trial. So that was what everybody wanted to do. So this was a group effort.
Thank you all for letting me know the lay of the land with regard to those specific issues.
Sounds like timing.
We're going to bring our jury in momentarily and inquire to staying after 5 o'clock.
Yeah. So scheduling.
Members of the gallery, good afternoon. The state is going to continue with their evidence presentation. I know some mornings some cell phones were going off, or there was chattering in some cell phones this morning. I'm going to please respectfully request that you turn off your cell phones and not have any correspondence or communications orally amongst yourselves or anyone else in the gallery.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
I'm not going to allow any outbursts. If you cannot contain yourself, I'm going to ask you now to remove yourself. This is your one and only opportunity. If you cannot control yourself or there are outbursts, I will ask the courtroom deputy to remove you. Does anyone have any questions?
It's probably part of
with
what
regard to the court's instructions.
they were talking about at sidebar then.
If you're wearing sunglasses, I need you to remove them. Thank you. All right, with that, state anything we need to address before we bring in our panel.
I want to see your eyes.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Oh, good God. One more thing may we approach. Zoom. Damn it! We're on real time. It breaks my soul. So, law nerds, how y'all doing? Rebecca said all the devices are paging Dr. B. They were. They're like, Emily said, zoom, boom, boom, Dr. B. And the devices are ready to get it. Colleen gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. It's been a busy day. Dr. B, I think, found a car that he wanted, so that's exciting. My kiddo was asked quite a lot by his friends and classmates, like, what new car are you getting? And my kid was like, no, we work on a trickle down system at the Baker household, which means mom and dad with the new stuff, kids with the not as new stuff. And again, I will never judge anyone for choosing what they do with their 16-year-olds. That is to everyone. It is my firm belief that 16-year-olds need used cars because they are learning to drive and like not bump into stuff and all of it. Also, I think there needs to be something to work for. If you get your dream car at 16, what are you going to buy when you turn 40? 40, when you are an adult is when you're like, I worked for this, I wanted it. I feel like there has to be some excitement there. So Dr. B is getting a new car. T is getting one of my previous vehicles. And again, we're like, look, this is your car. If it runs well, it runs well. If you wreck it, you're going to have to pay for a new one. This one is paid off and it is yours to use. Take good care of it. So, Anna said, use Tesla for T. No Tesla. They go too fast. They go too fast off the line. And my son also has like massive attitude about electric cars. So I have attitude with him. No. He got my Ford Explorer. So that is what he is getting, because I think that you have to also have something to work towards. And when I turned 16, my dad was like, hey, we bought this Volvo when you were born. Enjoy it. I learned to drive without a backup camera. I mean, at least he's got a backup camera and all like the lane departure warnings and all of the safety feature. But I learned to drive a land boat without a backup camera. And I think that there's something to that, though. I will say that my kiddo is pretty restrained in the cars that he has asked for. And I'm like, maybe at graduation. But also driving in Tennessee is dynamic, different than California. In California, people are wild. In Tennessee, like wild is wild. So deer and armadillos and skunks and all the rest of it. So here is a car that you can drive that is not going to destroy how much I pay in insurance and is paid for. Enjoy. And then we'll go from there. So we will go from there. But some of the cars, man, I told you guys, and when I was in back in my day, when I was in high school, kids got new, like when they were getting new cars, it was like, ooh, your new Jetta is so cool. I love your Jetta. And then some kids were getting like new, like Honda Civics. And maybe if you're real bougie, like an Acura. But now it's like parental competition over the new cars. And that's not how I play. If I'm going to buy shit that I love, I'm going to buy it for me. But the kids driving cars upwards of $75,000, $100,000 just blows my mind. Also, there's no up from there. You know, where are you going from there? So anyway, Megan the Moon said, I can't believe it's been 26 months. You're the best. Well, you know, today the tech is not working, but I still am. So, you know, Angel said my driving exam was on a Volkswagen 3 manual. I mean, I can't imagine doing a driving exam on a manual. I failed my driver's test like 3 times. I'll tell you that story on our members only on Wednesday. I think there's a lot to be said for reliable cars, especially for teens. There's, you know, that's what it
Thank you all
is.
for your patience. Ma'am in the back left, last row. Good afternoon. After conversing with the state,
The audience is up to fuckery, you guys. They approached multiple times and somebody in the audience is causing a problem. Ooh.
in the defense, they've agreed and asked me to excuse you from this room.
Out.
I understand that there may have been an outburst by you with courtroom personnel before the judge arrived on the bench this afternoon. If you would like to watch the trial, it is being streamed live. You can head to the 12th floor, get off the elevator, and head to the south side of the building. See the sign where it says Judge Michael Kranick, and it'll tell you which direction to go. You can pick up the phone, call my judicial assistant, Rita Barrios, and she can give you instructions on how to watch this trial virtually. Okay?
Emily D. Baker.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Y'all heard what I said. It's Jones, your side. Have a good one.
Thank you. To restate the court's prior positions, if there's anyone going to have any outbursts or cannot control themselves, again, I'm going to ask you to remove yourselves at this time. State, are we ready to bring in our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, are we ready to bring in our jury?
Boy.
All right, let's go ahead and bring
The
in our
judge.
panel.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. We're going to have to go back later in audio booth set to see. No one knows what the outburst was unless somebody else was in court and shares it later. But something happened in court. And who knows what happened, but it doesn't seem like it was in front of the jury. It was before the judge took the bench this afternoon, so the jury hasn't been in since the judge took the bench. And, you know, there are times that there are outbursts in court. They can be impactful to the jury. It can be a problem. So you never know what's going to happen in court. Court is dynamic, but we had a victim's family and a defendant's family get into a fight in the hallway. It started in court and then in the hallway. Court is wild. Confrontations in court, confrontations in hallways of court. And the court wants to make sure none of that ever happens in front of the jury. So the audio was low, but we will see what happens. And I know there are people that are watching this case online that are in court. I think the survivor is in court. There are lots of people in court. We will hear what happened.
All right, thank you. Y'all can be seated.
So something happened.
Members of the jury, good afternoon. I hope that you enjoyed your lunch break. Welcome back. We're going to pick up with
It's an
the
emotional
evidence and
case.
testimony presentation by the state this
So I get it.
afternoon. We may have to work after 5 o'clock, possibly between 5:30 and 6.
Bitch.
As I recall, with speaking with some of you, you have minor children and may need childcare to pick them up. Is there anyone here who has any concerns with regard to childcare staying till between 5:30 and 6? If you have those concerns, okay. Juror in first row, third seat from the right.
I got
yes,
people
ma'am.
to pick up.
As long as we get a break between now and then and I can call someone, I should be fine.
I would absolutely give you that opportunity right now to do that.
Okay.
Is there anyone else who has concerns about childcare? If you're able to have childcare, ma'am, is that going to affect your ability to listen to the evidence this afternoon?
No, sir.
Okay. Can the parties approach for a moment?
They're going to give her the opportunity to make a phone call and be like, hey, can we get pickup done?
Not everybody. If you could.
I think most jurors.
All right, ma'am.
I think most jurors would like to get done faster. And if that means we stay a half hour late for the day and we get done faster and they can rearrange, they're going to rearrange.
Just you, not everybody. If you could step out back to the deliberation room and make those phone calls, take your time. And once you come back in, we'll pick up from there and just let me know if you're able to get coverage, okay? Thank you so much, ma'am.
All right. So the juror's going to step out and make a call. I am, for those of you asking what happened, a member of the gallery,
Thank you.
a member of the gallery was removed. All the attorneys, my ears are giving me the business with this particular cardigan. I love this cardigan, but maybe not the best for streaming. A member of the gallery was removed, and with that had some thing to say back to the court. I don't know if it was a problem or not a problem, but the prosecution and defense all agreed that whoever was removed needed to be removed, and that person was removed. So I'm going to go take a look and see what was going on from those that I know are sitting in court. Let's see. I'm going to just take a moment to scroll through. It said, source inside the courtroom says the judge directed Sara Boone not to keep looking back into the gallery. She keeps speaking to members of her legal team. Let's see. The other thing I'm seeing is that the woman, it's being described as heckling, but I don't know what she was doing before she left. So I don't see much more. I'm going to go take a look and see if anyone else inside the courtroom has information. But Emily asked Peter, I don't know if he'll know what the outburst was. He's not in court this week. So I will ask, but we're all kind of stuck with what we can hear. That juror's coming back in to the courtroom now. I'll keep an eye on it, but you guys, I'll keep an eye on it. So thank you. And my team always looks at what's going on around the internet. I only share information I've seen shared multiple places to make sure we're not sharing anything that hasn't been confirmed. So I don't know, but I'll go take a look and we will see. So
Show me by a show of hands you comply to the court's instructions prior to the lunch hour. All right, record
So
reflect all
I'll go.
hands have been
I'll
raised.
cruise around the interwebs.
State you call your next witness.
Call Chelsey Koepsell.
All right, we're getting to the state's, what I believe will be the state's final witness, and it looks like we're going to be working late today, y'all. We're working late, so get a snack. I will have to take a break at some point, and when I take a break, we'll just put on our little hold. The jurors will take a break too. The court will give everyone an afternoon break, including the court reporter, but they're going to play that 3-hour video. There will be a break. And it looks like the state's really going to try to rest their case today. And when that the interview starts playing, we'll also send out an app notification. So
Good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Yes. It's Chelsey Koepsell. CHELSEY KOEPSELL.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello.
Whom do you work for?
The Orange County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your position with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
I am currently a homicide
this is
court.
witness 14.
How long have you worked for the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Since April of 2013.
And what positions have you held at the Orange County Sheriff's Office during that time?
So I began my career in uniform patrol, and then I moved on to the sex crimes unit as a detective, and then I moved on to the homicide unit as a detective.
In the homicide unit, tell us, what are your duties as a homicide detective?
To respond to, obviously, homicides and any death-related
Respond to homicides.
incidents.
And what type of training do you need to hold that position?
So I went to the police academy, and then after going to the police academy, I became a deputy, and then basically just having experience from other units and taking like homicide courses and like investigative courses to help me.
Is continuing training a condition of not only your employment, but also holding your position in the homicide unit?
Yes.
How is it that you became involved in this case?
So on February 24th of 2020, my partner at the time, Detective Scott Lowen, received a call. Our team in the homicide unit, there's 3 teams that have 4 detectives on each team with a supervisor, and then we have 1 sergeant. And so on that date, Detective Scott Lowen was basically screening calls for that day, and we were at the office, and he told me about the call.
Are all homicide investigations worked in tandem with another detective?
Typically, yeah. We normally always have a partner with us.
And tell us, why is it that we do that?
Well, honestly, it's more for court purposes, if I were able to be in court.
That's exactly what it's for.
But it's also nice to just have someone else's perspective and training. We all come from different backgrounds, so it just kind of helps the investigation.
You don't want to end up in a situation where you're the only person doing a thing and then you can't be in court for whatever reason. You can't be in court. And if you can't be in court, who's going to testify? If you're a trooper proctor and you're the only one doing a bunch of stuff and you do it by yourself, no one sees you do it, then if you get booted, everything gets booted. So doubling up is particularly helpful.
Investigation.
Once you received the call on this case, where was the first place that yourself and Detective Lowen went to?
We responded to the scene.
And when you say the scene, is that 4748 France Court?
Yes, I believe so.
And
Ma'am,
when
I'm going to
you
need you to be a little more
responded to the
confident than that.
scene, who did you make contact with first there?
The first person I made contact with was Deputy Kayla Rodriguez.
And was Deputy Rodriguez able to convey you certain information at that time?
Yeah, she explained to me what had been said to her and basically what they have done.
And this location that you responded to, was the defendant present there at that time as well?
Yes, she was. She was outside.
And did you make contact with her?
Yes, I did.
During that time that you were initially there at the scene, did you walk the scene with the crime scene investigator in this case?
Yes, I did.
And when you walk the scene, just tell us some of your observations.
So when you first enter, immediately on the right, there's like a kitchen. And then if you continue down like a very small, short hallway, it opens up to the living room / dining room area. And so when I entered, I could see the victim, Jorge Torres, laying on the ground next to a blue suitcase.
So when we saw the blue suitcase in the video, it seemed that the suitcase was almost exactly in the area when we saw all the video and the body cam video of when the officers came into the house. It seemed to be basically in the same area that suitcase was when we saw it.
Did you work with the crime scene investigator to identify potential pieces of evidence for collection?
Yes, I did.
Did you also have an opportunity to speak with the defendant in this case at that time?
Yes, I did.
And I can't zoom, because here we are. Wait, I can zoom moderately because I paused once. They're showing the items, which are going to be probably the CDs of the interview. Yep, to the defense.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness what's been marked for identification as states T and states U?
Nerdy Dog Mom said some people have to wear sunglasses. If that is the case and you are in court, it needs to be discussed with the bailiffs.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been
I will say with the court saying if you have sunglasses, please take them off. I imagine the court was speaking directly to the person that eventually was removed from court because the court wanted to see them. But if people have light sensitivity and what have you, and you're in court, in the audience, you can tell the bailiff. So there's ways to work around it if it is an accommodation. I think the problem was the court wanted to look at the person he was talking to when they were getting kicked out and be able to see them when he was kicking them out.
marked for identification first as states T. Can you tell me, do you recognize what that item is?
Yes, I do.
Tell us, what is that item?
This is the first part of the interview that I conducted with Sara Boone on the scene.
So it's two parts.
Did you have an opportunity to review that disc prior to coming to court today?
Yes, I did.
And does that disc fairly and accurately represent the conversation that took place between you and the defendant on February 24th, 2020?
Yes, the first part.
And is that your initials on the disc as well?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification.
That's going to be
as
the interview?
states T into evidence.
Any
No
objection? All right, what was pre-marked as states T will be received without objection as states Exhibit 18.
Other than, I may have made a previous objection, other than pre-trial issues.
Yes, sir.
Okay, counsel. And Chad, I have to let you know I got a new Remarkable. I might have to try it out while we switch over into the
Next, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification.
interviews because I
as
haven't done
states
that yet.
U. Do you recognize what
How
that
do you
is?
know?
Yes, I do.
And tell us, what is that?
This is the second part of the interview with Sara Boone on the scene.
On February 24th, 2020?
Correct.
And you had an opportunity to review that disc prior to coming to court today?
Yes, I did.
And does that disc fairly and accurately represent the second part of that interview that you conducted with Sara?
The foundation is laid
Yes.
just
And is that your initials on the disc as well?
smoothly.
All right, this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states U into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, what was pre-marked as states U will be received without objection as states 19.
Christy, I wanted to try the new one because I enjoy tech, and there's like 100 days to try it, or 30 days, or 90, something like that to try it, and so I'm curious about the new one. So there was a new one. I wanted to try it. We'll see. It's a little bit bigger and a little heavier. I don't know if I'll dig it, but also my teen really wanted the one I'm using for chemistry, so we'll see whether we both end up with the Remarkable 2 or whether I use the Pro. I'm gonna give it a try. So chat, I'll let you know at the end of trial what I think I'm going to give it. I'm going to switch over as we switch. I haven't had a chance to switch over yet, but it is a little bit bigger. And then if you guys want my whole breakdown, not sponsored at all, would happily be, but not. I'll let you know.
Is February 24th, 2020.
So I guess we're getting into the interview. Great. Get a snack. This is about 3 hours long.
20, this time now is approximately
Hopefully we'll be able to see it.
57 hours. This is in reference to Orange County case number 20
Lauren, I do like the old one.
017904. I'm currently located in my unmarked vehicle out in front of 4748 Brant Lane, apartment number 3 in Winter Park, at the Tealwood Park Apartments. And also in the car with me is my partner,
Detective Scott Lowe.
and in the front seat is, can you state your name, ma'am?
Sara Boone.
Okay, and your birthday?
10/10/77.
Okay.
This is audio only. It is going to be the initial interview. They said none of this. This is audio only. It is in the police car. It is the first day. The audio in the recording room is going to be from day 2. This is after the event happened on site. This is not the one the defense was trying to keep out. That was the second one. So there is, I don't think there's video from the car. It might be audio only, but we'll see.
So, Sarah, I know you have talked to some deputies. I know we had a
So this is the
brief
first interview.
conversation, just to reiterate what you told that deputy. But like I was explaining, I would like to get a more further understanding of what happened last night and ask you more detailed questions. I am going to read you your rights, but it's just because that's how we do things, okay? So you do have the right to
At this point, I do think it's just because it's how we do things, but also, Sarah, you are being read your rights because we don't know what happened. So we don't know if you're a suspect or not. I don't think they think she's a suspect. At this point, I think they're confused and they know he was zipped into a suitcase, and that seems odd. I imagine for detectives, their spidey sense is like, that's odd. And we need to know more. So let's continue on. So this is the first interview.
I'm silent. Okay, do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Anything you say may be used against you in court. You have the right to talk
Yeah, it
to a
will be.
lawyer before and during questioning without charge. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one can be provided for you before questioning without charge. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to me?
No.
Do you understand what I just read you?
Yes.
Okay. So, last night you said that you and your boyfriend George were here at your residence and didn't really leave that day. You said that he went to the store to buy cigarettes.
Yes.
What time was that around? If you recall. Was it light out still, dark out?
Yes, it was light out still.
It's still light out, okay. But he's the only person that left and he came back,
Yes.
I'm assuming? Okay.
It's right down the street.
It's down the street, okay. And tell me what you guys were doing next, like what was happening?
And then what happened?
We had a bottle of wine. We painted. We drew.
One bottle.
We did puzzles.
Do you remember what wine you guys were drinking?
It's Chardonnay.
Okay.
The bottles are in the trash.
Okay. Chardonnay. Okay. And do you remember around like what time this was that you guys were sharing the bottle of wine, painting, doing puzzles?
I'm gonna say 4-ish.
Okay. And was this before he went to the store or after?
I'm sorry?
Had he already gotten home from the store at this point to buy the cigarettes?
Yes.
Okay. So it was around 4 p.m. that you realized, and you guys were doing...
You're going to see me taking notes because I haven't listened to these before.
Okay.
Listening to music, enjoying each other's company.
And all downstairs, upstairs? Where did you guys...
Downstairs.
Downstairs, okay.
We usually sit on the back porch because we smoke. You're not allowed to smoke inside, so.
Okay. And who was here last night? Was it just the two of you? Yep. Okay. No one ever came over at any point? No? Okay.
We called his daughters on FaceTime.
Okay.
We're just literally just enjoying one another's company.
Okay. And you guys share the phone that you have,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And the phone's located in there, I think, in the
Yes.
dictionary? Yeah. Okay. So tell me what happens next. You're painting, you guys are doing this puzzle together, you obviously finished the bottle of wine.
Yes.
Did you have 1 or 2 bottles of wine?
Well, we had one previously that was maybe not even half full.
Okay.
But then
So you finished that one and then you had the full one?
Yes.
Okay.
And sorry, what was the question?
What did you guys do next after the bottle of wine? Like after you finished the wine?
We had the bottle of wine while we were doing our arts and crafts.
Mm-hmm.
And from there, just waiting, we were puzzled out, we were painted out.
Mm-hmm.
So, being silly, let's play hide and seek, which we had played before. Like, I don't know if you've opened the door on the top of the stairwell, like, he and I have hidden in there before, like, just having fun and enjoying each other's company.
Okay.
So, I mean, that's literally all it was. And then the suitcase is downstairs because I was telling you we were going to do donations. And because it's not a very good suitcase, what was the question? I'm sorry.
You were just...
For me, when somebody starts saying that's literally all it was, that's literally all it was, I start going, okay, it wasn't. If you're repeatedly telling me that's literally all it was, then it's not. So that would be, for me, one of the first things in this interview where I'd be like, because she kept saying how much fun they were having. And we know from the neighbors interview that they were screaming at each other. So it was a great night. Everything was great. Everything was great is interesting.
Explain to me the night.
Oh, he decided to hide in there. So, being silly, he and I were sitting there laughing at it, like with him in there. And then, so I didn't zip it up all the way, but I mean enough to where his little fingers were out there and whatever, but still having a good time and whatever. Then
He wasn't.
I decided to go upstairs, and I don't know, I fell asleep. So I woke up this morning and again thought he was downstairs on the laptop looking for a job, as he usually is. And then thought, where is he? Is he on the back porch? Is he in the bathroom? Like, where is he? And then I came to about the suitcase. So I opened the suitcase, I took him out, stretched him out, started to do CPR. Where air was coming out, and then like whatever gurgle. So I'm trying to do CPR on him. I'm shaking him, trying to get him to come to, but I can tell by looking at him, something was wrong.
Yeah.
He's been losing his teeth lately and has been complaining about his chest hurts, which is why I keep trying to get him to go to the doctor, but because he nor I have a job or insurance, has been putting it off. So again, I didn't know what to do, so I called Brian, my ex-husband. I called him, he came over, just walked in.
He's purple. You took him out of a suitcase. You're pressing on his chest and he's gurgling and you don't know what to do. And you call your ex.
And then walked out. I grabbed my phone and I called you guys. From there, here we are.
Okay. The first time you woke up this morning, did you look at your phone to see what time it was?
No. Most of the time, like, I'll wake up, but because he nor I have a job, I'll usually just lay in the bed for a little bit longer because the house is clean. There's nothing else that we can do. Me thinking he's on the laptop looking for jobs, I can't use a laptop. So most of the time I'll just stay in the bed and collect my thoughts and get ready for the day.
So do you have any idea what time you woke up that first time? What time it may have been? I don't know if you guys have that.
I'm going to say 11 something. 11 something.
Okay.
Maybe.
Is that when you finally got up, or is that the first time you woke up?
No, that's the time that I decided to get up because I figured he was downstairs on the laptop. So let him look for jobs on the laptop, and then it usually I'll clean, he'll look for jobs, or vice versa, where I'll look for jobs and he'll clean.
Okay. So you think you got out of bed after 11 at some point?
Yes.
Okay. But we can't recall which time. Do you think you were up for like hours before that, or?
Joy222 brings up a good point, saying she has 2 dogs and never mentioned taking them out. Never, not once in any of these interviews did she say the dogs woke her up and she had to take them out.
And because I was supposed to have my son today, to get him up from school, Brian usually calls to make sure, hey, are you sure you're getting Lucas today? Because I've had job interviews.
Right.
Are you going to pick up Lucas? So after he called, like, maybe 3, 4 times, maybe 5, I finally answered, and that's, like...
Do you think you were sleeping and missed those calls?
No, I ignored them.
You ignored them?
Because he's notorious for blowing up my phone.
Okay.
But I understand why, because he's making sure that Lucas gets home.
Right, yeah, okay.
Right.
And to do whatever he needs to do day-wise so he can schedule around it.
Were you upstairs in your room at that time when you were ignoring those phone calls?
But I understand because, you know.
Okay, so
You're
not really
not
sure what time you
liable.
woke up initially, but you were upstairs collecting your thoughts. You figured he was on the laptop downstairs, so you were just getting ready for your day.
Yes.
You finally got out of bed at sometime after 11 a.m. and had gone downstairs.
Yes.
Okay.
Looking for him. And
couldn't find him. Looked outside, couldn't find him anywhere.
He wasn't in the bathroom. I'm sure maybe he's in the bathroom. But then I came to.
I came too?
And then you called Brian.
Yes. He
called
came over.
him over.
Yes, he came over.
It's down the road, right? Not very far.
They're trying to get a
He
timeline.
came over, walked in, basically walked out. You called 911.
Yes, I had my phone in my hand. I just wanted to wait for him to get there because I didn't know what to do.
Great. Okay. And then we arrived.
That was me.
Like, I couldn't, I still, I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know what happened, but like, my whole thing is, the whole, like, teeth losing thing, and I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. He and I were having an amazing time yesterday, like we normally do.
No arguments?
No.
Nothing? Okay. And the thing...
He and I were having an amazing time yesterday, like we normally do. Is that what the evidence is shown in this case? Sorry, the text message noise was me. And also we can see the screen in the courtroom. They might be playing this for the jury. It might be audio only. We can see the screen in the courtroom, but the screen in the courtroom is not playing it.
With him though is, which is why we've been doing puzzles and artwork lately, is that he's been stressing about a job, of course, which we've talked about. So what I did was start having him do puzzles and artwork to keep his mind off of it.
Okay.
His ex-wife is all over him about sending money, which he can't do because he doesn't have a job.
Right.
So he was stressing about that. He's been stressing about the job. But that's why I started to buy puzzles and paint to get his mind off of them, which is what I don't know if you noticed on the wall in there, it's all of our artwork and stuff.
Okay.
So I don't know. I mean, music, art, and playing with the dogs, dancing around the room with the dogs.
There's the mention of the dogs.
And they decided to play hide and seek. Because we're always trying to outdo each other on where we can hide the best.
How often do you guys play hide and seek?
Gosh, that was maybe, the third time?
Not often.
Okay. Is it a more recent game you've gotten into, or 3 times in total in your relationship you're talking about?
Lately.
Lately.
Because again, like, we were puzzled out, but we painted already, so
We've done everything.
why not?
So you were downstairs hanging out. Do you remember around what time you guys started playing hide and seek?
Honestly, I don't.
You remember if it was dark out?
It was dark.
Okay.
It was dark. But My thing is like when I spend time with him and I tried to get him to start doing it, I don't look at the clock.
Okay.
I'm here with him and we're having a good time. I don't need to know what time it is.
Right. I didn't know if you were like on your phone, if you got a text message, if you got a phone call last night.
We called his daughters yesterday, FaceTime.
Right. What time was that at?
I don't know without looking at my phone.
Okay.
Okay, we can do that.
Would that be the only activity that you had yesterday on your phone?
That would also be me. I don't know. I'd have to look at my phone.
Lucas. I talked to Lucas. He's my son.
Okay.
I always call him.
Morning?
No, it was evening.
Evening? Okay.
But
I'm just trying to help you, remember something you did right before hide and seek that would help you remember a time or give us a good time frame, because that's important for us to know. You want to be able to tell the doctors that.
I don't know, to be honest with you.
Okay. So when you called Lucas, was it before or after hide and seek?
Before.
Okay. And when you called and FaceTime his daughters, before or after hide and seek?
Before.
Okay. And did you call the daughters first and then Lucas, or Lucas first and then the daughters?
I know I talked to Lucas, but then we talked to the daughters afterwards.
Okay.
And I don't remember if she called us. No, I know he called Cookie. But yes, we called her.
What are the two daughters' names? Or just one? Did you say one
He
daughter?
has 3 children. It's Anna, Cookie, what her real name is Destiny. And then he has a handicapped son, Georgie.
Okay. Who did you call though yesterday? Who did you call?
Cookie.
And what is Cookie's real name?
Destiny.
Does she have his last name or something else?
It's Torres.
Same last name.
Yes, she remarried, but I don't know her last name.
Okay. Okay, so you know it's dark out, but you're not really sure what time it is. You play hide and seek. How long do you guys play hide and seek before he decides to get into the suitcase?
Before he decides to get in the suitcase.
Wasn't really. I hid upstairs in the shower, and then came downstairs because I was tired of hanging out in the shower.
Okay.
So that's when he was playing around in the suitcase. So
I came downstairs because I was tired of hanging around in the shower, and that's when he was playing around in the suitcase.
because we both thought it was funny that, oh yeah, well, I'm going to zip you up. You didn't come look for me. So.
Oh, because she was hiding in the shower, 10-4. My bad.
Suitcase, but.
Because he didn't go look for her.
It's only got one of these. But because I didn't zip it up all the way, he was doing the.
You mean it doesn't have like the pull part?
Correct.
Okay, but it.
No, I think it's got a, what do you call it? A paper clip.
Okay. So the zipper to it is missing, like the actual zipper that attaches to it to help you open and close is missing, but you think a paper clip was on it instead?
I believe there's a paper clip on it, because I know that the last time.
That's what you used to like help assist you?
Well, or you can just stick your fingers in there and.
Right, yeah.
Unzip it yourself, which is why I did not zip it up all the way.
Okay. So how much did you zip it up?
I mean, I don't really know.
You said his fingers were able to stick out?
Yeah, two fingers.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm figuring he'll get it, but then I wanted to go upstairs and waited for him, and eventually I guess I fell asleep. I had the dogs in the bed with me, was warm, and then fell asleep.
So you guys are joking, he's in there,
You're playing around.
See two of his fingers?
Yes.
And then, like, you just decided, okay, I'm gonna go upstairs now, or?
Because I figured he would get out and then go upstairs and have intimate relations like we normally do. But I fell asleep.
Okay.
And he never came upstairs. So, again, I'm thinking he's downstairs on the laptop earlier today. And then
do you guys play hide and seek before you have sexual intercourse, or do you guys just play hide and seek because you're bored and you're just trying to pass time and it's fun?
We were, again, puzzled out. Can't paint anymore. Even started to purge some of the art that's on the wall now. So
The detective's like, is this foreplay or what? She's like, is this just, what are we doing? This is, I think, going to tape 2. But yes, I agree with you, chat. Hide and go seek does not work if everybody's hiding, because nobody is seeking. Everybody's just hiding. For those asking, what is the beeping? This is a police interview in the car. It's probably the car, but I'm not law enforcement. It is something either in the car, on the recorder, or on their walkies. I'm not sure.
Today's date is February 24th, 2020. The time now is approximately 17:16 hours. This is in reference to Orange County case number 20-017904. My first reporting on a separate digital recorder. The memory became full and we could no longer.
That might have been what the beeping was. The digital recorder became full, so they couldn't continue recording on it. So she's saying this is the second recording because the digital recording became full.
But I am in my unmarked agency vehicle with, can you state your name, ma'am?
Sara Boone.
And my partner, Detective Scott Lowen. We are outside in my unmarked agency vehicle outside of 4748 France Lane, number 3 in Winter Park, collecting a statement from Sara. Okay, Sara, just for recording purposes, because it did technically stop and I wasn't able to say the time that it stopped prior, we have not talked anything further, not on recording.
Correct.
Okay. And you do understand that you don't have to speak with me if you don't want to, correct?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right. So I think I asked you, my last question was, and I'm not sure if you may have answered or not, but my last question was, you guys were just playing to have fun, and it wasn't like something you do right before like sex thing.
No.
Or it's just because
just
you were
being silly.
Okay. But you do say that you are intimate. Are you guys intimate every single night?
No, not every single night.
Okay.
I mean, ma'am, we're adults. She's like, are you intimate every single night? No.
Think it was gonna happen last night?
Yes.
Did you guys talk about it, or you just assumed like, oh, we're probably gonna have sex tonight?
Yes.
Okay.
Which is normally after we do the puzzles and artwork and everything, yes.
Okay.
We were just having a good time.
Okay.
Just enjoying each other's company.
And so,
Sitting with the dogs.
At any point, when he was in the suitcase, did you hear him say, please let me out?
No.
Was he?
We were laughing about it.
Yeah, okay. Did you make any jokes about it?
Kyle in the chat says detective wants the tea.
You were left upstairs and he didn't basically come find you.
Their job is to be curious.
Did you make any jokes about, okay, well, now you're in the suitcase?
No.
Okay.
Sheila said we are too old for
So I'm
every night.
assuming the game was over, like you guys weren't
Some
gonna
point.
you weren't gonna continue to play hide and seek anymore? Like you went upstairs and went into the room?
Right, waiting for him.
Okay. And you said you laid
Waiting
down?
for him.
Yes. The dogs got in the bed.
Do you guys sleep together in the room every single night?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Okay. And which side of the bed do you sleep on? Like if
it's, okay, here's the bed. I'm on the left side, he's on the right-hand side. Because I've got Lucas's pictures over here, he's got his kids' pictures over here.
Okay, so you're
towards
closer to
the wall.
the door or closer to the other? Are you closer to the door to exit your room or is he closer?
He is.
Okay. So where the pictures of Lucas are on that side, that's your side?
Correct.
Okay. And is that where you slept last night? Did you sleep in the middle of the bed? Did you sleep on your side of the bed?
I slept on my side.
Your side? Okay.
I mean, me always.
I noticed there's like one pillow on the bed, and then there were like 3 up against the closet. Are those his pillows, and he brings them into bed, or what's?
No, when I woke up, what I normally do is, I don't know if you noticed the mice that we have in there, Lucas's mice. But I'll make the bed, clean the mouse cage,
Oh,
and
pet
then go downstairs.
mice. I was confused for a minute.
Like, what I'm saying is that normally I'll fix that upstairs and then I'll head downstairs.
Okay.
So that's why those were over here, was because I was trying to fix up the bed a little bit.
Okay. Okay. Were they in the bed prior? Like, when you went to sleep, how many pillows were in your bed?
We only had.
How do the dogs sleep in the bedroom if there's mice in the bed? And wouldn't that drive the dogs fucking crazy? No, I'm not. I'm a cat person, but no.
The two.
Just
two.
out of curiosity.
The two white ones and the king size ones, when we watch movies, we'll put behind the white one, and then the bird pillow just goes in between everybody else.
Okay. Do you use one pillow to sleep, or do you each have one, right? Is that what you just said?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Okay. So you just.
It's interesting to me the detective's asking about the pillows, because at one point the defense was asking, I mean, maybe Friday, since this case has moved so quickly, but, you know, did you see any pillows that had blood on them? Did you gather any pillows that had blood on them? Blah, 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 blah. So it's interesting that in this interview, the detective's like narrowing down whose pillows belong to what. Like, all of the questions you can ask, this is her chance to ask them. And she's asking everything, because it may become important later. It may not, but it answers everything. So she's like, what about these pillows? What about those pillows? It's just forestalling any arguments down the road of anything. She's going to ask all of the things.
Basically, didn't
We will
finish making the bed.
Thank you, chat, for the dog.
That's why the pillows are up against the
Dog
like
conversation.
three pillows up against the closet.
Yes.
They're like standing.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Because I'll move all the pillows off, and then I'll shake out the bed, and then put everything back together.
Okay. Okay. And did he say anything to you while he was in the suitcase? I know you guys were laughing, joking, but was any jokes made? Was anything said?
No, nothing negative or anything like. I'm telling you.
Just
like,
anything that he said, like
we were laughing
She goes
about
right
it.
to nothing negative.
I mean,
We were laughing.
and I waited for him upstairs.
And
Did you tell him you were going upstairs, or?
Don't you go back down and get him if he doesn't come upstairs? No?
I literally went upstairs to wait for him.
was the line? Was
No,
that?
because
was
she
it
had had
all
a lot to
gone at
drink and
this
she fell
point
asleep.
While you guys were playing hide and seek?
I think so.
Okay. Is it at that point? I mean, I don't know how often you drink, but would you say that you were under the influence and he was under the influence, or?
Well, I mean, we weren't drunk.
Weren't drunk.
You weren't?
Okay.
We weren't drunk. I mean, we had a handful of.
Asterix, when narrator here, when she testified at her suppression hearing, when she was trying to get the next interview suppressed, she said that this day was very difficult because she was so hungover. Even though that is not what she is telling the detective here, it will be interesting to see her testimony vis-a-vis this, because she's like, no, we weren't intoxicated. But later, she has said that during this interview she was hungover, and she did say when she woke up in the morning it took her a while to come to. So we will see.
Glasses throughout the evening. Mm-hmm. So I mean, we weren't like inebriated where.
You forgot you took the video.
You could still. I mean, we were compos mentis. That's what I'll say. Both of us were compos mentis.
Okay.
You have to explain that one to me.
Yeah, I don't know what that word means.
I mean, we had our wits about ourselves.
Okay.
We had our wits about ourselves.
That's why he and I were playing.
Here's the thing, though. This isn't a trick question. You're at your home. You're
She's arguing with him.
If you're drinking, say you were drunk. There's no law against it.
Right.
Nobody's judging you. You're at home.
Neither one of us were drunk.
Okay.
We were just
I'm just trying
at
to
the
let you
gay
know,
stage.
not just from- okay.
That's what it was.
She's kind of defensive about that.
And dancing with the dogs.
Okay. Well, luckily his blood alcohol level will show us on the autopsy as well too. So, you know, we have that as well.
Yes.
Okay.
She's hungover. She's hungover and speaking Latin at the cops. We were compos mentis. look, there's times on Real Housewives. Yes, I relate everything to reality TV. There's times on Real Housewives where when you poke at the question about relationships with alcohol, some get very defensive about their relationship with alcohol. And Sara, for me, switched into that very defensive when being asked about alcohol, which, given everything we've seen in this case, does not surprise me. So in this interview, she's like, oh, we're Copas Mentis. But we also heard her in that video that she seemingly forgot she took, and she forgot she took it because she did not have her wits about her. So I think the poking about her relationship with alcohol is a sore spot for her.
There was no ill will between the two of us last night.
Yeah.
None.
When's the last time you guys have gotten into an argument?
Maybe last week.
Okay. Over just normal relationship stuff, or?
It's a little bit of everything because he and I both are stressing about jobs.
Right.
It's been extremely depressing for him where he worked up here at it used to be an Ace Hardware, but Ace dropped them as a franchise because of how bad the store is going down. And he
Nick, it's good to see you in the chat. You and I are thinking the same thing.
But it's between stuff like that, and then of course we've got the bills that we have to pay, and I've been having to ask Brian, my former husband, for money to pay for electricity and hot water for Lucas.
So all of you asking, was the ex supporting them? Seemingly so.
So I think that, of course, because he can't support me, has been bothering him, which is why I bought a new puzzle for the two of us to do.
Right.
And that's what we were working on.
I think he's upset that he can't support me, and that's why I bought us a new puzzle. Ma'am, you seem like an able human.
Okay. Do you guys normally argue often, not often, weekly, every other?
It all depends on like if he had a good day or a bad day kind of thing, where he would just be happy to come home and see me because he knows that it's going to get better. And then most of the time he would go for a drink, and we would sit on the back porch. He would tell me about his day, and we would have a glass of wine, and then kind of start our evening-ish kind of thing.
I mean, being out of work is incredibly stressful.
But then we would go inside.
I get it.
Started being outside, and then that's when we started to do the art and puzzles, and then listening to music and playing with the dogs. And it's a thing, tag, you're it kind of thing.
Gotcha. Is there anything he drinks specifically, like his go-to drink, or?
Yes, chat, she did say she rarely drinks in this interview.
Okay. Which is why we used to drink, like liquor, but like months ago.
Right.
Which is why we have the wine.
Okay.
But also, we used to drink liquor, and now we can afford wine.
He made a pork sandwich with cheese, and what was it that I ate? I think I made a sandwich.
It's just...
And some chips.
You guys didn't have to go out and get anything? You had anything here?
Yes.
Like a sandwich, like a deli sandwich, like deli meat sandwich, or do you think you had pork ham? Like
I made a pork loin the other day for me, him, and Lucas, and they were leftovers. So he had that. He made a pork loin sandwich with cheese, and I had there's ham in the
ham sandwich with chips. Okay.
Does he normally come up to bed, or will he do the typical guy thing where he's downstairs and will fall asleep on the couch?
I mean, he's done that before just because of his crappy day that he had, but yes, we sleep in the same bed.
You normally sleep in
yes.
the same bed. Do you guys go to bed at the same time?
Most of the time, yes. But because he's been very excited about looking for a job, he might stay downstairs for half an hour, 45 minutes, and then would come upstairs and he and I would watch movies together until it was just, okay, there's no more movies that we want to watch. And then we would just turn the lights off and go to sleep.
Last night, when you said you went upstairs, do you have like a ritual that you do prior to going to bed? Like, do you brush your teeth, wash your face, put on TV?
They're trying to figure out how long it took her to go to bed.
Me, myself,
I think they're also trying to ascertain her level maybe of intoxication. Like, what did you do before you went to bed? So I think that's why they're asking. A, timing. B, ascertaining where she was at the night before.
I'll go upstairs, maybe like rinse my mouth out with Listerine.
Okay. Do you recall what you did last night?
I just got in the bed with the dogs.
You don't. Okay.
Okay.
She's like, no, I rinsed my mouth out with Listerine.
And how long do you think you were up?
0 out of 5 doctors agree that's okay.
Passed out?
I wouldn't say I necessarily passed out.
Oh,
Yes, he knows too that I'll go upstairs sometime because of how tired I am.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why he'll just give me my space a little bit. Maybe I'll watch a show and then he'll come upstairs. So, I mean,
Maybe he gives you your space because y'all were fighting quite a lot.
No, I know, but last night, how long do you think it was prior to you falling asleep?
Oh.
Passing out.
Like, how long did you wait up for him?
Maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes. I mean, I literally dozed off, warm in the bed with the dogs, waiting for him.
Now it's dozed off.
I didn't even bother turning the TV on. Just got in the bed. He knows too that I would go upstairs because of how tired I am. He knows. Like, I'm mentally exhausted. So.
Who usually gets up first? I mean,
also mentally
are you an early riser? Is he an early riser?
He is.
Or he's usually an early riser?
Yeah, he has to be at work by 8 o'clock, so he'll usually wake up at like 6:30-ish if I don't have Lucas.
How long has he been out of work?
Maybe, well, he did some odd job stuff up there. But I think his last day was like Friday 2 weeks ago.
So he hasn't worked in about 2 weeks?
Yes.
And during that 2 week period, has he maintained just his body naturally wakes up early, or does
Yes, it's his body clock.
Okay. What time is that normally?
Like 6:30, 6:45-ish. But again, if I have Lucas here, I have to take him to school, so we're up at like 6:30. I'm feeling really like weird, guys. Like lightheaded.
Okay.
Like I feel really weird right now.
Do you feel like you're gonna be sick?
No, I'm not sick, just
Stress will do that to you.
I don't know.
The adrenaline.
Food? I haven't even fed my dogs today.
What?
The mice need to be taken care of still.
I think she said, I haven't even done the dogs today. I'm going to back that up. But at some point, there's going to be an adrenaline dump. It doesn't surprise me that she's like, oh, I'm feeling really weird. And the anxiousness, like I don't doubt that at all. And she's also later said she was also hungover, but there's like a lot going on. I think she said, I haven't even done the dogs, fed the dogs, taken care of taking care of the dogs. So I'm going to try to listen to that because this has got to be onwards of 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I forgot what they said when they did the time check, but I backed it up because I think she's talking about the dogs. I was just curious.
I don't know. Need food? I haven't even fed my dogs today.
I haven't even fed my dogs today. Okay.
The mice need to be taken care of still.
The mice need to be taken care of still.
But again, I'm thinking he's downstairs on the laptop, so he can use the laptop and then I'll use the laptop afterwards.
woke up this morning, it wasn't out of the ordinary that he wasn't there.
What do
You
you
didn't
mean?
you didn't wake up this morning and go, oh, where's George? You woke up thinking, okay, George got up like he normally does before me.
And is downstairs on the laptop looking for jobs.
You had made a comment earlier that he's losing his teeth.
Yes.
What is
I
that?
think we don't know. I think that's one of the things subconsciously that has been really on his mind also, is that he keeps losing his teeth. Like, pieces would break off. He lost a whole molar or something in the back the other day while we're eating. And then he keeps talking about how his chest, and I'm blaming it on stress.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that is. I don't know what the teeth thing is. I know it can't be a good sign.
You said he
So his health is something that you're concerned about. His chest, his teeth, which also is going to be psychologically stressful. Losing teeth, it is a very difficult thing for people. And so you know all of this, and yet we watched the video of him saying, I can't breathe, and you are mocking him. And you know he's got all this stuff going on. Ma'am. Because we watched the video before lunch.
got into, you said an argument, but he had a bunch of facial injuries where he had reconstructive surgery.
Yes.
So he and his brother got into
Yes.
a fist fight?
Oh my gosh, it was horrific, yes.
Was it, I mean, usually when you have that much damage, it's more than just a fist fight. His brother hit him with something?
No, wait till you guys see Mo. Mo is a gorilla. Like, he's...
It is possibly
Do we know
causing the teeth to get
Mo?
messed up?
Did they have to do work on his teeth or his jaw or
Just
anything?
his eyes.
His eyes.
Just the orbital sockets?
Yes. Well, and they fixed his nose too.
Okay. Now, the damage to his eyes, is that still, I mean, is it noticeable or?
No.
Okay, so when they fixed the sockets, they came back and you couldn't tell that they had been damaged?
I couldn't tell,
Thank you, Sassy Wee
but
Lassie.
his children recognize it, where they say he doesn't look like the same dad.
Facial
But
reconstruction
to
will
me,
do that.
I've never noticed it.
No
Hi, Dr. B.
damage to the jaw, the forehead, anything like that?
No. It was just his eyes and his nose.
Bless you.
That's the judge probably talking to the jury. Because somebody sneezed.
You said he's been complaining of chest pains?
He had mentioned it a couple times, where I'm just blaming it on stress, but again, I kept trying to encourage him with or without money, go to a walk-in clinic.
Yeah.
You'll eventually get a bill. But the teeth thing has been worrying me also, and I didn't want to say anything to him about it. But we were in the process of eating dinner and a tooth comes out. That's scary to me, and a red flag if you ask me.
Well, this is the reason I was asking what you guys had for dinner last night. What is his dietary habits been lately? I mean, he looks super thin to me. Now, I don't know George, but he does not look
Yeah,
like
he's
an average
He
weight.
eats,
103
believe it or not,
pounds.
like a horse. Like he'll eat like 4 or 5 times a day. Again, one of the things that has been concerning me, which you all will be the first people that I actually say this to, is his weight for the amount of food that he eats throughout the day, how he doesn't gain any weight. He and I and Luke is going up to Publix every time we step on the scale, and he continuously loses weight. Well, I don't even want to step on the scale anymore.
How long has this been going on for?
Months.
So way before losing his job.
Yes. It's been ongoing. I mean, I'm not going to even say months. I can say at least a good year.
Okay.
And he eats like a horse.
And you said you don't know of any drug history?
Since I've been with him and known him, he's never done drugs. But I know him growing up in Philadelphia, he had a bad stint with marijuana and alcohol. If and when you talk to his children and or his ex-wife, she will tell you. His family will tell you. But since he's been with me, no, I have not.
Drinking.
He's never done drug trialing.
Thank you, chat, for not diagnosing the victim based on the defendant's interview.
Your phone, is it password protected or?
There's nothing that
Screen?
It's password protected.
Does,
nothing that contributed to his death other than the suitcase that came up, or it would have come up with the coroner.
George know the password as well?
He doesn't know the code, but he does the face thing.
So they're talking about her phone and who has the passcode to her phone, which is important because who has access to the phone matters. And she's saying he has Face ID access to her phone.
Screen?
It's password protected.
Does, George know the password as well?
He doesn't know the code, but he does the face thing.
His face will be
recognition
on it? Okay.
And the only reason why I have that is because I had lost 2 phones previously where I can't, before I had the passcode was somebody else being able to get into my phone because I lost it twice. So that's the only reason why I have it.
Oh, like that's the reason you put a password on it,
Yes.
just in case you lost your phone?
Yes.
Okay, so do you recall what time you went to bed?
I know that it was
AMS in Michigan said
after midnight.
one phone can't have 2 face recognitions, right? I think iPhones can have multiple. They can have multiple finger recognitions. I think they can have multiple recognitions.
Okay. How do you know that? Like, what makes you remember that?
Because I walked up the stairwell and we have a clock that's on top.
Like, you see it as you're walking up the stairwell?
Yes. We have to turn the corner and it's right here.
Okay. And you don't remember when you went in the shower, around what time it was, looking at that same clock?
I didn't shower. I mean, I showered earlier in the day.
No, when you said you hid in the shower when you were playing hide and seek?
Yes.
Did you happen to look at that clock then and see what
I'm
time
knocking
it
things
was?
over today.
No, I just happened to look up on my way.
Going to bed? Or going into the room?
Yes.
Okay, so it was after midnight. Do you think it was before 1 a.m. though? Was it between midnight and 1, or?
To be honest with you, I don't know. I mean, if I had to say, it was like 12:30-ish.
Okay. Okay, and when you went upstairs, you and George were no longer having a conversation, laughing about the suitcase. You just decided to go upstairs.
No, we were laughing about it.
Okay. So
At some point you stopped laughing about it.
Going upstairs,
Yeah,
thinking he'll just get himself out, and then.
Yes, that's why I didn't close it all the way. That's why I didn't close it all the way. I'm like, he'll be up here in a minute now. But then, I guess I
It was
dozed off.
upside down.
And again, I'm thinking he's downstairs on the laptop this morning. Because he gets out of bed before I do. Most of the time.
When you put him in or when he got into the suitcase.
How did he end up in the suitcase?
So
Can you
the
describe
suitcase
that?
now,
Why are we not describing that?
If we're looking at it, what side was his head on when he got into the suitcase and you zipped him? Was his head like on the? If we're looking
If
at it,
it's
right?
like this, his head was here. The hole was here.
So she's
So
going to be
his
showing
head
them.
was closer to where.
Yes.
Like when you close it, his head was closer to where it's closed.
No, that's where his head's here. This is him doing the finger thing over here.
Right, so his head is closer to where you can close it. So when you close it, his head is on that side. Or his head is on the opposite side of where you close it. Because there's obviously an open, there's one the suitcase is open, and then one is shut. And
Open.
then obviously the zipper's on opposite sides.
So if you do this, yes, his head was here, where the zip part was.
Okay. Okay.
But again, that's why I didn't send it up all the way.
This is still the first interview. Christine asked, wasn't the zipper broken? I think she said there was a paper clip in it. It would have been very difficult for him to unzip it from inside. Yep. Yep.
I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know.
But also they were
what
both
happened.
intoxicated.
I don't know what happened.
I do.
I don't know, again, if he had like a heart attack or an aneurysm.
You left him
or
there.
what? Like, I don't know what happened.
Do you keep your phone on you? Like, is it always in your possession?
No. Because it's a community phone between me and him, like if he needs it, most of the time it's on the kitchen counter.
Okay.
Where it's like he knows that's where my phone is, or hey, after you're done talking to Lucas, do you mind if I call my daughters? So it's our phone.
No, I get it. I just,
But no, I don't walk around with my phone on me all the time.
okay. Did you bring it upstairs with you when you were going to bed?
No.
No. Okay. So it stays downstairs.
No.
Or is downstairs with him?
Yes, it was downstairs with him. Because that's how I heard my phone ringing, and I knew it was Brian because he called over and over and over and over again, which is what he does.
So you assumed it was him.
She has
but
so
you
much,
didn't know
like,
Brian was calling you, but you assumed it
with
was
her
Brian.
ex-husband.
Yes, because
That's just what he does.
Back to back to back to back to back to back.
Okay.
So I finally answer.
Okay. Okay,
I
so
mean,
your
he wants to know
phone
if you're
was
picking up your
downstairs.
kid. I get why the ex-husband's calling over and over and over again. Like, are you picking up your son? Like, I get it. SLS, has the jury seen the video at this point? Yes, they saw it right before lunch.
Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you promise and swear everything we've talked about has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay.
But may I ask you though?
They're having them affirm.
Because I was telling you guys about it earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know if I'm afraid for my life at this point.
I know. But
I'm afraid.
I don't know anything about your guys' history. Like, I don't know, other than the family not liking you, like...
And they get upset because of the drinking. And just the things that we have gone through, and I know that they don't want him to be with me, but he and I...
Are they gonna tell me that he's an alcoholic?
Probably.
We drink occasionally, or I drink occasionally too. I'm afraid for my life. His family doesn't like me because of the drinking. Is two different perceptions of how things are going.
Okay. Are they gonna tell me that you're an alcoholic?
They'll say that, but they don't know. They assume.
Okay. Why do they say that he's an alcoholic?
Because of his track record in Philadelphia and all of the things that he has done. Cars that he's wrecked, ex-wives' cars. He's been divorced twice. And he has, yes, they'll say that.
Okay.
They'll say that, but they don't know. They just assume.
Okay. Well,
But they don't know us.
people have their opinions. Okay, you can't not. There's nothing you can do about someone having an opinion and saying something like that. As far as what's going on here, I've told you, prior, we don't know what happened. So I understand you feel like they're gonna not accept, what happened, and they're gonna think that it's your fault, but at this time, we cannot conclude and say anything differently. I know we've talked about you possibly going somewhere else for tonight. you know, you have to do what you have to do to keep yourself safe, but at this point in time, no one has made a threat to you, no one has done anything.
I just haven't said anything to him yet.
Right, but we will obviously talk to them, and of course, we're gonna instruct them that this is an ongoing investigation. You know.
I think I'm my son.
Well, your son's with Brian, and is gonna stay with Brian. So, we're gonna cross that bridge when we get to it. I know you're fearful of it now.
Like you're saying you're
but
afraid,
nothing has
but
happened
also
to
nothing's
where
going on.
You're in fear based off past history and what they think of you and how
They
you know.
threaten me all the time.
Do you have proof or is it all verbal? Like would it be in your phone?
Sarah said they yell at me all the
No,
time
it's verbal.
regarding the victim's family.
It's verbal. So it's he said versus she said, or she said versus she said. So
Yeah,
you-
they've been really nasty to me. Really nasty to me.
It's gonna be a shock. It's gonna be, everyone handles things differently.
They're gonna be
We're
shocked.
not gonna leave there with them hooting and hollering.
She's going to
and being
class.
upset.
And then they're gonna all come over here.
Okay, well, who's gonna collect? 'Cause I don't even know
His mom.
His mom? What's his mom's name?
Blanca.
Is that her government name, or is that just what you call her?
No, I think that's her government name.
And you said she lived around here?
They live down the street.
When's the last time you said he doesn't even really talk to his family because he chose you over them, so when's the last time you've seen them or talked to them?
I believe he did something with his brothers a couple of weeks ago, but I don't go over there.
Okay.
Like,
So if he goes over there, you do not go?
no.
But he did something with his brothers?
I'm guessing so. I know that they come up to his job all the time.
When he was working there?
Yes.
Okay.
So they have a good
So
relationship
they
with George when you're not
have come
around,
over here and
is what I'm hearing.
been completely disrespectful.
Okay.
And again, he ended up having to tell them, don't come over here if you're gonna act like that and treat Sarah like that.
Do you know their address?
I have it inside. I know it's Baja Boulevard, but if you go down, what is this out here? Goldenrod?
Mm-hmm.
There's a Twisty Treat ice cream place on the right-hand side, and you turn down that road, and then you make a left, and then you'll see Baja, and you make a right, and their house is white, and it's fenced in, and it's got a whole bunch of garden flowers.
I'm gonna end my recording, is that okay?
Juju said, didn't y'all call the brother last night?
Just
Yeah.
out of curiosity, I'm noticing your front door.
George was on the phone with his brother before all of this went down, and that's the brother that testified right at the beginning of the trial on Friday.
It has a bunch of dents in it. What is that from?
When we moved in, they were already there.
I don't see any other doors with dents like that.
Whoever it was that lived here previously, I know it was a girl, but that was here when we moved in.
This ends the recording 17:47.
All right. And that's the end of the recording in the car. I imagine George's family felt like the neighbors
When you
did.
were on the scene on February 24th, did you also make contact with Ryan Boone?
Yes, before I spoke to Sarah Boone, yes.
Well, that's the next interview up.
Did you have an opportunity to interview him?
Yes, I did.
While on scene, did you also begin the process of examining the defendant's cell phone?
I did not examine it myself, but I...
Process of examining it. The process of
We have a waivers and affidavits form that has a consent portion on it. And so I did start doing the paperwork for that.
You obtained consent from the defendant in this case?
Yes, on scene to search through her cell phone.
And what time did you become aware of the videos on her cell phone?
So a digital forensic investigator responded out to the scene, and she responded out a little after 7 p.m. And I would assume she probably started doing, whatever she needed to do. And then a short time later, she came over and got my attention and expressed to me that I needed to look at something in her phone.
And these were the Suitcase videos, correct?
Yeah, they were 2 separate videos from the night prior.
When you observed these videos, what actions did you take?
When I observed the videos, I directed the digital investigator to stop processing and downloading her phone any further, and that I was going to write a search warrant for her cell phone.
Did you obtain that search warrant for her cell phone?
Yes, it was signed by a judge the next day.
And she was obviously able to finish the digital analysis, correct?
Yeah, she was able to get the full download as well. She had already gotten the videos downloaded the night prior, but she was able to do whatever she does to get the full download.
In the course of your interview with the defendant, you were relayed information that I guess she had gone to Publix the previous day. Is that correct?
In the interview?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, well, I'm sorry, in the interview that we just listened to about going to Publix?
Nope.
In the course of
That interview said nothing about Publix.
learned that she had gone to Publix.
Yes, I was under the impression that that George had gone to Publix.
Did you follow up with that Publix for surveillance video in this case?
Yes, I went to the Publix to gather surveillance video.
And were you able to find that video of them at Publix the previous day?
Yes.
Your Honor, request permission to publish States 2.
Oh.
You may.
Publix first, then Brian Boone's interview? I want to hear Brian Boone's interview too. Melissa in the chat asked, is there any limit on the length of evidence that can be presented without questions being asked? This seems like a long video with no pauses to ask the witness any questions. It depends on the court and how the court operates, but when it is an interview, you can play the whole thing through with no stops, no breaks, depending on the court. In some jurisdictions, you will see it broken up with, does this reflect your interview? In some jurisdictions, they're like, the person said this was their interview, roll the whole thing without interruption. So it really varies very much by jurisdiction. It's why you'll see when attorneys don't practice in a particular jurisdiction, there are rules for them to be pro hoc vice per different cases so that they know those local rules.
I'm first going to show you the video taken from Publix on February 23rd, 2020 at approximately 12:15 p.m.
And this is going to be from Publix.
Ma'am, using the laser pointer, could you please identify the victim and the defendant on this video?
The victim in a black shirt, defendant in like a lighter color shirt, short hair. Thank you, mass exposure. Hannah, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships as we are watching through the Publix surveillance video. Curtis said, Sarah showing no emotion, can that hurt her? It just depends on how the jury reads it. People respond to things in all different ways, so it really just depends on the jury. Some people get very calm under stress, some people get hysterical under stress, some people are a combination. It really, really just depends on the jury's own experience. But I think her demeanor in the video while George is in the suitcase is going to be the most telling.
That was purchased
But yes, she doesn't sound upset in the 911 call either.
The second surveillance video. Can you identify Mr. Torres for us in this video? Is that the second bottle of wine? Yes. All right.
So they bought a bottle of wine and then he went back in and was like, you know what? Let's get another one. Because the first time they purchased it and checked out, it was both of them. So the 2 bottles.
In the course of your investigation, did you also interview individuals from the apartment
Yeah,
complex?
she said she didn't go anywhere that day.
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to also interview their neighbors as well?
Yes, I did.
Did you interview Juan Torres?
Yes, the following day.
And did you attend the autopsy in this case?
Yes, the following morning.
Your Honor, may I approach with the defense?
Yes.
And they are going to approach. Oh, we have a little zoom room because I paused a few times. Yay! Zoom. All I want to do is zoom. So, as the attorneys are
My
approaching.
understanding, members of the
Scheduling.
jury, it is 3:34. My understanding, based on the state, is the next part of their presentation is going to be kind of long in length.
The video.
So we're going to go ahead and take our afternoon break at this point in time. Similar instruction that I've given you over the last couple of days. Please don't have any discussions among yourselves or anyone else about the persons, places, things, or charge involved. And do not conduct any independent investigation with regard to those things. We'll give you a 15-minute recess. We will see you at 3:50. Thank you so much for your service.
So they are taking a 15-minute recess. We have a little zoom room. They'll be back in like 5 minutes. What I'm going to do while they are on recess, because we do have a few questions, but I'm also going to take a break to go to the restroom, because we are going to need, we're going to be here that video's 2+ hours long. So I would suggest, we've got about 5 minutes till court is supposed to come back. I would suggest taking the moment to stretch, grab snacks,
maybe
go to the restroom.
State, anything we need to address? Defense. All right, we'll be in a recess for 15 minutes. Thank you.
I'm going to do the same thing. Laura is asking, why does George buying wine matter? She said they bought 1 bottle of wine. They actually bought 2 bottles of wine. She said she didn't go anywhere and George only left to buy cigarettes. So it's just the inconsistencies that she's downplaying the alcohol use. Cleopatra said, gosh, I thought he said 50-minute break. No, 15-minute break. So I am going to run to the restroom too, but we've got about 5 minutes left till court is back, and then I will be right back. Take a minute, grab some water, and then I will be back. But yes, the inconsistencies are part of what matters here. So that's part of what they are talking about. So with all of that, Light Chaser asked a great question. So I'm going to answer that question real quick, and then I'm going to go to the bathroom. Light Chaser said, doesn't he have any culpability for climbing in the suitcase? She didn't force him in there. No. Apportioning of culpability is a concept we see more in civil law, but even if he got into the suitcase, he's not going to die in the suitcase if it's not zipped up. He didn't zip himself into it. She zipped him up, knew that it was dangerous. He told her it was dangerous and he couldn't breathe, and she did not let him back out. So it's not the getting into the suitcase that is the issue. It is what she did after that. Him sitting in there isn't a problem. So when we're looking at apportioning things, that goes strictly to civil liability. In criminal liability, what did she do and what did she know? So that's why this is charged as a second degree. Hopefully that helps. He could not have zipped himself in, and if he just pulled the lid closed, he's not going to get stuck in a fabric suitcase unless she takes some action, and then her taking that action is what led to his death. So it's different. Otherwise, it is not something somebody's going to be charged for. Sara also asked, does each side have a time limit? No. In criminal law, it's very unusual that we would see a time limit. And in this case, it's moved along so fast. It's just going to be making sure you move through. If we didn't see, I mean, we saw Lally getting told to move along a bit, but if we don't see a case like that getting told to move along, then, you know, we're not going to see it here. So let us, Lara, I always read it as Laura first. I apologize every single time I do. And then I'm like, no, it's not. So thank you for that. All right. I'm going to take a quick restroom break as well, and we will be here in a minute. Mouses love books. Why is this second and not first? I talked about that a little bit before the break today. It'll be in our summary on Quick Bits for tomorrow. It goes to intent. So let's take a quick break. Uh-oh, I was muted. Hey, y'all. Let's head back to court and see what they've got going on because, oh, no, that's not the one we wanted. That's the one we wanted. We're going to go back to court and they should be getting rolling soon. We're going to be in for hours of her police interrogation, the one that the defense tried to have suppressed. This is the interview that they did not want the jury to see. That's what we're going to be getting to when the jury comes back in. But they are back in court. We've got some super chats that I'm going to get to. I grabbed some snacks. If I have to leave and grab more snacks, we will. Bathroom was most important, but grab some fizzy water. Today we're going with Waterloo blackberry lemonade. So we'll be doing that. But all the things to try to stay awake. So Peg said trial is scheduled for 3 weeks. This is going to be done probably by the end of the week, if not before the end of the week. The jury was qualified for 3 weeks. This has gone quite quickly, and it is going to continue to go quite quickly. The state's going to rest their case at the end of today or first thing tomorrow, depending on how long it takes them to get through things and depending on how long the cross-examination is today. So I think they will be done. I think the state will be done today or first thing tomorrow, and then the defense will get into their case. But not all the defense attorneys are back from the break yet. So I'm going to put this at, let's see, no, not a sleep timer. What? Like my audible sleep timer has been saving me because I'm trying to get through the last couple books in a series and I keep falling asleep listening to them. And then I have to go back. But at least if I have my sleep timer, then I know how much I can. So let's see, defense is coming back in. So during the break, she was restrained. She's not restrained. And so we're going to be getting back into live court pretty quickly. But with all of that, let's see. Her defense attorneys are coming back in, and that's what we're doing. So Light Chaser, thank you for your question. Fiona, thank you for the gift of memberships. Does each side, Sarah, we got to that. Let's see. Malleus, Maximus, good to see you. How do you guys think she'll try to pitch why she was lying to police? Stress, fear,
versus Sarah Boone. State.
Hangover.
Defense.
James Owens from Miss Boone.
Tony Henderson from Miss Boone.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's
This
table.
is at
wearing the same clothing from this
1.25.
morning. She is in custody but not wearing any restraints. So again, we'll continue to stand when our jury enters and exits. I believe we're getting to the part of the state's presentation with the recorded interview on February 25, correct?
Correct.
And what do we need to address with regard to that in advance, if anything?
Judge, I believe it's identified as state's exhibit for identification S, as in Sam.
Okay.
And I believe that's the 2-hour interrogation video that I had filed the pretrial motion to suppress.
That was denied.
Denial, but contemporaneously, I want to make that objection.
That was denied.
Understood. Any other objections? Okay. It was edited based on the court's granting of the motion in limine, defense's motion in limine prior to trial. Is that correct?
So I'm going to slow this down. What the court is saying is that the video has been edited based on a ruling on the court's motion in limine. And there were a few things that law enforcement said that were like, well, you know, you caused his death. It was something along those lines. That's not verbatim. That was the extrapolation of law enforcement or the determination or judgment of law enforcement. And that was edited out of the video. So the video should have those comments by law enforcement removed based on the judge's ruling before the trial on those motions in limine that the defense brought.
Yeah, that's correct. And a copy of the edited version was provided to the defense, I believe, on the first day of jury selection.
That's true.
Okay.
And defense had the edited version.
I'm assuming the video that's going to be provided to our jury this afternoon is that exact same video.
Yes.
Do you want me to read the 2.2 instruction prior to it being
I like it when they do
played
that.
after it being received into evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Which instruction is that?
That's the instruction on edited recording.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else we need to address state before we bring back in our jury?
Mr. Beck, Mr.
Your Honor, if I may real briefly.
Appearances, sir.
Contemporaneous objection?
No. I was going to talk about the reports that the court referenced in the last.
What?
Before the jury was brought in this afternoon.
Fine. Let me just get your appearance, Mr. Beck.
Oh, yes. Kevin Beck on behalf of Sara Boone.
Yes, sir.
There was a discussion regarding these depositions that were going to be taken this afternoon of the defense witnesses that were recently noticed. I do have some concerns about the court having indicated to defense that if we had reports, things of that nature, we should share those with the state to the extent that those reports were generated by our investigator there, potentially work product privilege. And so we're happy to work with the state, cooperate with the state, give them what we can, but I want to expressly state that we are not waiving the work product privilege by providing whatever information we can to allow this process to move forward.
Understood. I'm not
have to have a
seeking to have
report.
you turn over anything to the state that may be protected by any attorney-client or work product privilege. My takeaway was there's something that could be provided. If it can, fantastic. If it can't, the court's ruling from previously still remains. Since we have an opportunity to revisit our list,
They are talking about other matters. This attorney is talking about depositions that are happening this afternoon with witnesses that need to be turned over to the prosecution and how those are going to be turned over, and what's going to be turned over. And if the investigator reports are work product and don't have to be turned over, but they're just talking in open court, not in front of a microphone, that's why. So that had to do with witnesses that are, the defense is still making their case. That's going to start in the morning. So this is regarding the defense witnesses and the judge being like, you have to disclose what your witnesses are going to say. And so that's where we're going to be.
during the lunch break, did you have an opportunity, Mr. Owens, addressing the USB to CD conversion?
The
for any
BS
evidence
USB.
to be provided or sought to be introduced by the defense?
My understanding is that Mr. Billy Lane was going to go to Staples or somewhere and purchase one of those DVDs.
He's like, I don't know, somebody's dealing with it.
That makes the conversion, so we anticipate it will be done by.
Okay, excellent. All right. Anything else we need to address then before we bring back in our panel state?
Not for the sake.
Defense. All right, let's stand and bring back in our panel.
Okay. Jury coming back in. Do we have any Zoom room? A little bit. We have a little bit of room as the jury walks back in, which gives us 0 room later, but I would like to be caught up in time as they play that video.
Defense, to recognize our jury. Yes. I thank you. Y'all can be seated. Members of the jury, again, if you could, just raise your hands to comply, confirm you complied with the court's instructions. Record reflect all hands have been raised. Thank you very much. State, you may continue.
All right. This will probably be the long interview. That was the microphone moving
On February
on the
25th
podium.
of 2020, did you set up a follow-up interview with the defendant in this case?
Yes, I did.
And that was after you had attended the autopsy that morning, correct?
The interview, the follow-up interview was to be conducted after the autopsy. Not necessarily set up, but it was to be conducted after the autopsy.
I apologize if I misspoke on that.
She's just trying to be
Was
precise.
that interview recorded?
Yes, it was, audio and video.
And where did that interview take place?
Central Operations at the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness what's been marked for identification as states S and shown to the defense?
You may.
A couple of y'all in the chat are asking, why doesn't the defendant stand for the jury? I saw her standing this time. So, Reximoto, it was not me. It was not me. It was the mic.
Yes, I do.
On the podium.
What is this?
Pulled the gooseneck.
This is the follow-up interview conducted on February 25th, 2020 at Orange County Central.
So this is what we're
Operations with the
watching
defendant,
next.
Sarah Boone.
And does it fairly and accurately represent
Good luck
the
on stripping wallpaper, Jen.
that took place between yourself and the defendant?
Yes,
And is that your initials on this disc?
it is, yes.
And you had an opportunity to review it prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's been marked for identification as State's S into evidence.
The only objection is from the previous pretrial issues.
The state will, court will
Standing
receive
objection.
an evidence that was pre-marked as State's S over objection as State's Exhibit 20.
Jamie McWay asked, does the court reporter have to include if somebody stumbles on their words? Yes. It is supposed to be a direct transcription, so if somebody, it's not cleaned up.
Momentarily. Members of the jury,
The court's
I have
like, can we
an instruction
publish?
to read to you before the Exhibit 20 is published to you. Members of the jury, you are about to view and listen to a video recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would
wheeling in
not
the
add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you view, listen to, and consider this evidence.
So because there were things that were not admissible taken out of the video, they let the jury know this has been edited, but it's not manipulated. It's edited to remove things that are irrelevant to this case, and you should not speculate on it or worry about it. All right, I'm going to try switching to the new note taker and see how it goes. I'll let you guys know what I think. We're going to do a trial during the trial. God, I hope this sounds okay. No, the video's not even inverted, y'all. I know.
Sure. So obviously, you received his autopsy. So I'm going to read you your rights again because we have to talk about that. And since I'm talking about the incident, we just have to do it, just like we did yesterday.
I'm going to read you your rights again.
Remember I read you the rights? Your rights? Yeah. So it's the exact same thing, but since I'm asking you follow-up questions, I need to read them to you, okay?
Like we did
All
yesterday.
right. So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say may be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning without charge. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one can be provided for you before questioning without charge. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to me? No. And do you understand what I just read you? Yes. Perfect. Okay. So this morning we went to his autopsy, and we were informed of some injuries that he has by the doctor. So I want, so he's got scratch marks to his back. I know that's wrong. Okay. And it's called a contusion. Do you know what a contusion is? So like basically you get a hit and then you get a mark from it. You'll get bruising. Like someone hit you or something like that. It's called a contusion. So he had some injuries to his left shoulder. He had a cut near his lip. We could see his mouth was a little. I haven't laid hands on him. Okay.
Also too, he fell off my son's bike.
Okay.
So I don't know. And he's notorious for running into the wall or the haltering. So
Okay. What about the scratches? Because there's also sex.
Yes.
Okay. Because there's also like
She
a
just asked, are
scratch
those from sex?
on like the back of his neck, like kind of like going, but it's like going straight across.
I have no idea what that's from.
And they're all recent. Like they occurred recently. It wasn't something that occurred post or that occurred a week ago, or 2 days ago, 3 days ago. They definitely occurred, the night leading up to when he was.
In all honesty, we have not gotten into it.
Okay.
That's why, the only thing I thought you guys were going to ask me about, which I was going to be honest with you anyway, are the scratch marks on his back.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else, I have no idea what it is. No idea what it is. Nonetheless, I've had my son over the house too, so.
But your son was there when? When was he last there?
Oh, gosh.
Am I understanding he was there last Tuesday?
I don't know if it was Tuesday, but yes, he was there last week, so.
Well, we're talking about Sunday. We're just talking about what occurred Sunday. Because like I said, the injuries they occurred within that time period.
So you're talking about day before yesterday?
Sunday leading into Monday. You called us yesterday at 1, so, but the incident, you guys were painting and stuff the night prior.
Correct.
So we're talking about Sunday, and then
That's
it's
why
Monday.
I'm thoroughly confused, because we had a good time sitting on the back porch, having wine, and smoking a couple of cigarettes, and then decided to go inside and literally paint, do puzzles, and play, and listen to music. That's why nobody got out of sorts. This is what's mind-blowing to me. Like, I have no clue. Nobody laid a hand on anybody.
He also had,
Wow, it might not have been a
like on the
hand.
left side of his forehead, he had basically bruising, and on like his head and skull.
I have no idea.
As if something hit him.
I
Consider
have not
force
touched him.
trauma.
I have not touched him.
I have not touched him.
She's like 0 to 60 in this interview.
Tony will both know. I have not touched him.
Yesterday, when we took photographs of your overall body, and they did the buccal swabs, did they go under your fingernails?
No.
Okay, are you willing to let us
Absolutely.
swab underneath your fingernails?
Go for it.
Okay.
I have no idea, and I don't want to seem out of sorts, but I have no idea. We had a good day. It was a good day. We've had good days lately, even considering everything that's going on with our jobs and life in general and ex-wives and everything. It's been good. Like, I don't even know where this is coming from.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
said
even
the
know.
last physical was probably, you said, I think, what, a month ago? Where you got the injury, right? You said that was
I'll
a
say
month
a
ago?
few weeks, give or take, yeah.
A few weeks. That was the last, like, physical altercation between the two of you? You said a month ago you hit you with a curtain rod.
Yeah, let's turn around. That's why I can't believe you guys didn't take that either. Like, we've been good. I don't know if, like, it's since the last time he got out of jail. Like, we've been good. He's been having his classes and seeing his probation officer, who's amazing. So,
What do you mean by good? What's your definition of good?
the probation officer,
No, you said you guys have been good. What's your definition?
I've been good. I don't think you all understand. He comes at me all the time. He comes at me. So it's either I flee or try to go upstairs and go to sleep. That's usually what it is. I don't know if you talked to Brian about any of that, but most of the time when I flee, I go over there. So,
Most of the time, that's not what you said yesterday.
Right, but you're saying that you guys have been good, and when I asked you yesterday, there has, the last incident that you could remember was the curtain rod incident, which you said was a month ago, so.
give or take.
Right, so what do you mean by he comes after you, like?
He gets belligerently drunk.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know if you all have looked through my phone yet and seen any of the pictures and the videos that I have taken. And at one point, I started documenting everything.
Okay.
So you all will see in my pictures, bloody fingers, split foreheads, he split my nose. I've got this.
Right.
I don't know if Brian told you about it, where I had to have almost what? I had one really bad surgery, but then it got really, 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 really bad, where I had to go like 4 or 5 more times afterwards and then tend to it. And then poking me in the back of the leg.
Right.
So it's,
And why are you still with him?
everybody asks me that. When I tell you guys this, I really love him. Like I do. And I feel like I can help him. Like I feel like I could help him, which I did, because he came a really long way from where he was in Philadelphia to moving back to here and to dealing with everything else that he's been dealing with. I've really helped him. I bailed him out of jail, 3 times. I've gone to every single hearing and every single arraignment, everything that I did for him. Gone to see all his public defenders, go to the state, I've gone to the state. I did everything for him because I'm trying to help him, because I had hope in him. And he was trying. He was really trying. And then he starts to think about things, and I think he gets overwhelmed, and then it's like, next thing you know, he's drinking. So it's like, oh man, I know where this is gonna go, so I'm gonna go upstairs and read a book, or I'm gonna go for a bike ride, or I'm gonna do something else, or I don't wanna drink. I don't wanna drink. The occasional wine, whatever, or if it's a weekend, that's when you have a good time. You don't have to wake up the next day. I have to wake up the next day and do things. I have to tend to Lucas. I have to take him to school. I have all this stuff to do.
he doesn't know how to, I guess, maintain himself, where I can do 50 things at once and still know the 50 things more prior that I need to get done. He can't process like that. He didn't process like that, so he would literally, not literally, but have smoke coming out of his ears. So the next thing you know, he doesn't want to deal with it. I'm going to go get something to drink. So the majority of the time, I would hang out outside or do something else because I don't want to drink. And every time, his job broke his heart. And it made me sad because he had so much pride in his job. And the store that he took care of so much totally went downhill. Mm-hmm. And that broke his heart because he had put so much work and effort into fixing it up. And his manager was awful and basically gave up on all of the employees. So I think that had a huge bearing on why he would drink so much. His ex-wife is bonkers. Mm-hmm. She was all over him all the time. Send me money, send me money, send me money. How can I send you money when I don't have a job? And he's still trying to take care of me and Lucas by paying a bill here or there, getting some groceries. So he always had something on his mind, which is why, again, I got the puzzles and the bank to try to get him off of it so he don't have a drink, or he doesn't have a drink. So when you all see my phone, you can see all of the damage he has done to me and the videos of him smashing my television because he's belligerently drunk. Where most of the time, I just don't want to be there. And I try to help him. I try to calm him down. Eventually, he just passes out.
Well, yesterday it made it sound like you guys were just drinking like a glass or two. Like, yeah, you obviously had the bottle, but you told me on recording, like, that you were not drunk, he was not drunk, you guys were having a good time.
I can't get drunk. Number one, I do not want to get drunk. I don't like being non-complimented, having my way on myself. I don't like feeling out of control. Mm-hmm. So,
I'm just saying, you're making it sound like he's a raging alcoholic today, and yesterday I was kind of asking you those questions, and you're like,
nope.
A little defensive, like, no, we're not alcoholics, we are not, but you guys were both sober on Sunday, to your knowledge, because when I said you went and passed out,
that's what she
you
said.
were like, no, I didn't pass out, I just fell asleep. So now it's kind of like, what is it? Were you guys drinking and it got out of hand and it got physical?
No.
Or is it?
Sunday was one of the better days that we have had in quite some time. He's dancing with my dog. You can see that too on the pictures, him loving the dog. He loves the dog and dancing around, having a good time, and just being happy kind of thing. He doesn't know, I can get like maybe 2-3 glasses of wine and I'll be fine. But I have to have my wits about myself because I don't know what to expect.
Well, let's talk about Sunday. What was Sunday? How were you, like, how many glasses of wine did you have? How many glasses of wine did he have? The bottle was gone. I mean, I don't know if you poured any out. Yes.
No, that was from previous.
You said that there was a half bottle left over.
Mm-hmm.
And then, that you had wine, I don't even know how the wine, how'd you guys get the wine for Sunday?
I'm guessing he went to Publix.
Did he
You were at
like,
Publix.
leave the house and you stay home, or do you go to Publix? Like, cause
Sometimes I'll go with him.
Okay. Did you go with him Sunday to Publix?
So most of the time what happens is, because the convenience store where we get cigarettes is here, and then Publix literally is cattywampus to it.
Okay.
So what he'll do is he'll start, go by Publix, and then on the way back, catch the convenience store.
Okay.
So
is that what you did Sunday?
I'm guessing that's what he did, because next thing I know, he's walking in with bottles.
Okay.
So it's him trying to be nice, so I don't have to go out and do it. Plus, there's stuff that are around the house that I have to take care of. So that's usually what will happen. Or I'm folding laundry and he'll go run out and do whatever.
So, where were you guys at on drunkenness, not drunkenness on Sunday?
She was
I
saying.
told us you weren't drunk.
No, I was not drunk.
Right.
I was not drunk. So with him, I don't know.
The detective has seen the video at this point where Sara is at points slurring her words and unintelligible. So the detective has now seen that video, and that is part of why she is dialing down on, okay, can we get back to what's everybody's level of intoxication, please? Because she is trying to figure that out.
I know when it's like, oh, okay, man, where I have told him, slow down. It's starting to catch up with you. Slow down. Slow down.
Bless you.
And another thing, too, is I don't like listening to music with him because he gets too involved in the music, and the music that he listens to is a little rough around the edges, and, like, just, it makes me fractious listening to his music. So I kept asking him, let's just you and me talk. You and me will just be the ones that are talking, which was fine, because, I mean, we were playing with a dog, whatever, and then it's like, okay, now
Did
let's
she
do
say
the
his
painting.
music makes her
We just did a puzzle,
nauseous?
took a break, now let's do this. Sure enough, that dog, we're sitting in there talking, laughing, talking about new movies, we're watching movie trailers while we're doing painting and all that other stuff. So it's still background noise to him, because I think that's what he's used to, is having background noise. Where me, I can sit in here all day with not a peep. But he always has to have some kind of background noise, which I didn't mind. Because
She's like, I can just raw dog this whole interview. I'll just sit here with no music. But she was also talking about falling asleep with the TV on, but I don't even, what? Huh?
trailers were cool, and he was interested in showing them to me, getting excited about movies that were out or upcoming.
Oh, fractious.
So in your laptop, you're talking about? And I mean, and then it was.
You said it was a good day. Like, you guys didn't have any conversations about
Thank
your
you,
relationship.
fractious,
You
not
guys didn't go
nauseous.
down, like, the rabbit hole, like, had too many to drink, and you guys start getting.
No, can I tell you this? It made me so happy that he actually listened to what I had to say. With just, we'll get through it. This will be fine. It's a small hurdle that you and I together will get through, because
I'm talking about the money, jobs,
daughter. Yes.
Nothing relationship-wise, though. Like, no issues. Like, did you guys have a conversation about your relationship, or was it just about like
what's
the stress?
going on right now?
Got it.
I try to evoke it from him so he gets it off his chest, because I call him the volcano, where eventually he's going to erupt.
Right.
And what he has learned in his classes is to communicate, which is a huge thing in a relationship, where he has been practicing communication. So he actually talks to me about things and unburdens himself. Put it on me. I'll sit there and try and figure it out for you, like I have almost everything. Not a worry, just tell me, get it out of you. But it was, when I tell you, I was so happy. Like, it was such a good day. I kid you not. The weather was beautiful outside. I'm the one that had him go inside so we can do puzzles and painting and listen to music or whatever else he wants to do. So then he starts doing whatever it is we're doing together in the living room, and then starts talking, because I think he gets comfortable with, okay, you know what, we're here, it is a good day. Let me go ahead and explain myself. So I know. Nobody else knows, but I know. Nobody knew George better than I did. I say that I knew George better than himself.
Right.
And I tried in every way.
Nobody knows George better than I did. I thought I could save him. I know George better than George knows George. Okay, ma'am.
Shape and form. As everyone. I helped him. I took care of him. I missed him a lot, and I didn't even sleep last night. I miss him a lot.
You take care of him. The jury has seen the video where he's like, Sara, babe, I can't breathe. And you're like, fuck you. So, okay.
A lot. I mean, is there any chance it got to be too much for you and you couldn't handle taking care of him and
I never stopped.
trying to...
I never stopped. That's what I'm here for. I never stopped. I'm here now, and I'm still trying to help him.
Yeah, we just don't, I mean, it's unexplainable how he got these injuries.
She's like, yeah, but
I
we
have
saw
no
the
idea.
video.
You were the only one with him.
100% right hand to God. I have no idea how he got them. Nobody touched anybody.
Nobody touched anybody. You had mentioned that you would take photos, videos, kind of like a crew.
Oh, here come the videos.
Yeah, I started documenting at one point, but that was
I suspect
way
I haven't seen this before.
I think the last time that he got arrested, where he was flying off the deep end. But then I had him bailed out. I got him out of jail.
Right.
But because he had violated the pretrial diversion, this time it's probation, so you don't have a choice in it. You have to go see your probation officer. You have to go to these classes. It's court ordered. Where it took him a while to get used to it and understand, they're not messing around. I even went down and met his probation officer, which I say she's wonderful. That's one of my questions to him to talk to you about.
I went and met his probation officer because I ran.
And said how much she knows that I take care of him. She called me personally.
She knows I take care of him.
When he was working. 42-minute phone call. She and I just saying how grateful she is that George has me. And she knows how hard I'm working to help him, just as she is and just as the classes will. So once he started actually going on a regular basis to the probation officer, and then to his substance abuse class and his, I don't know what BIP stands for, Batterers Intervention Program. And actually listening to what it is everyone had to say, he changed. Like I could see a change in him, where before lashing out, he would think about it. And would always come home and show me his papers, and we would look over his papers together. Where it's like, wow, you actually are learning this in class? And some of the stuff that they would show them, like videos, he would come home and be like, Sarah, I'm so sorry for what I've done to you. Because for a video that he watches, to make him feel that way, where it's like, oh man, I have done her wrong. But he's changed. He changed.
And that's why you're still with him, even though he's done all these things to you. And
when I tell you I love him, I love him.
And when you love somebody, you have them.
Everybody tells me that. All my neighbors told me that. The office property manager.
At some point, somebody gets enough, then they have to do something to defend themselves.
I would just flee, and I don't.
They are asking her. Remember, the defense tried to suppress this entire video. They didn't want this in. It contradicts her entire defense. This officer is asking her, or this detective is now asking her, every now and then, sometimes people have to do something to defend themselves. So they've asked her, okay, all this is going on. Why do you stay? What's going on? She didn't say, I'm financially tied to him. We've got kids. A lot of the things that you hear when it's like, you can't leave, when people are like, or if I leave, he will find me and I'm terrified. We didn't hear that from her in this interview, but he's also starting to go to, but sometimes people have to defend themselves. I'm very interested to see what she says, because that's going to be her defense now. I didn't know that he was going to ask her that in the interview, and I'm very, very curious because I have not watched this before this trial. I tried to come into this trial with as little information about the case as I could, other than the pretrial interviews. So I'm real interested to see where this goes.
At some point, somebody gets enough, then they have to do something to defend themselves.
I would just flee, and I don't know
I would
if
just
you
flee.
would like to see on my phone, or I think it's actually on a laptop. Because, and you have to understand too.
I would just flee. And she has talked about this earlier in this interview when she said when he was really upset, I would go to my ex-husband's house and sleep there. And it seems that her ex-husband allowed for her to come over to his house when needed. So it's not just that she would flee, it's that she had also somewhere to go.
I have, prior to classes in PO, kicked him out. How many times? I had him arrested. How many times?
But you also went down and bailed
I know.
the next day.
I know.
What's on your laptop?
What did I tell you? Oh, previously, I actually looked up how to file a restraining order.
Okay.
Because I would take him out, his parents, because of them constantly having to take him back in, his bags of clothes, all his stuff. The last time, the father came out and irate and just not even, I don't even know if he knew Lucas was in the car. Just opened the back of my car and started throwing all his crap and just throwing it, like the car would jostle, he's throwing all his stuff. At that point, because I continually did it, not continually, I think I maybe did it 3 times, and he has nowhere else to go, they got fed up and said, nope, either you're staying there or you're staying here. But if you're staying here at their place,
So she had somewhere else to go, but
you're
he
not
didn't.
going back over there anymore. So what happens is, he pursues me. So, I don't know if y'all know where Katie Way Trail is. Okay, so it's literally right there from our apartment. Would ride his bike to work, but before he would leave extra early and come up to the wall, stand on top of his bike and poke his head over because he would know that I would be outside having my morning cigarette and cup of coffee. And I would also know too what time he would get off of work, where I would know, come getting off of work, he can do the same thing. So it's not like I ever got like a break from him, where I told you all yesterday, or whatever it was. I started to feel that it was too much togetherness. And when you have too much togetherness, friction happens. So I'm going to go ride my bike. I'm going to go upstairs and read a book. But every waking moment, he wants to be with me. So, and mind you, our townhome is either upstairs or downstairs. So it's like, if you would like to sit downstairs and watch a movie or play on the laptop, look at some jobs, you're more than welcome to. I'm just going to be upstairs and be watching one of my shows or maybe reading a book. So, and then when that would happen, we really needed that. So what's for dinner? And then we would cook together and eat dinner and then crawl in the bed and watch a movie.
Are you talking about this is like recent? I don't know, you kind of like lost me. Like, what are you
It was a little while ago.
Now you're talking about tension building up and that you need space, so have you been feeling that way lately, or?
No.
Okay.
No. Okay, my thing is too, so you all know, I hate that you can't talk to her, but, Dee, his ex-wife, when I say a monster, she's a monster. Like she withholds their children from speaking to him. So he gets upset about that, and then she's like completely berates him about money, about the father that he is, what he did to her, all this other stuff. It doesn't matter. I mean, mind you, this is not like a recent, but which is why he doesn't even bother calling anymore, because he knows that she's going to answer and he's going to have to talk to her, so therefore he can't talk to his daughter. The other time he talked to her, made her talk to Cookie. That's on my cell phone too, so you can see it.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
What does she have to do though with anything about what happened Sunday?
The detective's like, what does she have to do with any of this?
Previously, why the incidents would happen is she played a big part in it.
Okay.
On top of job and money.
We fight because of her, is what she's saying, it sounds like.
Sunday,
The ex is the problem.
When I tell you this, I have no idea. I have no idea.
Is there anybody else at the house?
Nope, it's just me and him.
Since talking yesterday, do you remember any like timelines better? Like what time you guys were playing? What time he was zipped up in the luggage? What time you went upstairs?
We started because we cleaned the house a little bit, did some laundry.
You started the activities around 4, you said?
Yes, around 4:30ish, and then.
You just said that it was dark when you were playing hide and seek, and I'm just curious if you remember.
But when we were outside, that's where we would start and talk about things, and then eventually I was the one that had to come inside. So we.
About what time do you remember what time that was, is what she's asking.
And you said you went up to bed around midnight, fell asleep around 12:30ish. But those were the only times I had. So I had 4.
And that's from the interview the day before, the
I'm
timeline.
just curious, like, if you recall when you went upstairs to hide in the shower, or
like when we started to play hide and seek.
Yeah.
Well, we went inside probably about But I had to guess. We weren't out there too long.
I'm just waiting for her reaction when they tell her they've got the videos. That
You're talking about from hanging out outside?
I want to see that go down.
Okay.
Well, we have 2 beach chairs that are out there.
Right.
Just enjoy the weather.
Gotcha.
Who was standing up in front of the projector in court?
Yes.
Yeah.
So let's go inside. I don't want to be out here anymore.
Okay.
All right, let's go. So we're doing whatever. We did it for a while because that puzzle, I don't know if they took it or they saw it. Worked on the puzzle again, finished it. Started to paint. Well, started listening to music for a little bit. Started to paint. Can we turn the music off? No problem. Started to talk, paint, whatever. Maybe, gosh, that puzzle, we worked on that for probably a good hour and a half. So 8 o'clock-ish?
Is when you hide upstairs originally?
No, that's when we were like painting. So then it's like, okay, well, I don't want to paint anymore. Let's just, come on. Okay, you want to play hide and seek? What he does is, okay, Tag, you're it. So it's like, okay, we know. Okay, take off.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Why were you both hiding?
And then you went upstairs, and then you didn't come up, and you came down. And the suitcase was there originally because you guys were planning to do donations, so it was already there. Have you guys ever played you said you played hide and seek like probably 3 times in your relationship? Mm-hmm. When you have played, have you ever zipped him up in a suitcase prior?
No.
Okay. So it was just kind of like that prop was there, and it was there,
Yes.
and it was in play because.
Why do you say it like that, though?
I would never do that.
You would never zip them up in a suitcase?
But you did.
Well,
I would.
I mean, we were playing.
no, I know,
That
but
time, but
I'm saying, I'm talking about hide and seek, which is a game, so.
the suitcase originally is in our closet, buried all the way to the back. If you, I know the CSI people saw our closet. Our closet needs to be cleaned out really bad. My son's clothes need to be cleaned out really.
Okay, I don't care about why your closet needs to be cleaned. I mean, everybody at some point in their life always is like, shit, I still need to clean my closet. I get it. The thing that's interesting is when she's like, I would never zip him into a suitcase, is that in the body cam footage that we saw on Friday, she was talking about wanting to zip him into, and this is paraphrasing, make him sweat a little bit. It was like to make him concerned a little bit, to mess with him a little bit. I don't remember her exact words on that. I'd have to go back to my notes. But in the body cam, she's like, well, he got in, we were playing hide and seek, and I wanted to zip him up to like, you know, mess with him a little bit. And then I fell asleep and I forgot and I don't know what happened. So now she's like, no, I would never. It's like, but that's not what you said in the body cam though.
That because they don't fit him anymore, and I'm tired of looking at him. So he took it upon himself, including that suitcase, to take it downstairs so we can get all of our clothes, our donations, and everything, and just leave the whole thing by the clothing and shoe thing at my son's.
Oh, to clean out the closet.
No, I'm just asking, in the past, like.
She's like, what the fuck?
Have you ever zipped him up in anything, jokingly or not? But obviously, I understand, you know, you're claiming that Sunday it was a joking matter, you were laughing, he was laughing. But what I'm just asking is in the past, like, is it something that you guys normally do?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
We were actually this last thing running out of places to hide because we have a townhome where it's upstairs or downstairs. So.
We were out of places to hide.
Okay, so do you remember making any videos or maybe having any any photos, videos that you remember doing on your phone on Sunday? No?
I think I took a picture of a dog.
Okay. But your phone is password protected, you have the password, he has the facial recognition, so it's not like someone else could be on your phone.
No, I have both.
But you have the face and the password?
Yes.
Yeah, but he only has the face, correct?
No.
To be able to get onto your phone, you told me that he looks at the phone.
Oh, I misunderstood. I thought you were asking me if I did. Yes, it's me.
Okay.
Oh, no,
Does he have access to your phone? Because you said it's your phone. Okay, how does he have access?
Sarah, can I borrow your phone? Yeah, it's right there on the kitchen counter.
Okay, but how did you get into it? Because it's password protected.
He'll come and give it to me, and I'll just do the face thing. Where sometimes, too, like, but he'll joke with me and say, okay, I need to borrow your phone. And he'll hold it while I'm cooking or doing something, do the facial recognition.
Okay, so he doesn't know the password, and he doesn't have the facial recognition. No, he is the only other person that would use your phone, I'm assuming, other than.
Well, Lucas.
Right. So Lucas
Okay.
was there Sunday, great.
Well, now we know that.
So, to your recollection, no videos on Sunday?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I mean, I guess I maybe take a picture of the.
Oh, boy.
The two of Tess and the dogs, and George and them dancing, but I mean, or it's just Tess.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So I have something that I want to show you that we found. And
I can't wait to see what she
it was
says.
from your phone. Mm-hmm. Can you see it?
If you need to move it around, go ahead.
No, I don't remember that.
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me.
Your battery's about to flash.
Shut it down.
Oh, okay.
She goes, your screen is turned black. Not what the fuck is this? Your screen is turned black. No, Chad, I didn't watch any of her interviews
It used to last a lot longer than that. I don't know what happened.
because I knew I wanted to cover the trial. She's like, your screen is turned black.
No, I was just simply asking because you had a look on your face when she asked you if you've ever done that before. You looked kind of shocked. And
No,
why did you say it like that? Like,
I don't think you all understand who I am, where,
well, tell me.
I mean, I've always been a straight-A student. I am an outstanding mother to my son. I excel at everything.
Including hide and go seek. I need to back up. Did she say I'm outstanding? And I'm buffering in real time. Y'all don't understand who I am. Okay, ma'am. Tell me one more time.
If you've ever done that before, you look kind of shocked. And
No,
why did you say it like that? Like,
I don't think you all understand who I am, where,
well, tell me.
I mean, I've always been a straight-A student. I am an outstanding mother to my son. I excel at everything.
I excel at everything.
I would not do that.
I'm a straight A student. Ma'am, you're in your 40s. I excel at everything.
You wouldn't want somebody in a suitcase?
Well, I didn't completely lock it. I mean, I opened it with one finger. I left enough in there for us to get out.
Okay.
And I wasn't planning on going upstairs and going to sleep.
Also, I wasn't a straight A student.
No, it's just the way you said it.
You guys are scaring me.
Sorry.
You don't understand me. I excel at everything.
You want to know what's on it? Yes, please.
I mean, give me the confidence. It's been a morning affirmation. Except my brain would be like, bitch, you're a liar. I'd be like, I excel at everything. My brain's like,
Is it long? Because I don't know how much I can take.
she's not even fazed by the fact that there's a video. Like she doesn't know there's a video. She's not fazed at all by the fact, ma'am, you're the suspect here. Not even fazed. She's like, you don't understand who I am. I'm amazing. I would never. I am too smart. And this is going to go against her too, because second-degree murder goes to, her understanding that this is a life-threatening situation. She's like, I excel at everything. I'm a straight A student. All right, well, understanding's not the issue then. You've told us.
I don't know how much I can take.
I don't know how much I can take. Now she's reacting to the video, I think.
Because I don't know how much I can take.
I'm going to back that up one more time. Back that up some more, Emily. She's outstanding and she excels at everything.
Is it long? Because I don't know how much I can take.
Is it long? I don't know how much I can take.
I don't know how much I can take. Do I have to watch this? I continuously throw up. I don't sleep. I don't want to see it. That's okay.
I don't want to see it. Do I have to watch this?
Well, it's on your phone, and you can either explain it or we take it for what it is.
We're just trying to give you the opportunity to tell us what's going on. That's it.
It's that long?
2 minutes.
For everything you've done to me. Fuck you.
Fuck you. That's you.
Stupid. That's my name. Don't wear it up. Yeah, that's when you do me, show me.
I don't want to watch it, please.
Bet you don't.
Last time we talked to you, you had said that you put him in the suitcase, you had two fingers hanging out.
The timing for the prosecution's case, the linear way they went through it, so that the jury knows exactly what Sarah's looking at when they hear George over the speakers in this video, is a very solid linear layout of this case, because the jury knows exactly what's on that video before they see this interview. It is a really good way to line out their case. But yes, the audacity is real. And she's like, I don't want to watch this. Yeah, I'm sure it's real uncomfortable. Real uncomfy.
I flipped him over, and that's where it was.
I pushed him over, and that's where it was.
You put him in the suitcase, you had two fingers hanging out.
I flipped him over.
I flipped him over.
I flipped him over, and that's where it was.
There's two different videos and a still picture where, yeah, it shows you flipping him in different positions and him saying that he can't breathe and you saying fuck
So
you.
this is upside down.
I flipped him over, I pushed him over.
For him to have gotten into it,
It was flipped up.
right, it was flipped up normal.
Yeah.
Like as if you're packing something. So this is upside down.
Guys, this is killing me right now.
So this image is upside down.
Ma'am.
And then this small video that occurred 11 minutes later, it flips over the other way, closer to your dining room table.
Okay.
Now he's obviously still in there. So he didn't, how did it go from the back to the front?
I flipped it.
Okay.
My plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep,
Well, that's what you did.
Yeah.
but not intentional.
No,
You walked
went
upstairs.
Because
What?
you were
Up
getting
here.
ready for bed.
Not intentional.
Okay, but
You went upstairs and left him. That's intentional.
show me where you can see any fingers coming out, because they're at the end.
It's, and his head's right here.
Mm-hmm.
So going like this, rather than going all the way up, it's like this.
But why is he saying I can't breathe, and why is he pushing on it as if he can't get out?
And it doesn't show a hole.
There's no hole, there's no fingers, I don't see his fingers, there's no hole.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like, I don't
The
know
truth.
like, what you want me to tell you.
The truth.
I'm just telling you what we see, and what we've heard from the
I
other.
understand. I understand.
He's begging for you to let him out. You're laughing in the beginning, and then in the end, it sounds kind of like a,
No, it's not malicious.
Well, saying fuck you,
It's not malicious.
then what is that?
She knows where they're going now.
fuck you mean to you.
Well,
Like if I were to tell
oh,
my
like,
partner-
yeah, like, I get told everything by a white woman, so
Okay.
my intention was not to leave him in there. Please understand that. My intention was not to leave him in there.
But you did.
If you went upstairs thinking that he could get himself
Yes.
out, but the video shows
That's what I
at no
told
point
you.
can I see his fingers. and
He'll be
it
up here
looks
any
like-
minute.
and then 30 minutes later, he didn't show.
And he's telling you.
And I
he
didn't
can't
wake
breathe.
up.
Do you think he's joking? You told me he was laughing, and
We were
the
before.
video.
He's not laughing
We
now,
first got in there, both of us were.
So how long was he in there for? Like, this video is at 11:12 when it's Sarah.
Both of you were not in there.
For like a long time prior to
No.
recording this?
No.
So it goes from funny to no longer funny,
But
but
I
you're
didn't-
the only one laughing.
But I didn't think that he was, like, panicky. Like,
So pushing up on a suitcase saying, Sarah, 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 I can't breathe.
George has done that in the past before too, where it's just like, he thinks that he's woe is me kind of thing, where it's like,
He's never been locked in a suitcase, that's how he couldn't get up, so.
It's kind of, I thought it was
And
the
you
boy
had the oxygen.
crying wolf kind of thing.
Okay.
And again, my plan.
But nowhere in there is he laughing, is he joking, he is begging. And you're the only one laughing.
Okay.
And you're the only one saying derogatory comments, like you're mad.
No. Please don't, I don't mean to sound negative, and I don't know if I can say this, but, like, it's like you guys are kind of trying to, like, feed me. Like,
No, I'm just trying to show you a video that you no longer want to watch because you probably don't want to know the outcome of how and what you said.
well, I know what,
She's like, you guys are trying to like feed me. And she's like, no, I'm trying to show you a video you no longer want to watch because now you know how bad it is. The detective's like, don't give me this shit. Do you see how the interview turned? They let her talk whatever she wanted to say, and then they come with the interview, and now it is this is just what we're seeing here, Sarah. So what? Now what? Now what? You don't want to watch it. The detective's like, we went from, oh, please tell us, to whoomp. Oh.
You know what's on that video now?
No.
You remember making that video?
no,
Why don't you remember making the video?
probably because we had been drinking.
But you weren't drunk.
No. Just because I went upstairs and, just
You
because
told
you're
us-
drunk doesn't
you
mean
told
that
us
you,
times that you were not drunk. You said that you had your wits about you. You said he had his wits about you. You said that you don't like not having your wits. In my experience, if somebody cannot remember doing something to the extent of making 2 videos and a video and taking a photo, they are intoxicated.
okay, I understand where you all are coming from.
Well,
I
we're
get
just trying to
it.
make sense of it. We're trying to
I get it.
figure out
We're
what
trying to
you're
figure
saying.
out this
We're trying to figure out where you're coming from.
I just did, like, we were playing, and then, like, I thought it was, my plan was not to go upstairs.
My plan.
My plan was not to, he'll be up here any minute.
But you willingly went upstairs and went to sleep. No one forced you to go upstairs and
My
get ready
plan
for
was
bed.
also to leave him in the suitcase,
So why didn't you take him out?
because I went upstairs, and then I fell asleep.
But why didn't you consciously think,
Take him out.
he's asking to come out? he
I
can't
didn't do it
breathe.
intentionally.
What do you think is gonna happen if you leave somebody in a confined space like that?
Well, I thought by not giving it up all the way, it would be okay. My plan was not to leave him in.
My
the suitcase,
plan.
Waiting for him to come upstairs.
And then when he did it?
My plan was not to leave him.
So you're up there 30 minutes. After 30 minutes, somebody not coming up.
Knowing that the last time you saw him was in the suitcase, 30 minutes later, you're like, maybe I should go check on him, maybe I shouldn't?
No.
When you, that didn't cross your mind, because
That's
it
like,
didn't happen.
that's like an assumption. Like, that's what you all are thinking.
That's an assumption.
We're asking.
It's the
You
whole,
tell us.
She's like, stop assuming.
it's the drinking.
Yep. Yep. It's the drinking. Yep. But she's like, y'all are assuming you went upstairs. What are they assuming? They're assuming that you went upstairs because you went upstairs. It's worse if you didn't go upstairs. If you just stayed on the couch and laughed at him for 11 hours, it's worse. You're all assuming. Yeah. She keeps saying, that wasn't my plan. Why do you keep talking about a plan? Oh, she is trying to fix it in real time, and it is not going the way she wants to.
That's what it is. It's the drinking. I thought it was like, I thought he was okay. Like, I didn't,
He's telling you he's not.
You said you weren't drunk.
Sarah, I can't breathe. He's saying your name and you're like, that's my name, don't wear it out.
Guys, that's how we are with each other.
You guys just don't understand us.
Nobody understands our relationship. This whole suitcase thing never happened before.
Would you leave someone else in the suitcase? Would you leave Lucas in the suitcase jokingly? Because it was a joking matter. You put him in there jokingly. Would you leave Lucas jokingly in there? And you love Lucas, right? And you
I
love
wouldn't do
Jorge.
that to him either. I wouldn't do that to him.
So I just.
Well, so I'm like, again, I don't think you all understand. Like, it's not that was not my intention.
Well,
Y'all don't have any idea what I said from that.
but by your acts, and that's exactly right. You get to the point where you've done so much for somebody and they don't show you any appreciation.
He did.
Not by your words in the video. I don't get that.
He did.
Because you're bringing up the fact that when he's choking you, you can't breathe. That's how you felt when he cheated on you. You couldn't breathe. And you verbally, several times, told him just, fuck you.
When you
Well,
said it
you said
in
it
the video, you won't let us play the rest of it. You don't want to.
When I say cheating, it's on his phone.
Okay. Cheating's cheating.
I think so too.
Exactly.
It's your definition of cheating, though. So
Cheating on the phone?
the word cheating.
And that's what you told him in the video. That I couldn't breathe when you cheated on me.
No.
That's how I felt when he said, Sarah, I can't breathe. And you told him,
I don't
fuck
know,
you.
Jewel. This is
What would you say if somebody told you that they had done this?
so much.
Set somebody in a suitcase and went up and went to bed.
Do you all not think, so you all think that it's like, oh good, I got him in there, now I'm gonna go to sleep? Is that what you guys are trying to assume?
Oh no,
Or
they're
trying
assuming
to,
worse than
like-
that.
We're just, the video is
They're assuming more than
portraying
that.
the opposite of what you told us.
No.
It is not leading up, it is not matching what statement you gave us in the car.
So,
And that's why we want to know.
and I don't
the
remember
injuries-
doing that.
The injuries are not consistent with what you told us. So we have a lot of inconsistencies, and this video explains itself. It really, truly does.
You don't think that I had thought about that?
Thought about the video, or thought about?
But no, again, if you don't mind, please. So you all are assuming that it's like, oh good.
They're trying to ask her questions and she's like, if you don't mind, please. She is going to, or her defense attorneys argued that she was uncomfortable with law enforcement, that they were just kind of barraging her for 2 hours in an interview to try to get her to confess, and that she was uncomfortable and overwhelmed. And she's sitting here being like, excuse me, can you stop interrupting me for a minute? Because I need to finish what I'm telling you. So she doesn't seem particularly uncomfortable to me, but the jury will get to decide that. She's like, you need to let me finish. She's like, you need to let me explain. And now she seems to be scrambling to try to explain.
It is not leading up, it is not matching what statement you gave us in the car.
So,
And that's why we want to know.
and I don't remember doing that.
The injuries are not consistent with what you told us. So we have a lot of inconsistencies, and this video explains itself. It really, truly does.
You don't think that I had thought about that?
Thought about the video, or thought about?
But no, again, if you don't mind, please. So you all are assuming that it's like, oh good, I got him in there, now I'm gonna go to sleep? Is that what you all are assuming?
Well, it's not an assumption when that's what you told us about happened.
She's not going to tell you.
And the video, yeah, I mean,
But I'm not gonna say,
you
Don't.
thought you could get out and
yes,
Wait, what? Where did the feed go? Oh no. Okay. Give me a moment. I didn't know that was coming. So give me 1 second. I don't know where the feed went. The feed just ended. Which shouldn't be happening. But also, I think that is mostly online. So let me grab another feed. All right. That's wild. Sorry, y'all. Hold on. Let me back up a little bit so if we can try to figure out where we were in time. We were not even very far behind real time on this. And the feed still just was like, no, boom, roasted. All right. Let's switch feeds real quick. That was a jump scare. Thanks, chat. Who knew? All right, let's do this. Hopefully the audio will cooperate and we will be all set.
Explains itself.
The video explains itself.
You don't think that I have thought about that?
Thought about the video or thought about...
But no, again, if you don't mind, please. So you all are assuming that it's like, oh,
All right, we lost a feed, we found a new feed, and we got back to the exact same place. I'm gonna just take a minute. Wait a sec. Line. What is my line? Hold on. I excel at everything. There we go. There's the line. There's the line.
oh, good, I got him in there, now I'm gonna go to sleep? Is that what you all are saying?
Well, it's not an assumption when that's what you told us that happened.
That's what happened.
And the video, yeah, I mean,
But I'm not gonna say,
you thought he could
So,
get out on his
yes.
own, but the video shows that he can knock it out on his own.
but when I unzipped it with one finger,
From the outside.
but it had the hole in it.
From the outside. She goes, I could do it with one finger. And he goes, from the outside. From the outside.
And you're claiming that it had a paper clip, so that's what assisted you in doing it.
No.
That's what you told us.
When I had my sweatshirt, I said I thought it had a paper clip on it. It's got,
But the zipper part is broken, that.
yes, which is why we were gonna zip it. I just,
You were able to unzip it from the outside. Very easily.
She's like, I could unzip it with just one finger, but that's not what we saw on Friday when the crime scene analyst was trying to unzip it in court. It did not unzip easily at all.
That's the way they're designed.
but you could on the inside too.
How do you know?
I don't know how.
So why wouldn't he have gotten to us out if he could? He was
I don't
asking-
know, like, I don't know if you saw, like, where the hole was. I don't know.
No,
I didn't see
he's
no
the
fingers
You're the
sticking
only
out.
one that. That's what I'm saying, like, he's in one position, and where his head would be, we should be able to see fingers. And then when it flips over onto this right side, again, his head is closer to us, facing the video, so we should be able to see fingers, and we don't see anything. We see no movement of him trying to
No
unzip
hole.
it, or physically unzipping it. All we see is pushing up, trying to push out of it.
Please do not assume.
I'm not assuming. I haven't assumed anything. I follow evidence.
But my intention was not, again,
The detective's like, I don't assume anything. I follow evidence. Please do not assume. The detective's like, I'm not making any assumptions. I'm just watching what's on the video.
oh, good, I got him in there, now I'm just gonna go to sleep.
What do you think someone that knows nothing about this, or hears just a little bit, like, oh, they were playing around in a
She's
suitcase,
been
and then
drinking,
watches
probably
that
went to
video?
sleep. That's what happened.
But you let him out before, I mean, you put him in, so why didn't you take him out?
Because I was upstairs and I fell asleep.
No, before you went upstairs. You like consciously had to walk upstairs.
You had to go upstairs,
I mean,
leaving him there.
Obviously, you remember going to bed because you were giving me a time frame on that.
You had to leave him
And you
there.
specifically told me that you
I
went
don't-
upstairs.
My intention is not for this to happen. I am sick about it. I've never done anything like this before in the past. I'm sick,
I've never done anything like this before in the
especially with
past.
that. I thought I couldn't sleep last night. I don't know.
Well, here's the thing. You tell us last night, you vividly remember this when you told us last night, that he was laughing, you were laughing, you put him in the suitcase, he has two fingers sticking out, and you go to bed. Now we see something totally different. And it actually shows you upset, and again, using derogatory terms reference to him when he's begging for his life to get out of that suitcase.
So, but my thing is,
we're assuming, we're not assuming.
but the
we're
thing
telling you
is,
what's up.
but, so it just happened to be that whenever I was videotaping or doing whatever else it was, just happened to not have that in it.
Okay. And you also, in the video, you can't see any holes. There's nowhere in that where the zipper separates and you can see a hole. If there's a hole, he's pushing on it, begging you to get out. We should probably see that.
If he's pushing on it, why wouldn't it start to come apart?
Alcohol.
Based on what you're telling us, he should have been able to get out. But the video shows him attempting to get out, begging to get out.
And can't get out.
So that's just what we're trying to figure out. I don't know if maybe you had too much to drink, you dipped it up all the way, and then,
I did not zip it up all the way. I did not zip it up all the way. This is horrific, okay? Horrific.
it is terrible.
Agreed.
Horrific. I don't think I'll ever be right because of this. Ever be right. Dealing with everything else that I have in my life, personally. And then this, whom I loved,
She sounds so put out.
it was not intentional. I will put my hand on the Bible. It was not intentional. I would not do that to him nor anyone else.
But you did.
But you did.
Not intentional.
You intentionally went up to bed.
You left him there.
I intentionally went up to bed. If I'm taking okay,
You chose to leave him there.
How did you not intentionally go to bed? You said you went upstairs and got into bed. That's intentionally going to bed.
waiting for him.
But
And he
you
doesn't
left.
come, but you don't go down to check on him.
So I happen to go to sleep. When I say go to sleep,
And what do you
it's
normally do when you
whatever
go to
you
bed?
do.
What do you normally do when you go to bed?
What do you mean?
What is the bed for? Going to sleep.
Right.
So you go to
But
bed to
obviously
do
you
what?
can tell too that, like, I
You
think
go to
it's
bed to do
also.
what? Okay. You kept telling us, hey, I wasn't intoxicated, I wasn't this, I wasn't that.
Being drunk and intoxicated, which, yeah, you can tell like I've been drinking, but
Okay. So if you weren't intoxicated, then why would you ever leave somebody in?
If you weren't intoxicated, it's worse that you're like, you're in a suitcase and not getting out, telling me you can't breathe, and I'm going to nope out of the downstairs, go on upstairs, and go to bed. It's worse if you're not intoxicated.
The suitcase that's begging to get out, that's telling you they can't breathe.
if I hadn't been drinking, you still think it would be the same thing? Where it's like, hop in, I'm gonna go to sleep. Is that what you all are trying to do? To portray it?
I'm simply asking you to explain to me what happened.
Sarah, explain yourself is what they're saying. Please explain yourself.
Everything was fine and dandy.
I don't know if it's fine and dandy.
Was fine and dandy.
Not for George.
Okay, for me to tell you this, again, mind you, I've been without him for a day now.
And then
I don't,
I've been without him for a day, and then the other detective just pushes play. All right, explain it again. You're not intoxicated. He's zipped in. He's begging you to let him out. He sounds distressed. You're slurring your words. But okay, you're not intoxicated, and it's not intentional, but you get up with him still in the suitcase and leave. How is that anything else?
no, I mean, I don't know what you all want me to tell you, because this was not in any way, shape, or form, hand on the Bible, intentional.
Okay. So you just
I
left
didn't kill him.
You left him there.
I didn't kill him.
I didn't mean to leave him there. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You got up and walked away. How was that not intentionally leaving him there?
Because I'm looking at the hole, knowing that it's there. He'll get out no problem. Because you don't.
Maybe he doesn't.
But
But you don't go check on him.
I didn't mean to leave him there. You left him there.
And he doesn't come up. You don't go down and check on him?
I'm in the bed.
You even moved,
And don't stop.
you moved,
I'm already in bed. You want me to get out of bed and go check? I mean, anybody else have a partner that falls asleep on the couch and you're like, I'm going to go to bed. And they're like, I'll be right down. It's like, sure you will. And when they don't come down, you go and wake them up because they've fallen asleep on the couch and you're like, your back, your neck, all of you is going to feel miserable the next day if you do not get up off the couch and go to bed. She's like, I was in bed. I'm not getting out of bed to go back downstairs.
You admit to moving the suitcase, like, over, so you roll it over, like, it's not like.
I said, when does it be like that? Don't.
You didn't want him to be upside down, how do you even get upside down?
Alright. You guys are killing me right now.
I just want you to hear me.
You?
That's how he talks to me, Mister.
They're killing you. That's the second time she said that.
I don't know how you want me to say it.
I'm just trying to figure out what you would expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in a suitcase.
I didn't mean to leave him in there.
What's your reasoning for, not calling 911 sooner?
Because I didn't know what to do and how horrific it was.
They're like, okay, let's get on to the rest of the things that you've done. Let's continue on, Sarah.
I need to leave him in there.
What's your reasoning for, not calling 911 sooner?
Because I didn't know what to do and how horrific it was. I called Ryan, and 5 minutes later I called you guys? Not even 5 minutes. Nonetheless, that I had to I was trying to do CPR. I had to get him out and try to do CPR and then call you guys. And it was continually doing CPR with the dispatch on the phone where he had me count
Negative Ghost Rider.
to help me focus on what I was doing.
And just, I don't know how, I mean, you can sit here all day long and say, I thought he was gonna get himself out, but that he didn't, and you went upstairs, and you stayed there for 30 minutes before you fell asleep.
But can I say too,
You chose not to ever at any point during that 30 minutes walk back down and check on him.
no, wait 1 second. Because I know, with you all, and then, because you continually ask me, time frames, where I told you, I don't bother even looking at the clock most of the time. So it's a guesstimate. So for all I know, maybe it was 10 minutes.
Okay. But the point is, you left the living room where he was begging for help.
And went upstairs.
Regardless of how long you were there, you left. You say,
I thought he was the boy calling wolf. Again.
Okay.
So when he asked to be let out, what's your reasoning for not letting him out?
When I was upstairs?
No, when he's asking on the video, he asked multiple times. He asked to be let out, I can't breathe. Why didn't you let him out?
Well, number one, I had no idea it was going to end like that.
Okay.
Number one.
Okay.
Number two, just, you know what? I'll give you 5 minutes to chill in there. They'll give you 5 minutes.
I'll give him 5 minutes to chill in there? What?
Well, based off the video, one video's at 11:12 and the next one's at 11:23, so you actually gave him at least 11 minutes per video recording. So my thing is, when it stopped, he asked multiple times, I mean, why? Why did you not let him out? It's just a simple question.
To be honest with you, I mean,
Were you punishing him?
no, just,
Well, that's what you're saying in the video.
This is what you got, this is what you make me feel like.
see, and then it's all backfired on me. It's all backfired.
This all
And
backfired?
I just severity of it. I just,
You did.
it's awful, I know.
Okay.
It's awful.
She is mad.
And I will tell you both this right now too. I will never drink alcohol again. I will never
I mean, that's
drink
probably
alcohol again. I don't care what it is in any way, shape, or form.
Let's get back to this.
This isn't a bad hangover, ma'am.
The reason for leaving him when he's begging to be let out. I don't understand that.
What I have a feeling was, and again, it's the whole time frame thing. You both.
I'm not asking a time frame. I don't care about a time frame. He's in the bag saying,
My God.
and you say, fuck you.
When
She is fighting with them. She's just like, no, you are going to see it my way. And they're like, no, we're not. And she's like, yes, you are. And she's like, none of this was intentional. They're like, you left. She's like, you don't understand. They're like, you left though. Oh, she is pissed.
So, like, for, like, the whole few minutes that he was in there, like,
Minimum 11, but yeah, just a few. 11.
For one video.
Now she's trying to downplay how long he was in
Well,
there.
in between those two videos.
Between the
11
two
minutes.
videos.
Yeah.
so what's the question again?
When he's begging for his life, telling you he can't breathe, let me out, and you say, fuck you, why don't you just let him out? What are you trying to prove to him? There was obviously something in your head that you were thinking of when he was asking to be let out. You're like, no.
Again, it's the boy.
And this is also a problem for the defense. They've asked her over and over and over again, why don't you let him out? And she has never once said, because after I left him there for 11 minutes to chill, I was terrified that he would come out being drunk and pissed, and I was scared of him. Not even once. And so she's like, you guys, I don't understand why you're not getting it. I put him in there, I let him chill, and I went upstairs, and I thought he would join me. It was a good day. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why don't you get it? It was a good day. She's so mad. But this is why they absolutely wanted this interview out of the trial, because it goes against what I think she is going to say in court, and what her defense is going to be.
Calling wolf.
Let me just back up so we can get to the 10th time she has said, I thought he was the boy crying wolf, which is a choice.
There was obviously something in your head that you were thinking of when he was asking to be let out. You're like, no.
Again, it's the boy calling wolf.
She doesn't say she's scared.
Where does this game end? You say this is a game. You got
Obviously, like, the wrong way.
So what was your intention for leaving him?
Obviously.
And it's not fair. It is not fair. You guys are trying to, again,
Oh, she's saying it's not fair to her. With like her whole chest, like it's not fair to her. She's saying it's not fair to her. They're like, where does the game end? The wrong way. It's not fair to her. But when the detective says, what were you thinking? She doesn't say, I'm thinking about being afraid. She says, I'm thinking he's the boy crying wolf. Oh, I get why they wanted this out.
he's in there. Night.
That's what
Night.
No.
That's absolutely what happened.
He's in there night.
You got up off the couch, walked up a flight of stairs, and got in your bed.
Thinking he was going to get out.
And he didn't, and you still didn't go down and
And it's the whole 30-minute thing that you guys are trying to do, whatever. Like, for all I know, it's 10 minutes.
He's begging for his life, telling you he can't breathe.
I don't know what you want me to tell you.
The truth.
I didn't.
Chat, you're right. It's been a minute, chat. We have not gone to code Audacity. This is why the defense wanted this out. I mean, this interview is killing her. All of this is killing her. The game ended the wrong way, and he's the boy that cried wolf, and it's absolutely wild. The jury has to be sitting there going, no, they're not. They're sitting there internally doing that. They can't do it IRL. So, motion granted, chat. Let's go. Motion granted for code Audacity. Oh, the white balance makes me look as if I am unwell. I will fix it in a minute. Chat, you win. And it's just so hard. Chat, you don't understand. Ooh, this interview is not good for her at all. I didn't know about the interview when I thought not taking the plea deal was a bad idea, but ma'am.
Intentionally mean for this to happen.
But you didn't tell us why you left him in there and went upstairs. That's my only issue. Like, what am I supposed to write? What do I write?
So my thing is, what I have a feeling is I went upstairs and just hit the bed kind of thing. But again, I'm thinking, he'll be up here in a minute. But then I
But my question is, why didn't you just let him out prior to going up?
I don't know why.
He's begging to be let out. He's not laughing. He's not having fun.
Right,
You said
I know. I don't
this
know.
was supposed to be fun. You were laughing before. Before you said he was laughing, you were laughing. You went upstairs. He had his fingers out of the bag and he was playing. But obviously that's not the case.
So are you guys, so what is it you're trying to, like,
We're just trying to figure out why.
why? What?
Why?
What was the motivation for leaving him in the bag?
Why he was left in the bag? Why did
I didn't have any motivation. It was me, he and I having a great day, fooling around and being stupid, and apparently me going upstairs and hitting the bed, not going to sleep, where it's like, I'm tired
You
now.
said you were chilling for 30 minutes upstairs.
You know, it's a good analogy for the day, excluding the fact that he's got a bump on the back of his head, a bump on the front of his head, and his lip is busted, and he has a
Oh my gosh. I don't know what you all want me to tell you. Like, this is not fair at all,
Yes.
that you all are assuming that that's from me.
Where else did it come from?
If you were, say it's opposite,
They're now getting into the injuries on the autopsy, and her statement is, this is not fair that you're assuming that's from me.
you were in the suitcase and you're asking to be let out, would you hope that that person would let you out? Like, you're asking to be let out of the suitcase, should they not let you out?
Eventually, I'm guessing, I mean, I'm blaming it on the wine. So you guys are like assuming that,
You keep saying we're assuming, oh, we haven't assumed anything.
but you guys are assuming that that's what I did.
No, by what,
Like, this is-
the facts of what happened. We got there, you said you pulled him out of the suitcase, you said you went up, you went to bed. We're not assuming that. These are the facts that you're telling us.
You said
What I
it.
did is like, oh, I'm tired.
Well, that's what you told me on a sworn recorded statement yesterday. Because when I said, oh, you went upstairs and passed out, you were like, no, I did not pass out. You got attitude with me because you were assuming, you thought I was assuming that you were drunk. So that's an assumption. That was an assumption when I said you passed out. And guess what? You corrected me.
You were very adamant about the fact that both of you had your weapon out. What's your favorite word to use?
Compris mentis.
Copus mentis? Copus
You used it
mentis?
today too, to say that you guys are within your wedge. There's two empty bottles of wine.
No, but we didn't drink both of them.
I think you did.
We didn't.
There's receipts for the
They were
statement
both
back there.
purchased yesterday, so I don't know how you did, because they weren't there the day before.
So one
There's
was,
two Publix receipts from yesterday. Only thing purchased on either one was a single bottle of wine, two of them. So we have each bottle of wine that was empty in your garbage can that you purchased yesterday, or he purchased, but you two would have consumed together.
okay, well,
I mean, it's receipts, so it's not even worth the going
so this is, so I don't know what you guys are, I don't know.
You do know, you just don't like it.
Figure out why you.
What was the motivation?
There was no motivation.
Well,
Well, we're watching a video that, after talking to you, everything was laughing and fun. Now we're watching a video where it's not laughing and fun. He's begging for his life, and you are in a very angry voice telling him to fuck off.
No.
Yes, that's absolutely what it was. It's not an assumption. The video's there. We played it to you.
So you guys think that I intentionally?
You got all about.
She is trying so hard to figure out what they're getting at. And the thing is, she knows what they're getting at, but she is trying so hard to figure them out instead of just answering their questions. I don't know what you guys want me to say. They're like, we want you to explain. And she's just fighting with them. But you guys are assuming this. You're doing this. She is not answering their questions. And the detectives are just like, and you're getting attitude. So it is what it is.
I walked up the stairs and got into bed. That was intentional. There's no way getting around that. You intentionally did that. Nobody drugged you up there. You didn't float up the damn stairs.
Okay, well, it's not fair. It's not fair that you guys keep trying to say that that's what I did.
You told us that.
Again, there was a hole in the suitcase. I insisted from the hole with one finger.
Well, the damn hole didn't do him no good, did it?
But he could push it open. No, he
Did
didn't.
he?
Her statement is, it's not fair. You keep saying I did that. And they're like, you told us that you went upstairs and did that. You guys, it's not fair that you keep saying that. You told us that. What is happening? This detective is like, what world have we slipped into? You told us you went up and go to bed. That's what you've told us over and over and over again. And she's like, it's not fair that you keep saying I did that. Oh, I would never be a good detective because I'd be him. He's like, what? Jenny Marie said, do we know for sure that she will testify? Yes, the defense promised it in opening statement. That'll probably be tomorrow.
The video has been pushing up. If he could push it open, why wouldn't he have gotten out himself? Why would he beg you to open it?
I'm glad I didn't watch this before
If
trial.
somebody can do something for themselves, they're going to do it. They don't need assistance unless they need assistance. So why would he start doing it? Because he couldn't, because it was all the way zipped.
Okay. It wasn't. I intentionally didn't do it. That I intentionally did not do.
What's that? You didn't intentionally do what?
Zip it all the way. He nor I, nor. That's why this.
You didn't lay down.
Oh, there was an edit there.
No. I don't have anything.
You're right.
He doesn't. Whatever that is, whatever it
He
is.
does.
See, this is what happened. It's not fair that you guys, just because he has those, automatically blame it on me. Like,
We were talking about the injuries from the autopsy.
You had your injuries and he gets arrested. Is that not fair?
Really? Like,
It's
really?
the exact same thing.
Really?
He has injuries. You have injuries. Like, what does that mean?
I don't have any injuries.
Right.
Because he and I have not been at it with one another.
So every time that you guys fight, you both hit each other? So you should have probably
No.
gone to jail all those times that he went to
No.
jail for domestic?
Oh, the one time I did. But he completely trashed the police report. Because that's nothing what happened. Because the reason why I got taken in was because my story was different than his. So I'm being portrayed as like this abuse.
The reason I got taken in is because my story was better than his.
We're not saying that he doesn't abuse you.
Absolutely.
We're not saying.
So I'm the one that's being portrayed as the abuse.
Because
I have never dealt with anything like this before. I don't know what to do, how to do it, and I always know what to do and how to do it.
She said, I don't know what to do and how to do it. And I always know what to do and how to do it. Not legal advice, but I would like an attorney is kind of where you start with this circumstance, at least. But she also said, I'm being portrayed as this abuser. She did. And they're like, I don't know how to do. I know how to do everything. And I don't know how to do this.
This, I don't know. So I don't know, like, what's going on or, like...
You do know what's going on. You just don't like it.
Again, we got one side of the story. You're telling us we're going with what you're saying, but then we find stuff that negates what you're telling us.
And I don't even remember doing that.
Okay. You're telling
That's
us
the
that we're
truth.
assuming stuff, but what we're simply doing is telling you what we saw in the video and
I
repeating what
understand.
you told us.
I understand. Because I don't remember that.
Okay? Doesn't mean it didn't happen just because you don't remember it.
So is the texting thing something about me? Like, what's
The what?
Oh,
Texting? Oh, no, I'm texting.
she's like, is the texting thing something about me?
you guys are scared?
Are you guys sitting in the room texting about me to each other?
So, like, I don't know, like, what to expect. I mean, I had questions of things that need to be taken care of. Like, I don't...
Okay, you left him in the bag when he's begging you, saying,
She brought in a
"I can't
list of
breathe,
questions.
let me out," and you said, "Fuck you." And you got up off the couch and went upstairs and left them in that bag.
Not intentionally.
Again,
I would never do that to George.
you did.
Not
It happened.
intentionally. Know that.
I don't.
Know that.
You got up and you went up to bed.
Alcohol is a shitty thing. It's alcohol. Not, again,
The reason that you killed him?
you all,
Please sit down.
listen to me.
Please sit down.
You all, listen.
Did the detective just say, is that the reason that you killed him? I need to back up. I'm backing up.
So,
You guys are scaring me, so, like, I don't know, like, what to expect. I mean, I had questions of things that need to be taken care of, like, I
I
don't.
backed up a little too much, but I need to hear that whole run again.
You're saying, I can't breathe, let me out, and you said, fuck you. And you got up off the couch and went upstairs and left them in that bag.
Not intentionally.
Again,
I would never do that to George.
you did.
Not
It happened.
intentionally. Know that.
I don't.
Know that.
She said no that. He said I don't.
Went up to bed.
Alcohol is a shitty thing. It's alcohol. Not, again,
The reason that you killed him?
Is that the reason that you killed him?
you all,
Please sit down.
listen to me.
Please sit down.
You all, listen.
I thought that was supposed to be redacted out though.
I did not intentionally kill him.
I think she's just said, I did not intentionally kill him. The reason I wanted to hear it again is because I know there was a point where they said you killed him or you caused his death that was redacted out. I don't know if this was supposed to be redacted out. Is that why you killed him? So I'm interested to see if the lawyers have something else to say after this plays, but there was a part specifically where they're like, you killed him, right? And that was redacted out. So I was wanting to back up and hear it again, but I did not is where she's at right now.
You all, listen. I did not intentionally kill him.
So your intention.
I don't know what it is I need to do, or how to do it, or what to say, or how to say it.
But what was your intention?
Everyone knows. Everyone knows.
Everyone knows
everything
what.
that I've done for George and loved him and continuously helped him throughout his life with me and made him a happier, better person.
I made him a happier, better
Everyone
person.
knows that.
Everyone.
Everybody has their limits.
So it's like, okay, so while we're in a good place right now, I'm gonna snap. Is that what while we're in a good place right now?
Yeah. Absolutely. I got you on video screaming, fuck you.
That's going to undermine some of her defense.
This is what it feels like when you're choking me. This is what it feels like.
Which was however long ago. You said
The videos was from last
But
night.
clearly,
So it wasn't that, yeah.
there's still feelings towards it. You wouldn't say it if you didn't feel it.
But I would never do that.
But it happened, and you did.
But you
But
did.
that's after being playful
But no one's
and
laughing.
having a good day.
No one's laughing except you.
I thought we were being
Everyone-
playful. I was having a good day.
Oh, I'm sorry?
I would hate to see a bad day.
Oh, shit.
Y'all are making me out to be a person that I'm not. Or will I ever be.
Or are you a different person when you're drunk?
People have different personalities after they consume alcohol.
It depends. Well,
Because you're sober now, so sober you,
Nice
but what
person.
about drunk you?
it's both of us. It's both of us. And it's not fair that you all are assuming that the marks that he has on him are from me.
We asked you where they came from.
I have no idea.
Well, nobody else was there, so nobody else.
I have no idea. I swear I did not lay a hand on him,
You just zipped them in the back.
nor he.
You just zipped them in the back. And then you flipped the bag around several times.
I didn't do
didn't intentionally flip the bag around?
No, why would I do that?
You said you did.
You told me you did. When he was upside down.
Right.
Well, you had to put him upside down.
You can't get in a suitcase upside down because the,
Oh my
when
God.
you put the stuff in where the body was.
That's unfortunately, nobody else was there. That's
We have a
unfortunate.
video showing the suitcase in several different positions. So, it shows, one, like she just said, it had to been on its back with the lid open for him to get in there, for you to zip it up. Then it shows it on the other side with him in it, so you had to flip it to there. Then there's another video where it's on its back again, so you had to.
I'm leaving it like this, please. I'm leaving it like this. I did not intentionally.
I'm leaving it like this.
No malicious intent or effort was towards it.
No malicious intent?
No malicious.
I would say this is to help you sleep, but you're not sleeping, so.
I mean,
Last night, I maybe got an hour.
Right.
in your voice, you can hear the maliciousness. The fuck you is very, very.
You don't talk to people like that. That's not like a common, like, hey, Scott, fuck you. That's not common. It's not something people do. And no one that sees that is gonna think that. Okay. So we were trying to give you an opportunity, and it is what it is.
It is what it is.
There's no maliciousness towards that.
So I would probably be calling myself that.
My intent was not for that to happen.
But you went upstairs and went to bed. Or maybe you passed out.
Right.
Waiting for him.
Doesn't give a shit.
And the
Second
whole
degree.
time frame thing, it's like, it's regardless, that's not really there.
Regardless, waiting for him, it's not like you walked up the stairs. You can't fly up the stairs, no one can take you up the stairs.
Okay.
You go up the stairs, you lay in the bed, and you wait for him. Who cares if it's 5 minutes? Who cares if it's 30 freaking seconds? He's begging for his life. He's
And you
begging to
left.
get out. You go upstairs. It doesn't matter. So get the time frame out of your mind.
This whole thing, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter, because there's this. So it doesn't matter anything what it is I say. So it makes no difference whatsoever.
You're lying, and like you're now changing
Who's
your
lying
story.
about what?
You're now you were drunk.
So it doesn't matter what I say. Well, you're lying. You know what would have helped? Not saying anything. But you did, so we're here. But she's like, so it doesn't matter what I say. They're like, well, you're lying.
Oh, I never said that I was drunk.
Exactly what you did here today.
You did. And then you didn't. And then you did.
Everything was
Alcohol.
You blamed it on alcohol. Alcohol doesn't lie to people.
Yes, but I never said I was drunk.
So you did that sober. You knowingly left him down there sober.
I have already told those of you also that we were both drinking. Right.
You said it's the alcohol.
You were drunk.
I'm telling you all both. This has changed my life. I will take this.
What?
I don't know.
Yeah. That's a true statement.
Absolutely. But you're trying to dance around the fact that you
So, but what
did.
do you know? Okay, just.
You left him in there. You did try to dance around the fact.
This
You left him.
This is not.
You didn't leave him in there.
It's not cool. Like, this is not cool.
It's not cool.
That it.
He's dead. It's
But
not-
you think that I.
This is not cool. This is not cool. This is not cool. She's like, this has changed my life. This is not cool. Ma'am?
You left him in there. You did try to dance around the fact. You left him in there.
This is not.
You didn't leave him in there.
It's not cool. Like, this is not cool.
It's not cool.
That it.
He's dead. It's
But
not-
you think that I did that intentionally. You think that I did that intentionally.
You essentially left him in there and left the room. You went upstairs to a different room.
You intentionally did that.
You did.
Yes.
Because I'm thinking he's gonna get out.
Okay, you didn't.
Obviously not.
When somebody's begging saying, I
But
can't
when you
breathe.
say that though, but you have to.
You let me out. I can't breathe.
No, George though. Like, again, I thought it was a boy crying wolf. So it was just like, what?
Oh, so if your son was in there and said, I can't breathe, are you gonna open it, or is he 9, so he's not,
Really?
It's not a big deal. I'm just asking a question.
Oh, you said you would never put your son in a suitcase. You would only put George in there.
No, George got in the suitcase.
And you zipped it up.
Not all the way and not intentionally to leave him there.
You intentionally zipped it because you used your hands to zip it.
If you keep going away from it,
I don't know.
that's exactly what happened.
Are you all trying to have me admit that? Like, are you trying to have me admit that? Because I will never admit it because it's not true. It's not true.
I'm basically stating as a fact that that's what happened.
Okay.
You videotaped him asking to be let out.
Yep.
You go upstairs.
So what, guys? So what? Like, just, I don't know what you want me to say, other than it was not out of maliciousness or intentional. I don't know what or how I can say it. I love George. Love him. To this day, still. Love him. Love makes you do crazy. It doesn't do, it's not one of those things where it's like,
Detective,
oh,
not
God,
with the
you know
love
what?
makes you do
I've done
crazy
enough for
things.
you at this point. I never gave up on him. Why I'm here today, I'm still not giving up on him.
Meaning?
I would do anything for him. Well, you gave up checking up on him.
Except unzip him from the suitcase. Oh my God. And the detective is bringing the snark with, yeah, except check up on him. I would do anything for him, but I won't do that.
Why I'm here today, I'm still not giving up on him. I would do anything for him. Well, you gave up checking up on him.
I don't know about the Suitcase.
Oh, gosh. Okay.
We're simply just trying to go through, I mean, again, you gave us a completely different story that you churched up to, this was such a lasting matter.
Detective snark.
Not by that.
All day, all
Not by
day,
that video.
all day.
Anybody look at it, I don't think anybody will look at that video and go, George is having fun right now.
So why is it you all think
George sounds
that
terrified.
y'all don't know me, you know, would do something like that, especially having a 9-year-old son? Like, why?
What's your son have to do with anything?
Like, why are you so like caught on what we think?
Yeah.
Because you should be more concerned about what you told us. It's because like you guys are like trying the things that the video shows that are opposite of what you told us, and then what you know. Like what is opposite? Well, you said that it was funny, and you're the only one. We were playing before that. Okay.
But then it stops.
Yeah.
It obviously stops being fun.
Well,
Because you're screaming at him, he's
I'm
begging
not
to get
screaming
out.
at him.
Sounds like screaming at me.
I don't know what you all want me to tell you.
Her voice wasn't that
In
raised,
no way, shape, or form, but it's intentional.
but her words were harsh.
Ever. Okay. Are you still gonna allow us to do your fingernails? Go for it. Go for it. Okay, cool. Alright, I'm gonna get that set up.
We're gonna go ahead and swab your fingernails.
No, but when you come back and I ask about this? Yeah.
Oh boy.
So what?
Just don't understand.
So it
I don't
was.
understand how your story changes so much to the fact that
She's trying to explain it to you.
Explain it, understand.
you went on about how this was such a playful thing and you guys were laughing. And it probably was for a few minutes.
Yeah, she's like,
but
what
then
don't you get?
obviously it changes. The whole demeanor of this whole situation completely changes. It's not the funny, laughing matter. He's not laughing at all.
I didn't think he was being serious.
You absolutely sound serious.
I
When you're
didn't think
answering.
so. Like, just,
You don't think your voice, you sounded serious?
She definitely doesn't sound like she's having a good time.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. It was a great day. It didn't end well, obviously.
I was going to say it.
Obviously.
I can't explain to you. I can't explain to you how horrific it was
Okay.
to find him. Horrific. Because I don't remember taking this video.
Okay.
How horrific. I'm thinking he's in the bathroom. I'm thinking he's downstairs in my laptop. I can't find him. So what's going to happen? Like,
Here's what gets me though, is you don't remember taking videos, you don't know where he is.
But you weren't drunk.
don't remember him being in the suitcase, and you're still telling me that you had your wits about you. How does somebody have to list about them when?
See, that's the thing too, but you can clearly tell that I had been drinking some. You can clearly tell.
I've had several people that came up to me in that
Yep.
complex that you were drunk on a daily basis.
Oh
You
my
were screaming
gosh, right,
regularly.
right.
Really?
Right. Talk to the property manager. Talk to the property manager.
Okay.
Because it's not,
These are your neighbors, the ones that live next to you. Your property manager does not live next to you. They see you every day. How many?
my person.
What are your questions?
Your neighbors were talking.
Who's coming?
Did you have a fingernail?
You said that we said.
She has
You
questions.
don't have to allow us to do it, just so you know, so don't take that.
I don't have a problem.
Okay. Just make sure.
So, am I getting my phone back?
No.
Am I getting my phone back? No.
What about losing his laptop?
No.
Yeah, no.
What does that mean?
We're still going through everything.
Oh, that's fine.
You're the one just telling us there's videos that we need to see on it, so we need
That's
to do our
fine.
due diligence that we go through everything.
She's just
See,
cutting
and
them
that
off.
backfires on me now too, because now you all think that I had even more, in quotes, intent to do what I did then, which was not intentional.
What's that?
In that, is that correct?
She's asking about your timing.
No, but I'm asking if that's correct.
No, I'm not gonna agree with anything that you're saying. I'm not, that you're.
Yeah, they're not there to answer your questions.
Mm-hmm.
Do you all inform her or do I need to call her?
We don't have to inform her, so if you would like to call her, you can. Are you saying because he's still on probation?
No, but because of the nice lady that she is and all that she's done for him, I thought I didn't know how it was.
Legally, we just have to tell his parents, and we don't go telling.
Everybody else?
I didn't even know who his probation officer was, so no, I wouldn't go tell.
So the same thing for classes. I need to do that too.
Classes. You need to do what?
Substance abuse class and his battery intervention.
Yeah,
Something else I'm just worried at. So, other than this, so initially, what was the cause of death?
She is still pending because she wants to hold the body for an additional day to see if more of those bruises turn.
They're talking
into
about the
something
coroner.
bigger. And she's doing some other tests that she's got to do. So she's pending it for now.
So the autopsy's pending.
So that could have him being in the suitcase. Or y'all saying that I physically did it.
That's what she's determining.
So,
The ones on the head, I asked her, could that have been from the suitcase, and she said she didn't think so.
I didn't touch him, nor did he touch me. I'm leaving it at that.
I'm leaving it at that.
So, I don't know if you all know how to do this, because so that's what I was gonna ask, you already asked. So, are you all updating his parents today, or when you get final, whatever?
What does it matter? What we tell his parents, maybe?
Because
We're gonna talk to it with them.
okay,
I have to.
but it's gonna come down to me.
What do you mean?
Like, so it's being put on me.
Who said that?
But I'm not, so what is it to tell them?
We're gonna give them an update, just like we gave you an update on their autopsy.
Okay, so it's whatever
Well,
bruise.
here's the thing.
Whatever on the head.
We had to deliver news to them last night that their son was dead. There was not a whole lot of conversation that goes on after that. It's not a very easy thing.
Was it yesterday or Sunday? Sunday. Today's Tuesday, right?
Yesterday.
Did we not meet you yesterday? We met you yesterday. I'm just asking.
So she is saying, was it yesterday or Sunday? Today's Tuesday. They're like, we met you yesterday. But she's worried about what they're going to tell his parents. And she goes, so you're going to put this on me? And they're like, we didn't say that. Though I think she's read the room correctly at that point.
Right. Did you not meet yesterday?
The valid question.
Really? Yes, on Monday.
Okay.
Got it.
Perfect.
So I don't know if I asked you guys or you guys suggest me finding out about funeral?
Yeah, that's not going to be on you, Boo.
That's not even something that's been probably talked about between the family. That's not something we asked. We have no way of.
I've been that's why I'm asking.
It'll be up to them to make the arrangements of what they want to do. Like she just told you, just quick, just being told last night, I'll pretty much be willing to wager that they have not even considered.
He's not even going to be released from the coroner yet.
Be released, so.
I've been there with parents, grandparents, and uncles. So I don't know if I have the right to or not, but like I was gonna call his former employees whom he really cared for and let them know.
You can call whoever you want.
I just don't want to do something that I'm not supposed to.
I want to
How do
call
I
his
go about
former
getting
employer.
his, wedding ring, engagement ring.
It's at the medical examiner's office. It'll come to us eventually, and then.
It'll be released to
His family.
them.
Yeah, okay.
I bought it for him.
That is a civil issue. It was on his finger, it goes to them, they're the ones that are gonna release it, we don't have any say in that.
So I won't get that back.
So she's like, what about his engagement ring? They're like, his property goes to his family. And she's like, and he goes, that becomes a civil issue. It sounds like her response was, so I won't get that back.
So for all of this, like, how do I find out what's what, how many, like, what's been found?
This gives a lot of context to the amount of letters she wrote to the judge, seeing the voluminous writing that she came in with the next day.
What do you mean?
Pillow with stain, swab of stain from pillow, suitcase.
That will all be sent off to McCaskill, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, they do their testing.
So, and then like whatever white can with blood and necktie with blood was from the suitcase.
Okay.
Why would you guys, you'll see it in there, the baseball bat for Lucas and the feet. And this is just his phone, my phone, and then the laptop.
Yeah, when anything can be released, we will release it, but we are very early in this investigation, and it's not an overnight process, unfortunately.
So, what's next?
They're gonna come and swab your fingers.
Clink.
No, I'm talking about like in the long run. Like, what do I need to like? Do I need to be doing something or like?
I can't tell you what to do.
I mean, like, so like for, like, I don't understand. Like, I don't know if you guys are just gonna like, because it makes it sound like to me like I'm being accused of something that was not intentional. I'm being accused of it, and a handful of other things that I'm being accused of.
Okay.
So I don't want to be at home with Lucas and you guys show up.
Okay.
So
They're like, that's fine. We'll arrest you now.
We're still investigating. I don't know what you want me to tell you.
So is there going to be concrete whatever it is, and then it's like, okay, this is what it is, kind of thing, or like, because I've done the whole court thing, I've done the whole
She's like, I'm not new.
attorney thing, I've done whatever. So if I'm not admitting anything about being intentional and I killed George, that's not the situation, but it's trying to depend on me. That was not my intent. But it's trying to depend on me. So however, or whatever it is I need to do in order for that to be proven, then I need to do so, which is why I'm trying to get my ducks in a row. So that's why I'm asking what the next step is, other than me getting my nails swabbed.
I'm trying to get my ducks in a
You
row.
want me to tell you how to not be accused of a crime? Is that what you're asking? Like, I don't know what you.
I'm trying to prepare myself for whatever may need to be done, so I can
What do
wake up for myself.
What do I need to do to prove that? What do I need to do to stick up for myself?
I mean, I think you're doing just fine. You came, you talked.
I just don't want you guys to, again, show up and Lucas is in the house.
Well, we did tell you yesterday that we don't want to do anything around your son, hence why you came to us. So I don't know why you think that's gonna change.
That and/or me not just show up back home.
I'm sorry, what? That or what?
Me just not show up back home. That's what, he's so happy that I'm staying over at the house with Brian. Like, so happy. And I'm not going back to the house, to my house, for however long I can stay over here because of whatever to blow over.
Mm-hmm.
And again, if you don't mind me asking, so for whatever it is you all are claiming from the videos, which, yeah, is that what you're gonna tell him? Like, his parents? It's like, oh yeah, and by the way, she did.
Did what?
I mean, what would you tell him?
What are you going to tell his parents?
What we're gonna tell his parents.
Oh yeah, it is fuel to the fire.
Well, we can't hide things, and I don't know, I'm not saying we're gonna go, I'm not saying that we're gonna go and tell them every single thing we have. But again, this is the Orange County Sheriff's Office of Public Records, so eventually, like, this all will come out.
It's all going to come out.
It's just like, you're making it sound like we're gonna tell them something, so then your life is in danger, and I don't like that accusation.
She's like, are you going to tell them you think I killed him?
Nip that in the bud right
That's
now.
what she wants to know.
Well, that's what's going to happen.
I cannot choose.
But we can't even, so technically there's no concrete report yet, even.
Right, so
it's,
you want me to like tell you exactly what I'm gonna tell them? I don't know what I'm gonna tell them, let's just leave it at that. Just like you don't know why you went upstairs, I don't know what I'm gonna tell them.
So,
Parents that are dealing with.
can I call you the way that I did last time?
What?
Yeah, my phone is an open line. This should be there now.
They were like, where is the person to swab the nails? Can we?
I get it. Look, I get it. That looks really bad. So that's what scares me.
Did she just say, I get it? That looks really bad. So he leaves the room and she's looking at the detective like, I get it. Like, let me help you, detective. What?
This should be there now.
I get it. Look, I get it. That looks really bad. So that's what scares me. Like, what do I need to plan on? Like, what do I need to plan on? I promise you, on my son's life, it was not intentional. I promise you, on Lucas's life, it was not intentional.
I don't know you, I can't say I know anything about you, I don't know what would be a true statement, what would not. I mean, if you're promising on your son's life, that's fine.
That's how much it means.
Sorry.
That's how much it, look, that's how much it means.
All right.
I hope you take that to heart. Please.
The detective's like, sure.
And it's documented that you said that, yeah, I get it.
The detective's like, where are they with the damn nail swab? The detectives are like, we're so done. We want to be so done. We want to be all the way done.
When I can get my phone back?
What's up, man?
What do you say?
I just said no telling. I mean, our digital forensics unit has, had a lot of cases on their plate. I mean,
Well, and that's not technically my laptop, it's Lucas's laptop. But he plays, you'll see all the games that he has on there.
as soon as we can get that back to Lucas, we will. As soon as we can release your phone, we will. But we have no way of being able to tell you because we don't have control over their case other than how they arrange what they do. So I don't know. And at this point, I think, honestly, with everything else that's going on, it should probably be at the bottom of your list of worries.
I'm trying to make Lucas happy so he can have his laptop back.
Did Brian not have a laptop for him?
He has his laptop that he has to do for work, but he doesn't want him using it or breaking or dropping. not a big deal. There's nothing on the laptop anyway.
And now they're just all awkwardly sitting there, and they're just gonna let her chat when she wants to fill the air.
So you will keep me posted, like updated?
Yep. Of your booking number.
That's my thing, is I'm trying to figure out what I need to do in the meantime.
Fill in the space.
I don't know, I can't, like, I don't know what to tell you though.
Make one with the
What am I-
silence, Sarah.
But you all have more information than I do, where it's like, yeah, you might wanna, or yeah, you might wanna.
Like, we have more information on what?
Like,
We told you everything that we have. You know everything that we know. And most of it we got from you.
but,
You know
like,
everything.
her, like,
You know everything we know. Most of that we got from you. That is the entire case. Most of that we got from you. Except the autopsy. Everything else in this case comes from Sara.
yeah, that's bad, like, which I swore in my son's life was not intentional. So that's why I'm trying to figure out what I need to do for myself going forward with it, nonetheless, with his family. And are you all
She's so uncomfortable not knowing if they're going to arrest her. It's part of why they're not telling her if they're going to arrest her. They're letting her be uncomfortable because she keeps filling in the space to try to fix it. And she has no control over this situation. And there is nothing she can do to fix it. And she keeps trying. And they're just going to sit there and let her do it.
showing up with Lucas now?
We've already both told you that we would be mindful in these situations.
So do you guys, I guess you're gonna call me tomorrow? Or do we have to come back down here?
I'll chat with you next time. I have no idea when I'm gonna call you next.
Isn't the report come out tomorrow?
They're asking about I think she's asking about the autopsy report.
I'm just saying the report is generated through us, and the sheriff's office is a public entity.
Oh,
So
they're
if
talking about the
someone
police
were to
report.
request something, then
No, I'm talking about, his autopsy.
she's waiting and doing our follow-up, but
She's looking at him against
yeah.
but she won't be finished with him because she's pending further stuff.
So after this, what? I'm done? For now?
I mean, they didn't say that. They just don't answer. So I'm done for now? Well, it depends on how you define
How long
done.
did this stuff take to get back?
The FDA results.
You won't get back the swabs and stuff. We'll say,
But I don't know about it.
our dispatch center keeps calling my phone. I keep having to have other people call them to see what they need.
I hope you all can really both truly understand that that was not my intent.
Right.
I miss him a lot. No
I,
more.
but my question has remained the same. What do you expect to happen to somebody
He's like, yeah, and?
if you leave them in a position like that?
Right, what did you think was going to happen?
Yes, but you gotta understand too,
Just what would you expect
No, you got to
to
understand.
happen to somebody when you leave them in a position?
I have no idea because I've never done it before.
Why have you never done it before?
Why would I?
Exactly.
Right!
Why would I do it before?
Why did you do it now?
clearly has said why.
No, you don't know why. You just know that it's not intentional, but you don't know why.
Yeah, that's accurate.
That's okay. Really? I'm not trying to force you to say something that you don't know.
Fading and penning. The fact that you guys would feel that I'm that kind of person.
You can't help it.
We're going by the facts, it happens.
Like you said, you don't know me. What time is it, please? 4:46. And so, for me to have to live with getting him out and doing what I did is punishment enough.
Now she's bargaining. I'm gonna have to live with doing what I
I think
did.
that's why I haven't slept. Because that's all I see. So that right there says something. Not my intention.
She just can't stop filling in every moment.
Nonetheless, I have to live without him now.
I have to live without him now.
Punishment in itself.
Definitely a tragic situation.
I'm very wrong. It's unfortunate that stupid things like this happen.
Absolutely.
Nonetheless, I have to live without him now.
His daughters too.
Are you trying to make it worse?
Sorry, what?
Are you trying to make it worse?
Make what worse?
How I feel?
There's no comment. I mean,
CSI, that was there yesterday, and she took your photos.
Are you trying to make it worse? How I feel. Oh my God. She doesn't seem uncomfortable with law enforcement. She seems pissed. So whenever you guys ask why I don't watch some of these things before trial, this is why. I want to see it as the jury sees it. In context with the way the state has presented the case. So in a lot of cases, I try to come in with knowing kind of some of the legal wrangling, but not this. And I get to go to a concert tomorrow, which I'm very excited about. So, trying to come in as the jury does. So they're going to swab her. I imagine they're going to tell her she gets arrested at the end of this, which I'm interested to see. And I'm not going to 2X it because I want to see if she spontaneously says anything else while this is going on, and I don't want to miss it at 2X because she's quipping quickly. For those of you asking about the concert, I am going to go see Yachtly Crew here in Nashville tomorrow. Any of you in Nashville, I think there are still some tickets. I'll share them on Insta and the app, but I'm going to go see Yachtly Crew. You guys know I enjoy them. I saw somebody asking what I was reading when I was looking down. I'm not. I'm taking notes. A, it helps me stay engaged. B, when I go back and look at things that stuck out to me during trial, the things I write down are the things that stick out to me. Nella Brown asked, you haven't seen this before? No, I haven't. I didn't watch any of the evidence in this case. I saw a few of the pretrial motions. I kept an eye on the case as it was going. I saw the continuances. I saw snippets of her letters. But no, I didn't watch any of the digital evidence. I didn't watch the video of the crime. I didn't watch any of it. So I wanted to watch it as it went forward. So for those of you asking about Yachtly Crew, Yacht Rock. A lot of fun. Really fun show. If anyone's local, I'll see you there. Chelsey said, is it too late for the plea deal? Yeah, the government's not going to give her a plea deal at this point. She could always plea open to the court. I don't think she's going to do that. If she pleads open to the court, it's a minimum of 22.5 years. But the deal from the state, I imagine, is well off the table. None of this is a surprise to her. Like, she knew this was all coming. She would have seen it. She had access to it. She lived through it. I don't think she can see it from somebody else's perspective, is one of the problems. And I imagine other lawyers have tried to point that out to her, and she did not take that well. So, Duping Delight said, do her letters get entered into evidence? No. Her letters to the court don't, unless there is something in one of those letters that somehow contradicts something she testifies to, but I imagine they would just ask her about it, but no, generally not. Legal filings, legal argument, legal briefing, none of that comes into evidence in the case. Shakia Cook said, should have taken that 15. Yup. Should have. Didn't. And this is not going to help because the thing is, the second-degree murder does not require that she intend for him to die. She has to know that the thing is dangerous and not care. And in her interview, she's sitting there going, you guys, this is so unfair to me. This is so unfair to me. You don't know what kind of person I am. It's so unfair. So, yeah. But without that video, I don't know if this case would have gotten here. I imagine she's going to say it's so unfair to me a few times on the stand when she testifies, likely tomorrow. She's been quiet through this whole collection process with the CSIs. I want to go back to the interview. I want to see if she gets handcuffed at the end of this. Chad, if you've seen it, don't tell me. No spoilers for EDB.
Okay, Sarah. So,
You're not free to go.
you're not free to go.
Go back to the video!
Do you promise everything you told us is the truth? Or no?
So you're not free to go.
Everything we talked about today?
Yes. What do you mean?
He asked to swear. Remember I swore you yesterday on the audio recording?
Go back.
So you raised his hand to remind me to tell you.
Okay.
Do you promise and swear that everything we talked about today has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
For which?
True and accurate to the best of your knowledge.
What, that it wasn't intentional?
Everything you said today, everything that's come out of your mouth has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge.
To the best of my knowledge.
Correct.
Oh, now there's games.
Why?
That's
You
how
have
you
to talk to somebody to assure that everything that we talked about is
true and accurate to the best of that person's knowledge.
not a trick question.
To the
She's
best
like,
of
what
my
is
knowledge.
truth anyway?
Everything that you've told us today is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge.
Yes, but it was not intentional.
Okay. Okay.
Do me a favor, stand up.
All right, stand up. Hands behind your back.
I need you to turn around, face the wall. Put your hands behind your back. Do you have anything in your pockets that I should know about?
No.
Okay.
Why is this happening?
Because George is dead.
Not intentionally.
We understand that.
He's still dead.
Well, we don't.
Someone needs to call Brian, please.
Okay.
Or can I not make a phone call?
You'll be able to make a phone call when you get down to the jail.
So why is this happening?
She said I need to be able to call Brian.
How's the trip? I'm here to ask you to explain a few things to us. And
You were right, you're right.
your response to everything was basically, I didn't do it.
Intentionally.
Doesn't matter. It's still dead.
I didn't do it intentionally, but you zipped him in and left him there. That's the point.
Really.
So if I can show up. Why is this happening?
Because
Before you all said I could leave. That I was done after that.
we were done, yes. We were done. Absolutely.
So now, so that's what it is,
So now you can't.
We were done.
right? Not intentional.
Okay.
So what am I supposed to do now?
Go to jail?
You will
Someone needs to call Brian. Lucas is waiting for Mom to come home. This was not my intention. I thought I was waiting for you all to come and figure out what's what and how many.
That's what we're trying to do.
And I was going to be able to go home. and see Lucas. Now he's just not gonna have me come home. So there's nothing that I can do.
No.
There's nothing that I can do in order to go home and see Lucas and prepare.
And prepare.
You'll be afforded the time in court, you'll be afforded an attorney.
Sorry, ma'am, not a federal crime. Sometimes in federal crimes that happens, not always, CEG Diddy, but sometimes in federal cases, you do get a moment to prepare, but no, you do not get a moment to prepare. They looked at you and said, so you're not free to leave, turn around and face the wall. Not free to leave.
You'll be afforded a chance to talk to a judge and all that stuff will be worked out.
But what's the time frame for that though?
I have no way of being able to tell you.
48 hours.
Make a first appearance probably tomorrow morning, if not tonight, depending how things are busy, how quickly you get down there.
I had a suspicion that this was gonna happen. And I need water like really bad, please.
He's like, sit back down.
You all shut me down.
Absolutely do not.
She's like, you told me I'd be able to go home. Ma'am?
I just got those.
I just got those.
So I can't even smoke cigarettes when I go. And what am I supposed to do with my car?
It'll get towed for you.
Where it is. When you get down there, you'll have 3 phones you'll be able to call.
What, as soon as possible?
Yeah, once you get down there, get booked in, you'll be able to use a phone in the
But
waiting
how
room.
long will that take? Because I need to talk to Brian.
Yeah, no, it depends how busy, how quickly they get you through. I would say within the hour. It's a free phone call in the lobby. It's a free phone call.
All I'm doing is bringing their sign and paper and all this.
She has no clue.
So can I ask you, or whoever it is, those holding cells, the holding cells, am I gonna be put in one of those?
I don't know.
Last time I had a panic attack.
Let them know that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, you're familiar with the big bay. As long as you go in and you act civil to them, they'll set you in the big bay. You'll be left there for
Can
a
you
while.
request that while I'm there?
No, that's not us. We don't work at the jail.
As long as what he's saying is, if you don't
If
act
you go in and act like this, you'll go in and they'll put you in the big bay. If you go in there screaming and kicking and yelling and cursing, I don't know. I'm just letting you know that's.
Be calm.
That's
They'll
how
be calm.
They weed people out. If you go in acting like this,
So I asked for the big bang?
they'll put you there as long as you're acting like this.
Don't be all
Yes,
uncool.
Last time I had a major panic attack with a little thing.
Thank you.
Last time, yeah, she's been arrested before.
Okay.
At first it's gonna come, but the cigarettes and stuff can't, so.
I prefer like opposite. My bad.
Oh, no, that's all good. Mine are no opposite, so.
What made you all decide to do this?
Made us decide to do this.
Uh-huh.
Georgia said.
You guys, I knew this was gonna happen.
You did?
So
No.
I came down to the village.
I knew this was going to happen. Then why are you sitting there saying, what do you mean I can't go home and prepare? If you knew this was going to happen, then why did you voluntarily go down to the police department? If just wait for them.
Yes, absolutely. We were trying to figure out what's going on. We're still trying to figure out.
Unintentionally.
Okay.
I forget, I have I don't know if it's able to see or not.
I apologize.
I have things in my car that I need to.
If you
Kind of stuff you have in your car.
talk to a lawyer.
Well, I have my medication.
Okay, they have a pharmacy there, so if there's something that you have to have right away, you'll be seeing a nurse.
It's panic attack stuff.
So, again, when you get checked in, you're gonna be seeing a nurse. And that, they have a pharmacy there, so they'll be able to take care of any kind of that stuff. That protocol is out of my realm. I don't work down there, so I don't know, but I do know they do have a pharmacy.
The jail has a pharmacy, ma'am.
To see somebody. Got it?
Hold on.
Yes, ma'am. I can put it in. All right.
I'm waiting for her to yell unintentionally as she's walking out. All right, we're gonna We had gone to Code Audacity because of that interview. We are going to relieve our Code Audacity and go back to regular streaming. For all of you who are looking at the clock going, it is really fucking late. Yes, court said they were going to run late to finish this witness and let the state essentially finish their case. So some jurisdictions do, some jurisdictions don't, but they're allowing court to run long. They asked the jurors if they could, so here we are.
Yes.
8 hours and 15 minutes into streaming with audio that just cut.
Judge, can we approach the bench?
Judge,
Yes.
can we approach the bench? That's why. All right. We've got a little bit of Zoom room because I paused a few times during that interview because man, oh man. And
I need to read to you at this. All right, members of our jury, I have an instruction that I need to read to you at this time. You have heard and watched a recorded interview that contained opinions and statements by Detective Lowen and Detective Koepsell to Sara Boone. These opinions and statements are pertinent only to explain the reactions and responses they elicit. You are not to consider these opinions and statements by the police officers as true, but only to establish the context of Sara Boone's reactions and responses. You may continue.
Ma'am, did all of these events that you have testified to in regards to your investigation, did they all occur in Orlando, Orange County, Florida?
Yes, they did.
jurisdiction.
And ma'am, do you see the person today here in court who admitted to zipping up George Torres?
Yes, I do.
Do you see the person today here in court whose voice you heard on the
Good job with the
Suitcase
ID.
video taunting George Torres?
Yes.
Do you see the person here today in court who admitted to you flipping George Torres while he was in the suitcase?
Yes, I do.
And do you see the person today here in court who admitted going to bed while George Torres continued to suffer?
Oh, they're almost done
in the
with direct.
suitcase?
Yes, I do.
Could you please identify that person by an article of clothing they're wearing?
Right there, seated
Yes,
at
she's at
counsel
the
table.
defense table in black and I guess a pinkish top.
Shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant?
Record will so reflect.
No further questions.
No further questions.
Members of the jury,
Done.
It is 5:59. I tried to get you out of here before 6. We will continue with the balance of the state's presentation tomorrow at 9 a.m. I'm going to give you another instruction similar to what I've read you previously. over
The state will
last
be
couple
done
of
in the
days.
morning. Defendant's going to
Jurors,
testify
you
tomorrow.
must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have discussions of any
YouTube
sort
you need to
with
worry
friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved.
Wow.
So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face to face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, will be in recess for this evening. We will see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. And again, I thank you for your attention and your sacrifice in this matter.
When the judge said we will resume tomorrow for the balance of the state's case, the state will be resting in the morning and then we will get into the defense case. I imagine the first witness they're going to call is Sara Boone. So we should hear her testimony tomorrow. For those of you asking, isn't the defense going to cross-examine in the morning? The defense will do their cross-examination in the morning. So that's what's going to happen there. We're going to talk scheduling,
State,
I imagine.
anything else we need to discuss this evening?
I received a motion from the defense that I guess they filed at 5:08 p.m. regarding the witness Pearl Walker to appear by Zoom.
Mm-hmm.
It is not something I can agree to, and I'm not sure if they're meeting for deposition or trial or both. It doesn't specify.
No, I've talked to Ms. Walker's
Scheduling.
who is her caregiver, and they're going to have her down here at 6 o'clock at the state attorney's office for the deposition, and then they'll go from there. Kevin Beck's going to be handling the deposition. But she's outside the court.
So the attorneys are still taking
Specifically referring to a motion for
depots
witness to appear
tonight.
via Zoom filed October 21st, 2024 at 5:08 p.m. The court has reviewed it. We can address this tomorrow after you've had the opportunity to take the deposition.
I would just submit based on what we've just heard, she can appear in person because she has.
Right.
Is that your final position?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think it would be wise to ask her those kind of questions from the lawyers so they would be able to give a more detailed response about why she doesn't want to appear in court. But I understand their position.
Here's the problem that I have. The rule 3.116D requires or allows the court to have virtual testimony or remote testimony if all parties consent. And I'm not hearing consent on behalf of the state attorney's
I'm not hearing
office.
consent either.
And in reviewing the other portions of that specific rule, it all follows if there's consent. So I can't allow your request
force
based on the
the
lack
state
of
to do it.
consent between the parties. So for the record, the motion for witness to appear via Zoom filed today, October 21, 2024, is denied in accordance with Rule of Criminal Procedure 3.116, Section D, Paragraph 1.
Judge, and the only other thing is we're trying to logistically get our witnesses here. We've got to fly one in, and of course, Ms. Walker and the experts. I'm just asking for what their plan is for their case for tomorrow.
Judge, we covered it.
They're done.
Up at the bench, I thought. This is our last witness. It's up to them on how long they cross her. I thought we anticipated Ms. Boone taking a stand at 10 a.m.
My
You mentioned 10:30.
And my understanding was that Mr. that Mr. Cacciatore had no further questions for
Well, there's that.
Detective Koepsell, and that we would tender her for cross tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Mr. Henderson had advised it would be 30 to 45 minutes. Taking the worst case scenario, that would be 9:45, built in 15 minutes for redirect. I don't know if it's going to take that long. We will then remove the jury. Once the state rests, we will address any motions. I will colloquy your client on a couple of different matters, and then I will turn it over to you. So I would say that a start time, a good range, would be between 10 and 10:30.
Boom.
I hope we don't have the same delays we had this morning with access. It's Tuesday, not Monday. There may be less jurors, so it may allow
Jurors got delayed
better
coming in this morning. That's
efficiency
why I
in
was
moving
an
our
hour
panel
late.
in. But as soon as the state rests, I intend on moving to motion, colloquying your client, and turning the ball over to you, sir, for you to call our first witness.
Prior to Sara Boone testifying, I am going to want to view with her the suitcase and the bag.
Understood. Okay. Anything else, state?
I don't think the state's
Defense.
going to
All right, we'll
want
see
her
you
to be
tomorrow
alone
morning
with
at 9 a.m.
the
Thank you very
evidence
much.
in the back. Well, there you have it. Sara Boone will be testifying tomorrow around 10:30 a.m., I imagine. 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So, y'all who rode for a long day in court, we're over 8 hours and 20 minutes on stream for a long day on court. There you go. So it's going to be early tomorrow for those of you that have the Law & Order app. And you're like, I don't care about the cross-examination of this detective, because they're going to be like, detective, did you say this? Detective, did you say that? Got you 10-4. But we are going to send you an app notification the moment Sara Boone takes the stand. So if there's delays in the morning, we will let you know. For those of you Pacific Standard Time, East Coast trials are very early trials for you. I do not love being up early in the morning. So even the 9 a.m. call time on the East Coast feels early to me. So I will be setting stream tomorrow for 8:30 a.m. Central. If they start on time, it will give us a little Zoom room. Today they were an hour delayed because the jurors had such a long line getting into the courthouse, which is not uncommon. I expect there will probably be some natural delays in starting court, but I will be zooming along, and I'm going to try to make sure even if they start closer to time that I can bump stream a little earlier. That's why we have the app, but there's going to be a morning break before they bring Sara on the stand. So that does give us an opportunity to catch up because I want to make sure we do her testimony live, limit the issue with potential spoilers. So I am just absolutely blown away. So with all of that, law nerds, we are going to be back in court in the morning. Members, I am going to eat a little bit and then I am going to record the podcast with you. I had the podcast prepped and then a bunch of new stuff happened today based on what I've been seeing. So I'm going to need just a few minutes to eat and prep, but I will let you know in the app as we get that set. But members, if you haven't had enough today, I will be recording the podcast in a little bit with you for the behind the scenes. Wednesday, we will be doing the members only behind the scenes. And then you guys, as I said, I will keep you in the loop on how I like the differences in the two different notebook options. This one's a little heavier. I need a couple days to see what I think. So we're going to do a quick summary and then we are going to get moving. Let's see. This loop does not always well. We'll see. We'll see how we like the new one. So all of you that got gifted memberships today, stick around and make sure you have the app because we will ping you when we set up the members only live. It's going to be a little bit. I need to pull some new documents. All right, let's do a summary. Let's do some questions and let's all take a break to now get some dinner. Thankfully, I have leftovers. We are at the end of day 2 of the state of Florida. I said that weird. The state of Florida versus Sara Boone, and the state is on their last witness. 2 days, and they are just about done. All that is left is cross-examination and redirect of the lead detective. In this case, what we saw at the end of the day was hours of Sara Boone's interview when she came in the day after Jorge Torres died and gave a lengthy interview tussling with the officers over whether or not this was intentional. She very much said, "You don't understand. It's not intentional. You don't know me. Why would you think I'm the kind of person that would do something like this? You don't know me. I'm a straight A student. I'm excellent at everything I do. I'm outstanding." She's like, "I can figure out and do everything, and I can't figure out this." What she couldn't figure out is how to convince them that she shouldn't be arrested, and spent the entire interview trying to do so. She kept saying it wasn't intentional. There was no malicious intent. This wasn't intentional. And the officer said, "But you told us that you left him in the suitcase and went upstairs." And she said, "Not intentionally." And they're like, "You intentionally walked up the stairs and left him in a suitcase." And then she said, "Why are you assuming that?" And the detectives are like, "Because that's what you've been telling us." So Sara's own words and the video she took on her phone, which she said in that second interview she does not remember, is the bulk of the state's case. So after today, we heard from the coroner this morning who explained the positional asphyxiation that caused the death of Jorge Torres combined with the environmental suffocation because there was not air easily and readily coming in and out of the suitcase because it was zipped. And we saw all of Sarah's statements to the police. We heard the first car interview on the 24th. We heard the interview in custody on the 25th. And at the end of it, when they're like, you are not free to leave, she's like, but I need to go home and see my son and prepare. I thought I was going to get my phone back. And they're like, no, you're going to jail. So with all of that, the state will rest their case in the morning. And on Wednesday, Sara Boone will take the stand in her own defense. And it will be very interesting to see what her testimony looks like in light of all the interviews of her that we have seen so far. So let's see what Wednesday brings for day 3 of this case that is going to be done probably this week to verdict, I would imagine. But we'll see how long Sara Boone is on the stand for. It might be the entirety of the day. It might not. We're just going to have to see. So right now, let's get to your questions. Oh, I did say on Wednesday. Today's Monday. It's Tuesday. I did say Wednesday. What day is it? I normally stream on a Tuesday, so I'm sitting here streaming and I'm like, of course it's a Tuesday. So we'll see what happens on Tuesday when Sara Boone takes the stand. There, we fixed it in post. So for all of you that watch Quick Bits, now we know. Now we know we have fixed it in post. Oh, Sophie, don't do that. It's the alcohol. Don't do that. Don't drink every time she says unintentionally. Oh, she was so mad. Colleen, thank you for the gifted memberships. Michael, good to see you. Weird question. I take a med that's almost $2,000 a day. I am sorry. If I was in jail, would I still get it? Totally curious. They have to provide you with necessary medications. So yes, they have to provide you with necessary medications. Barbara said she still can't take responsibility, so no plea. Meredith, no. Madrin, I have a really hard time. I always put the R in the wrong place trying to pronounce your name. Want a plea deal during trial? Sure, but I'm adding 10 years. The 10 years would just get them to the minimum on this crime, the 22.5. So if she wanted to just take a plea, then she would have to take a plea to the second degree. So let's see. Happy at Heart said new defense attorneys jumped on this case with evidence like this. Why? What do you think they gain? I don't know if they gain anything. I don't know. The defense attorney gave an interview saying everyone deserves an attorney and everyone should have an attorney, and we thought we could help. And it might be just truly as simple as that. Casey Cat said, EDB, if she had shut the fuck up and lawyered up, do you think she might have gotten away with this? I don't know. Depending on the autopsy, if she hadn't taken the video, I think it might have been different. They probably would have ruled it a homicide and might not have been able to prosecute it. Because if there's no video, well, it also depends on if she says nothing from the time the police arrive and there is no video, it becomes very hard to show what happened. But she was the only one in the house and somebody zipped him in. Does that get you to a second degree murder, or does that get you to an unintentional manslaughter like we saw in the Rust case where it's even lesser? I don't know. So it's hard to what if, because even what she says at the beginning is maybe enough, but she said all that without the video. Like, I zipped him in and I went upstairs and went to bed. So her just relaying the facts might have been enough, but they might have charged it as manslaughter without the video because it would have been harder to prove the depraved heart. If she's like, we were drinking, we were messing around, and I don't know what happened. I went upstairs and went to bed. Then it becomes a, what are you doing? The video, I really think, is what's going to convict her in this case. Brianna said, I can't understand these vids. Emily to the rescue. I hope it was helpful. Marcel, are you excited that TMB got inducted to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? Yeah, I am. I am excited. Look, I am a music lover. I love the Dave Matthews Band. And they are one of those ever-present bands that is just like, we're just going to keep doing it. So early in the career, you would see a lot of recognition, but they are just consistently putting out music and touring, and have built an incredible community that enjoys going to see them. And it has been a part of my summer since, like, I don't know, 1996. Martha said, EDB, do you find it prejudicial that the large box containing Suitcase remains center stage in the courtroom? Another example that concerned me was Karen Reed's Lexus at the Canton jury view. The Lexus was supposed to be at the jury view so the jury could see the Lexus. Does that worry me? It doesn't worry the defense attorneys, and they didn't ask for it to be put somewhere else. So no, it doesn't worry me. And do I think it's prejudicial? I mean, the evidence against her is prejudicial. Do I think it's unduly prejudicial? No, it's the evidence in this case, and it has to go somewhere, and it's kind of big. So it's the evidence in the case. I don't know if they're going to let her be with that by herself with her attorneys, though. I think that's really going to be strange. Monbet said, oh, Emily, I love ye. Thanks a million. You're welcome. And to everyone who subscribed today, thank you. We're on our way to 800K. Casey Cat, thank you for the gifted memberships. Lenny, thank you for the gift of memberships. To all the new members, thank you. Remember, you can join here or at lawnardlounge.com, which gets you into our member space in the app to chat with us over there, which is a lot of fun. So let's see. Every defense attorney in the country is now hoarse from screaming. I mean, do you need every case we see? Do we need more examples of I would like a lawyer? No. We just example after example after example. Let's see. Twixie Shores said, yes, Sarah, the police generally want a confession. Yes. Well, I don't know what you want me to say. They're like, we would like you to say what happened. We would like you to say what happened. That's all. We would like you to say what happened. Valkyrie Out said, is it actually Yachtly Crew and not just you saying Motley Crew funny? No, the band is Yachtly Crew. They are the bad boys of yacht rock. So no, the name is Yachtly, like a yacht, Crew, like both Motley Crue and like crewing a ship. So the double entendre works. But no, it is actually Yachtly Crew. I have shared going to their shows before in my Instagram stories and stuff when they have a Vegas residency as well. And they are on kind of their East Coast-ish leg of the tour. So I'm going to go see them tomorrow. Catarist said, thank you, EDB and mods, waiting for a new trial stream to enjoy all the sound effects. You know what we haven't gotten to use this trial? The FBI! Not involved at all. 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 So, we haven't gotten to use that one. Beldi said, has this changed your perspective pertaining to how she's burnt her way through her prior attorneys? I think her prior attorneys probably tried to be honest with her, and when she didn't want to hear it, they didn't have the time for the round and round and round and round and round and round and round with her because they have, other clients. So let us continue. Princess Peach said, did I miss the jury seeing the Suitcase videos? I was busy with my toads. Love your coverage. Princess Peach, yes, it was earlier, and that's all timestamps. So when this goes to replay, you'll see the timestamps, but they were showed shortly before lunch. Depp Law Nerd 25 says, do we think she just wants notoriety? No. I think she keeps saying to everyone, but it was not intentional. And they're saying, but it's a second-degree murder, not a first-degree murder. And he was begging you to be let out and saying he couldn't breathe, and you left him there. So you not intending for him to die when he was in the suitcase and you zipped him in is not the point. I really think she just cannot see that and cannot actually accept that that is what it is, that there are lots of different forms of murder statutes, including the various manslaughter statutes. I don't think she has accepted that. And I also think that she thinks she can maybe talk her way around it. The circular arguing is exhausting. And I think the jury's probably exhausted with it. Like, it was exhausting to watch. I was also sitting there going, oh my God! Like, this is why I can't be a detective. Because, yeah. Analytical Blarney AB said, blame it on the alcohol. Yep, that's what she was saying. She was like, it was the alcohol. And they're like, but you said you weren't drunk. And she's like, damn. So, but 2 days. So 2 days. Kelly D said, how much would you like to prosecute this case? It's a pretty straightforward case. It's a sad case, but it's a pretty straightforward case. I am really happy to be here doing this with y'all. So Diana said, but Emily, it's not fair. You aren't listening to her. It was wild when she was like, you guys, this is killing me, ma'am. And then when she's like, it's not fair, it's not fair, it's not fair, it's not fair. Whew. And I hope the victim's family was able to watch, but I imagine that would be very difficult for the victim's family to watch, her being like, I know him better than he knows himself. He's a better person because of me. It was a lot. Jenny said, do we know for sure that she will testify? Yes, tomorrow, sometime around 10 a.m. Eastern. Do you think she can fix this by testifying? No. I think there is stuff she might want to explain, but now we know that in her interview as she's shifting tactics, it's interesting because in her interview, as my brain is buffering and I'm backing up a little bit, in her interview that we just watched, she was saying, I need to get my ducks in a row. I need to figure out what I need to do to explain this. I hope the prosecution keys on that for closing argument. I need to figure out what I need to do to explain this to you better, and takes that snippet of her argument and says, and her testimony on the stand was her having 4 years to get her ducks in a row to figure out what she thinks she needed to do to explain this to you. I hope they take that segment of her interview and go, she was already trying to figure it out in the interview room. What do I need to say to get out of this? How do I need to say it? What do I need to say? What do I need to say? And in her interview, now that she is going with a self-defense, there needs to be a fear. There needs to be an overt act from the victim. And so now she's trying to figure out what that's going to be with her attorneys. And it will be interesting to see how she tries to undo what she did in this interview and explain everything she said in this interview. Because what did she say so much in this interview? It was not intentional. Well, if it's self-defense, then you better fucking believe it's intentional. The intent is to defend thyself. But her whole interview is, you guys don't get it. It's not intentional. You don't understand. It's not intentional. What kind of person do you think I am? It's not intentional. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. But what we learned from the prosecution's motions before trial is that in her interview with the defense expert, she said she was hitting his fingers with a bat because now it's self-defense. And maybe it is self-defense. Maybe it is. I want to see her testimony. Right now, that's not what it looks like. And even the detectives are like, there was back and forth with you guys. And she was saying in that interview, you don't understand how he comes at me. They were talking about the fact that she has photos of her injuries in her phone from fights with George and from George hitting her. And at one point she said stabbing her in the leg, and that she's bailed him out and he's gone to prison or not prison, gone to jail, and she's bailed him out and she's dropped cases. And so if in her testimony or in her interview with her expert, she was saying that she hit him with a bat. So that's where this information comes from. It's from her, as the prosecution called it, her most recent version of the story. So we'll see what happens, but we're going to get into a lot of this. And look, relationships can be complicated. Abusive relationships can be complicated. And we're going to have to see what is going on. But the past of the relationship, the defense is going to try to use to explain why somehow his fingers are the thing that made her snap. But she said in the interview, we were having a great day. Why would I just snap? It was a great day. It was a good day. I felt like we were in a really good place. We were going to drink and do puzzles and art and go upstairs and have sex. It was a good day. Why would I just snap? That's what she told police. I don't know how she's going to undo that. And that's going to be difficult. Little Nelsky said, why do you think they suddenly offered a plea deal? I don't think they'd ever been asked. I think they were probably asked for a plea deal and they're like, okay, you can have a manslaughter. You have no record. They don't think it's a first degree murder. They've not charged it as a first degree murder. I think the state is looking at this as two people who were drunk, and she was like, you know what? I'm leaving him there. And so the manslaughter, I think they thought would be an appropriate plea. I also think they probably offered it knowing she wasn't going to take it. They're like, all right, fine. You can have a manslaughter for 15 years. She's like, nope. They're like, right. My Japan POV said, oh, that photo is so good. Has it been proven, disproven that CPR was attempted? Nobody asked. The body would most likely be very bruised if CPR was done. Yep. Bones can break if CPR is done right. Yep. And there was some conversation about him gurgling. I imagine she probably tried to do a chest compression or two and went, nope, and stopped. There's no way she was doing CPR when she was on the phone with 911. There's no way. And I've done CPR. There's no way she was doing CPR on the phone when she's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, ma'am, you're not. No, ma'am, you're not. And so they didn't really get into it. So let's see. She's going to be a delight on the stand. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. Nashay said, I just got word of the results of my left breast biopsy I had last week. Completely benign. Congratulations, Nashay. I'm sure you are thrilled. I am sure all the law nerds are thrilled for you. Congratulations. Thank you for keeping us in the loop. EDB, the question I asked yesterday, does the language serve a purpose? The drinking. Yep. Language can matter. And she kept saying, not intentional, not intentional, not intentional. Her language is going to matter. Very, very, very much. So Kelly D said, I've been addicted to EDB for 19 plus months. Well, we're glad you're here with the Law Nerds, and I love to be watching trial with the Law Nerds. So all of you, go ahead, make sure you hit all the YouTube-y things. I don't think I've said that once this video. Like the video, subscribe to the you know what it is. Download the app so you don't miss a live stream, honestly. It's like, do you want to consistently know what I'm doing? The app will tell you. You can like the stream, you can subscribe, you can hit the bell. It's still going to be a crapshoot on whether or not you get notified because it's a very complex algorithm. You know it's not complex, the Law Nerd app. That's why we did it. So you can know where I am if you want to. So you can know when we're streaming if you want to. Thank you all for the birthday wishes from my dear friend Octo. Thank you for riding through the technical difficulties this morning. I think we've at least got it somewhat handled. Christy, congratulations on recovering from pneumonia. That's a story for members only about me having pneumonia and still being like, no, I'm going to swim practice until my parents drag me to the ER. No, you're not. Oh, to be a teenager. So chat. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a Law Nerd. I appreciate you. We will see you tomorrow. I'm going to set the stream for 8:30 a.m. Central. If they start right on time, then it won't shift. If they do not start right on time, that might get bumped back a little to give us the Zoom room, but it's my intention to catch up to real time when Boone takes the stand. That is the goal for tomorrow. So, y'all, cheers, members, either in the Law Nerd Lounge or on the channel. I will see you for a pod recording in a little bit. I got to go download a bunch of new trials or a bunch of new lawsuits. So I will talk to you soon. Bye. Oh, wait. I need to play the outro. There we go. Outro. You can stay up to date with everything I'm covering and fast notifications on our free iOS and Android app at lawnerdapp.com or search the App Store for Law Nerd. You can also follow me around social media, and don't forget to check out my podcast, The Emily Show, with quick bits dropping every Monday, summarizing everything I do here on the live streams on Tuesday and Thursday for when you just have time for the quick bits. Thanks for being a Law Nerd.